Let's get ready to rumble. Hello, folks. Hi again. I'm the College Genesis. The early stories here early. Um, I like that. I take people take initiative. They're already ready before I even start the show. They're already in the chat room. Shows you enthusiasm for this show. That shows me everything. If you're on the show right when I start up, man, it tells me you're a colonization maniac. You're one of the colonization maniacs. You're a member of the colonization. Down for this cause and everything. Look, folks, when you have one of my series, I have a bunch of series: The Deadly Clowns, The Enemy Within, The Road to Hell. What's the other one? Arrested Development. I have several themes. What was another one? A Hidden Hand of Mass Confusion. I have a lot of them, right? This one that I have, Blood and Soil. This is the first time I'm introducing this topic, this theme to this platform. I did Blood and Soil many years on Blog Talk Radio and my blogs, everything I wrote about my ideology about blood and soil, what it means, what blood and soil means, stuff like that. So this is the first time tonight, so bear with me, folks. I'm just going off the top of my head and off my memory and stuff like that. I haven't done this topic in like 10 years, but I figured now is the time to introduce this topic to my audience, blood and soil, the ultimate price of freedom. Not many different blood and soils, but tonight's the ultimate price of freedom is the theme, the blood and soil. Okay, so look, folks, when you have topics like blood and soil, the ultimate price of freedom, things are going to go down tonight. It's going to get heated. You know how things go in the collar land. Things are going to get big. So stop what you're doing. Go ahead, hit that like button, share and subscribe. Tell a friend. What's the right thing to do. You want to do it. You have to do it. Tell a friend. This is where we're at tonight, the College Genesis. We're going to be talking about all things tonight. No holds barred, as we got the College Genesis and Collar Rumble for Friday night. And I got it all night tonight, folks, because tomorrow's not my day to sleep in. I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I can sleep in tonight. So we're going to be here all night, folks. We're going to be rumbling and what. So, it's like, come on, get that down. We're going to have a good time. We're going to have a good time. Oh, yes, we are. We'll come and get right down. We're going to have a good time. We're going to have a good time. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, we are. Just come right down. We're going to have a good time. That's the old time gospel, folks. But y'all know about that shit, I'm quintessentially Black African American, So when you got people like black skin is stupidity, black stupidity is amazing. Call me a tether, whatnot. I didn't look. Maybe I am a tether. Maybe my parents lied to me. Maybe I was born in Bermuda or something. I don't know. All I remember is like I was born in Mary Immaculate Hospital. Matter of fact, that's this hospital I was born in. I used to get all my immune shots all the way to the time I was like 8 years old in Mary Immaculate in Jamaica, Queens. That's what the hospital I was born in. My parents are from the South. No, my mother's from Harlem. My father's from the deep South. Whatnot, that's all I know. All I know is every summer we went down south, went back home down south where our roots were in the southern United States and whatnot. I didn't even know about the Caribbean or Africa and everything like that. I don't know about that. So why are people calling me a tether? Could it be that I basically don't agree with this stupid ADOS FBA? Let me tell you something. An FBA is nothing but a black Anglo-Saxon. These are nothing but black white people, black Anglo-Saxons. That's all they are. Don't be fooled by these people. They're not cool. They ain't feel like that. These are black white people. That's all it is. When you call yourself a black American, all you say is I'm a black Anglo-Saxon. What gets me is, I don't have time to talk about this tonight, but the resurgence of racism in this country, it's just unbelievable. You got comedians basically openly saying the N-word. People are openly supporting this white lady, calling her a hero that she use the N-word on fire. These people have sunk to a new low. And what gets me is, I really believe this. They basically, the attack is on Black America, African Americans, people they've been with for 400 years, right? They're not even attacking Black immigrants, So they're not attacking Iranians. They're not attacking anybody. People who actually pose a threat to this country, they don't care about. All they care about is attacking Black America. I'm like, wow. So when I see that, right, how they basically give Indians a pass, Hispanics a pass, they recognize these people's humanity. Okay, you're here illegally, we'll get you out, but there's some sort of empathy for them. With the left wing, even right wing people, there's empathy for them, right? Black America, Black America, people perceived as Black American, you're not even allowed to be a 5-year-old child. Your innocence doesn't even exist. You're a Black woman. Your Black womanhood is not respected. And this is the reason why, because we live in a culture and a society that was not of our own making. Don't anybody fool you. We're living on borrowed time. It ain't a matter of time before the white man comes and collects. The only way you're going to ever have freedom is blood and soil. When you spill your enemy's blood on the soil, so when you spill enemy on the blood, blood on your enemy's blood on the soil, then you have freedom. And when you spill your brother's blood, because maybe betrayal, whatever like that, you got freedom. There's no such thing as freedom without bloodshed. If you're not willing to spread that, spill blood and have that conflict, everything has to do with conflict, right? Out of conflict comes peace. Out of chaos comes order. Out of sadness comes joy, right? You have to go through these things if you're going to be free. You cannot have people pacifying you and telling you kumbaya and all stuff like that. No, that's not how the world is built. There's got to come. They say, well, Colin, what do you about African? Well, okay, if you bring Black people from all over America, Caribbean, say, let's build a nation, there's going to be conflict. I'm ready for that. I know there's going to be conflict. There's going to be conflict. There's going to be bloodshed. There's going to be riots. There's going to be civil unrest. That's what it is. But out of which the truth will be revealed. A nation will be born. America was born in these streets, but Irish, Poles, and all these people battling the streets of America, out of which white America, the melting pot, was created. The white nation was created. Black people have not gone through anything yet. We have not had soil till we get sort out our problems among ourselves and whatnot and become a people. We did in Liberia, because in Liberia, we had people from the Caribbean, people from other parts of Africa, people from the indigenous people. Was it all kumbaya? Hell no. There was war. There was bloodshed, but out of which a nation was formed. That's any other society. If you don't have, if blood is not spilt, you have nothing. So I want to tell people about that to know. There's no such thing as freedom without absent bloodshed, without conflict, without war. All these things are necessary, right? The black man in America collectively have not waged any war. People wage war on us. People kill us. That's why they're winning. How much blood is a white man black blood he spilled? I know it's a topic that scares people. I get it. People scare people. Come in chat room. Oh man, let me get out of here, man. People are, this is too much for me. I know I scare people. If you're scared, you're scared. That's all right. But I'll be nice tonight. Blood is how you have freedom. Anybody tell you anything like that is a lying to you. Bloodshed is how nations are built. That's how people are built. That's how people find out who they are. The Jews took the Palestine and became Israel, No, you cannot have freedom without discord, bro. I'm sorry, G. That does not work in the real world, You cannot have freedom without discord. You have to basically duke it out. You have to basically argue. You have to basically find out where everybody's at. So eventually you come together and find a solution. You cannot talk about, oh, we're gonna have freedom and there's absent conflict. There's no place on earth in history that has ever happened. So like this, Building call, please don't be nice. No, I'm not gonna be nice, I can name a certain place. What place you name where people came together in love and happiness? G. It never. It's called Fantasyland because it never existed. So it never existed. You can't name one civilization on Earth that was forged in love. I mean, Japanese modern Japan was built because they had to literally go and wage war. The Arctic, he says the Arctic. Nobody's up there in the damn Arctic, you know. Yeah, people up there that don't exist. I'm talking about civilization, bro. You know, war and freedom. War basically brings you freedom, you know. And without war, you have nothing, you know. You have absolutely nothing. You know, and that's what I said. Too many black men are cowards, you know. They're like cowards. They think they're gonna get freedom by somebody giving you something or writing you a fucking reparations check or basically signing you some civil rights document and everything like that, you know. Yeah, look, no, actually, if you study the history of Sweden and Norway, those were the lands of the Vikings. You don't tell me the Vikings and Normans and all these other people that these were some of the most violent people in history. What are you talking about? Your Swedes and Norwegians, all people, these people were violent people back in the days, and out of which came beautiful countries that they created. You know your history, bro. You know, Swedes. You know, the Anglo-Saxon, or those British people in those British Isles, and the people from Normandy and all these other places like Sweden, Norway, and whatnot. These were some of those violent people the world's ever seen. There was Europe for like 900 years was nothing but conflict. 900 years of conflict. Western Europe was. Out of which came the most advanced civilization the world's ever seen, which was Western civilization, West. But you're gonna tell me the holy wars and whatnot, you know, the holy wars and whatnot waged by the Pope. People don't understand. The Pope had an army. The Pope used to go during the Crusades. They used to send people all around, things like that, you know. So bottom line is the Saxons, we were the most violent people. The Anglos, the Saxons, the Jutes. These were some of the most violent people the world has ever seen. G, what are you talking about? I gotta tell you, man. Like I said, that's why they call me the Genesis. That's why I'm the culture critic. That's why I'm the geopolitical pundit. I know what I'm talking about. You know, ain't no such thing as a country that did not have conflict. Europe was a perfect example because they had like almost 1,000 years of conflict. You know, the wars that were waged in Western Europe and everything like that. The Calvins, the Lombards, and all these other people, the Gauls, and all these other people like that. You know. These people were killing each other like left and right. Are you kidding me, G? Ain't nothing nice about Europe, you know? But people buy into this idea, oh, Europeans are so people. No. Europe, to get where Europe is right now, and also during colonialism, they did a smart thing. They will kill each other so much and say, you know something? Let's teach our people how to friggin' the Goths. Yeah, the Goths, you know. The Goths waged war. They brought down the Roman Empire, you know. So bottom line is just, please, man, you got to come here with some facts, man. We don't make up history over here. We don't make up feel-good history over here. Everything you see in this world, Attila the Hun, all these other people like that, everything you see, wars change the course of history, you know. Yeah, the Asians, all these other people, they're warriors, you know. That's why they are what they are right now. They basically wage war for hundreds of years, right, to get freedom. The black man in the West doesn't want to wage war. He wants to pray and sing and kumbaya and stuff like that. Yeah, we're not warriors. That's what it is. We're not warriors. We like to pretend we're warriors and whatnot, but the Africans are not black people, and that's not warriors. You know, we like to pretend we're warriors when the Africans like to say, I'm a such and such warrior, man. Get out of here. You know, if you were warriors, man, Africa would be developed right now. Africa would be at the level of Europe and Asia. You know, but we let foreigners come there. You got to, look, the French puppet, this president of Togo, just changed the constitution to allow himself, he just declare himself president for life. Now, what's the next step, folks? Should we complain and say we shall overcome, or should people, young Togolese, say we've had enough, right? And take this bastard out, you know? Let's burn this shit to the fucking ground, drag this Negro out in the streets, want to hang him up by the light post and say, we've had enough. You know, same thing with Cameroon. This guy, Paul Biya, sitting there 44 years in the country, is run the country, doing absolutely nothing. Him and his family looting the treasury and everything all over Africa, you know, whether it's Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, All these countries have corrupt leaders that basically, because people are too scared. They have the black man who's scared. See, I'm not scared, I don't scare. I know for a fact when we talk about the African, there's going to be conflict. I'll tell you that right now. There's going to be conflict, right? And we talk about spending on the African continent, blood is going to be spilled. Just for saying we dare to say we need land and we need build infrastructure. We're not, like this, FBA, the FBA ADOS. That's the most cowardice thing we ever created. FBA ADOS. That's the most cowardice thing ever worked. You're basically going there, friggin' a bunch of grown ass black men kissing the white man's feet. White people hate you. White America, friggin', you got this one chick that was on Piers Morgan. I'm gonna play this video, but it's really disturbing. She was like, "Man, I hate black people or whatnot. I don't want to live near them." This and how do you call yourself a fuck? How you gonna look at these people and say we're the same people or we're the same country? No, I realize that we're a black nation inside a racist white America, right? And one day we're gonna sever our ties with white America, no matter what. It's gonna be bloody. It's gonna be ugly. So that's where I'm at right now. So if you don't believe in blood and soil, this is not the platform for you. I know ultimately the price of freedom is blood, blood, and the prize is land, soil. Till you basically spill blood to gain your own soil, where you could build whatever you say, No, Rico, the cowards are I'm not a Pan-Africanist, I'm not a Pan-Africanist, So like this, Western influence. You're forgetting Western influence, or whatever. That's Chuko. Make an excuse for your coward ass Africans. Africans are the biggest cowards on the fucking planet, the weakest men on the planet. As bad as I think Black America are cowards, but not as cowards as Africans are, because they always got to go to everybody else's country. They rather go to everybody else's country instead of saying, "Damn, we got corrupt leaders in our country." What you do is you take the motherfuckers out. You kill them. You murder them. You poison their family. You drag them out of the freaking presidential palaces. You freaking hang them the fuck up, and make an example out of them. That's what you do. But you rather freaking run to the West. Oh, we got leaders that are oppressing us. You ain't got what it takes, man. You ain't got what it takes. You look at the rest of the world. The world took hundreds of years of warfare to get where they are right now. You Chuko don't want to do that. You want to, it's just a sad situation. Blood and soil, the ultimate price of freedom. If you're not spilling blood, you ain't free. As simple as that. If you never spilt blood, you ain't free. So it is what it is. It's a sad situation. Dusty Pro said the Sudanese and started engaging in activities that foster resentment among some white individuals. They do not share the same feelings towards African Americans. I don't know what that means, but the British conquered most of Africa in 2 weeks. I was like, damn, Africa. No, because the bottom line is Africans are taught to love everybody but themselves. We're taught kumbaya. We got taught Ubuntu. The white man's a brother and whatnot. We taught Christianity. We're talking about Islam. Let's go to Mecca and whatnot. So the bottom line is, what can you do when you got fucking a weak race? I want to bring that killer spirit in the black race. The only way we're ever going to get freedom and whatnot is unless we got prepared for war. If it means war with each other, that's what it is. If you got bootlicking Uncle Tom Negroes and whatnot that friggin', want to sell out and sell us short, hey, look, they got to go too. That's why I said we need conflict. We need conflict. We need to know who's on our side and who's not. Because the bottom line, we cannot go another 100 years on our knees. Right now we're on our knees. We're in another man's country. He's clearly showing me right now how racist he is. I'm looking at these things like look at these two mixed race dudes, the Hodge twins, right? They just basically they got really worse. There was always like conservative and anti-black, but really they're on the level of KKK type shit, and they're getting away with it, And so you got them, and you got that fucking dude Myron, whatever his name is. And they're basically just degrading black people. I look at the hot show. I read on the timeline. I said, dude, man, don't get mad at black people. I know you're angry at black people because your mother was a fucking BBC loving mud shark or whatnot, and they spawned you two dirty bastards, whatnot. You're mad because you got that black blood in you from your father's penis or whatnot, or your mother couldn't. I just really said something really nasty, And so the bottom line, I know they saw that shit, So the bottom line, I'm gonna keep putting that on the post when you guys are nothing but a mixed race, self-hating black people because your mother was a freaking mother whore that was swinging on black pole and whatnot. You're angry about that. So the bottom line is the fact that you got black blood in you that you don't want. You wish your mother would with a white dude, but she was in love with that. She was in love with that mandingo dick, So bottom line, this is war, folks. This is war. It's not going to be pretty. This is war. There's people coming after us or not, If I got to be the only one on social media saying it like it is, I'm going to say it like it is, This is war, So it is what it is. Yeah, I heard some police going at with Philip today. That was funny. Philip, with your if. Philip is so annoying, man, with his if. I think Philip, man, I think he got a man crush on Dynas. That's what I think it is. I think he's in love with Dynas. That dude has no answers to anything, man. They said, we go over there and blah, blah, blah. He don't know nothing about Africa, Africa doesn't know nothing about fucking anything. We're supposed to say, oh, this is on us. We should have been over in Africa doing it. How the fuck are you going to go over to Africa? We don't have a government or anything representing us. Do you understand that? We can't. That's why I said I take anything Pan-African with a grain of salt because we don't have any diplomatic if we even had a political organization that was global and had offices all over the world, something like the ANC, we'd probably be able to deal with Africa, right, from a position of power. But we have nothing, we have nothing. We never built anything in America and everything. Why? Because we got coward-ass freaking people in America, coward-ass black men who never built a political party, coward-ass black men who rather take a payoff from Democrats or Republicans and everything like that. We do not have a power. We don't, like I said, say what you want about the ANC. They were all over the world. They had military arms. They had the spirit of the nation, military arms. They were all over the world, and they were determined to bring down apartheid by any means necessary. But we don't have that then, So it is what it is, folks. But yeah, but tonight's topic, blood and soil, the ultimate price of freedom. Are you prepared for war? Are you prepared for bloodshed? What does freedom look like to you? Freedom to me look like is one day we have a nation of our own on the African continent. If it means war, it means blood. How are you going to get this land, caller? Well, after the show, you're going to figure out what I mean by any means necessary. We will be free. That's the ultimate price of freedom. If you stand in the way, then it is what it is. I think you're going to get what I'm saying tonight. Because right now, I don't give a fuck. I give no fucks no more. I give no fucks no more. If people are going to come at us, Black America, I said, let's tell you about these people, these continental Africans. I was listening to Brandon's show tonight. And for about first time in a year, I actually agree with what he was saying. He was really dropping it, about people from the continental Africans have the nerve to come over here, and tell us we got to friggin' go against a 4-star general, when don't worry about when I'm gonna build. I'm just saying, how you gonna build an Afghanistan? You got to become a nation first, Once we become a nation in our spirit and our mind, then Afghanistan is no problem. That's no problem. But if you got people over here talking about how American they are and kissing ass of white people, and they just they don't want to think about nationhood right now, Right now, every black man should be like, oh, what the hell is I'm doing, I see what Kyle's talking about. Let me see like this, let me see what I can do. Let me see if I can do my study and whatnot. Where's nation building called? What kind of government can we talk about? What kind of help support can we get? Maybe we can go to this country over here. I'm going to be in Amsterdam next year. Maybe I could talk to some people over there, make some contacts all over the world. I should have people making contacts all over the world. There's some of us that are thinking about building a nation in Africa. See what people say. Just like, is anybody doing that? No. But then they get on my platform. Where's the Afghanistan, caller? Well, why don't some other people besides me? Am I the only black man in the world that with balls? Am I the only brave black man in the freaking world? I refuse to believe that every black man besides me is a fucking coward. So it is what it is. I said, am I in a race of cowards or whatnot? Oh no, Colin, it's gonna be conflict. Yeah, that's right. I was born for conflict. I was conflicted when I was coming out of my mother's womb. When I was born angry, I was born confrontational. That's who the hell I am. I was never a kumbaya type. Well, learn so small hat. Organize a partner and learn from a small hat. Shut up, Principe. Be quiet. I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't talking about kissing no tribal chief's ass. I'm talking about saying we have, first of all, we have to declare ourselves a people. Are we a people? We have every right to declare ourselves a sovereign people. And once you have or become a sovereign people, then you can enter agreements with other governments. So we haven't got to that part yet. And we haven't declared that we're a nation. We got people going backwards. I'm a foundational black American. I'm an American, man. I'm an American, man. Get out of here, Are you really about that life? Yeah, I am about that life, you're not a warrior, Chuko. I knew that. If you was a warrior, you'd be in Nigeria right now building something. You ain't a warrior, Chuko. I have never met any African that's a warrior. I really haven't. They know how to get online and fool you with these names. That Africans are the biggest fucking pussies on the fucking planet. Are you about that life? Yeah, I was born about that life, bro. If I wasn't about that life, I wouldn't be on here talking like this publicly. People could take this and show the world, this guy collagen. I don't give a damn, Let's don't talk about Sad 97. Who is we, caller? You can't force nobody. You're forcing yourself to be an American, which is worse. Which is worse? Are you freaking trying to force yourself in a country that fucking hates you? All this time, and these people never said, something. I think black people suffered enough. I think you guys fought in every war. I see you as my fellow country. You got white people out there, basically, if they could get rid of you, if they could basically round you up and deport you, they would. That's it. The only thing keeping your black ass here is the 14th Amendment. That's sad, that we have not made any ground or anything like that in America, So I'm not no damn FBA, That's the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to the black race, Forget it, FBA. I respect General Langley. Yeah, like I said, my whole thing is Africa, for years, Africa have been telling us, no, you guys ain't African. You're not part of Africa. You're like this. But now you want us to go against General Langley when he's helping y'all black asses over there. If it wasn't for Langley, Kenya would probably be overran by terrorists. And so he does a lot of work on the continent. I don't agree. I never agree with African, but I got to look at it. After listening to Brandon today, he's absolutely right. There's a lot of stuff over there on the continent that we don't know about, Boko Haram and all shit like this, And we can't have that happen, So those of us who are talking about going to the continent, yeah, something has to be done, Which for last show, but you don't want to partner with African. Vote like a chair for her sheet last show. What the hell are you talking about, Prince of B? Partner with Africa. What's the partner? Partners are between equals, man. You know what I'm saying? Prince of B, partners. Show me an African that's an equal. Then I'll partner with him. I haven't seen that yet. That's what you goofballs don't understand. Partnerships are between two equals. The Indian dude. All I do was basically just coming here, talking. I let people come up here. I let you come up here. Just talking and stuff. I forgot even what he was saying. He was talking about Tariq. I was basically just turning the thing off, let him talk. I went there and took a piss while he was talking. I don't know. But it is what it is. So long as you're not talking against black nationalism, you're welcome on this platform. If you hate FBA much as I do, you're always welcome on this show. Anybody who talks against FBA is always welcome on this show. Because FBA is going backwards. That's saying, I don't want a nation. I don't want anything. My future is tethered to the white man. We're going to basically die with the white man. He's going to keep kicking our heads in forever. We're going to be his slave. We're going to be his employees. We're going to be his everything. He's going to continue raping and robbing us and whatnot of everything. So that's what it is. The white man brought us here. We never got paid our due for our reparations. We have no land. We have nothing, so it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is, folks. But tonight's show is Blood and Soil. The ultimate price is paid. Salute to the descendants of the American freedmen. What? American freedmen? First of all, you got to understand something. Why would you need to be a freedman? Why would you a slave in the first place? Have you ever thought about that? Why are you scared of the white man so much? I'm not scared of the white man. I am not scared of the white man. You're scared of the white man. That's why you got to live there and whatnot. You got to like this. I like this. People are people to me. But I ain't scared of the white man. When it comes to geopolitics, I'm a geopolitical pundit. I'm saying, hey, look, I got something to say to the world. West African soldier. No, white people sold your ancestors. They basically brought you here to labor and slave for them. If there was no buyers, there would be no sellers. No, we're not freedmen. First of all, how can you basically say I'm a freedman? Who gave you a freedman? The government? We were always free, but we were kept in bondage. We were never slaves. We were enslaved. We were in captivity. But we were never freaking. But when you say I'm a freedman, like you almost like saying I'm proud that I was once in bondage to the white man. The white man gave me my freedom. So it is sad what it is. But yeah, people like Rico Miller would rather basically. No, does make sense. You said freedman. Well, who basically, or who freed you? Who were you enslaved? Who enslaved you? And so if you're a freedman, that means that basically if the person that freed you, the United States government freed you, that means the United States basically could never, ever, how can you basically swear allegiance to the same freaking country that you say that enslaved you? I'm not playing word games. I'm saying like this, that doesn't make any sense. You say I'm a freedman. It's like, damn, I'm a freedman. Okay, I get it, We's free. I know we's free, we's free, That means a white man could anytime say, something, we change our mind and you're back in slaves, That's what they don't understand something. But real freedom is when you basically spill blood over soil and you capture your own land, and then basically no one can enslave you again. Someone giving you freedom is not freedom, you know. I don't have a slave name, bro. I don't have a slave name, Chuko. Sorry, nice try. I gave up my slave name when I was 27 years old. I don't wear a slave name. All this stuff, people like this. Oh, you got a slave name? Oh, I've had an African name most of my life. I legally changed my name to an African name when I was 27 years old. I didn't want no part of that. So you can't use that. I'm not no slave. I'm not no slave. Like I said, the slaves and the coons are coming out tonight. You see them in the chat room. Everything I've talked about, they're so scared or whatnot. They're so scary ass Negroes. And African colonies start with this big revolution. I said collect business investment. Well, shut up with the business and investment. How you gonna have business and investment and you basically don't have a stabilized Brandon was really dropping it tonight. You got a continent, man, that's basically, the continental Africans, they're all fleeing to America, right? The stuff that we're doing there, bringing tours and stuff like that, is stuff they should be doing. Why is it Black Americans got to go over to to Africa and do all stuff like that while they sitting there on their ass, talk like this, sitting on their ass. Descendants of the American freedmen. That's the most dumbest thing about. You're an American freedman now. You're not an African that was enslaved. We always say we're enslaved Black Africans, stolen Black Africans. Now you're telling me that we're American freedmen. Suddenly we're Americans all of a sudden. Lord have mercy. Then I got this friggin' Black Stupidity is Amazing. Did a whole show about me today. Was it? No, it was yesterday. My day off. He did a whole show. I didn't get a chance. I was skimming through it, but he's not all that bright. And then he did another follow-up show where he was talking about me. I said, dude, that's not me in the chat room. Somebody else, right? Where he just basically said it was me. I said, dude, that's not me. And then all of a sudden, he was like, well, Black people, Kyle's mad because white people are racist towards him. Well, look, the bottom line is this. Look, an American, I spell America this. This is the proper way how to spell America. That is the proper way how to spell America. So before you basically call yourself an American, remember those 3 Ks. America is a KKK country. KKK, Klan is in the blood of America. America is Klan country, So what you have is Black Klansmen. FBA is nothing but Black Klansmen, And all they want to do is imitate their white oppressors by trying to oppress other Black people, with this whole, oh yeah, you're a tether or whatnot. Now they're calling me a tether. I didn't know that I'm from the Caribbean. I didn't know. Tell me something new, I'm a tether now. Wow. Geez, man, I'm a tether now. Wow. It's just, now I'm not Black. I'm not from this country no more. We're not. College you raising up, taking the healthcare of Africa. Dude, shut up, principally. They are gonna let you build a nation and take it like they did Liberia, or forget it. No, because the bottom line is this: next time we do get the chance to build a nation, that's not gonna happen again, because this new nation is gonna be forged in blood. It's gonna be forged in blood, not just by the enemies who stand our way, but among ourselves. I say, what do you mean by that, Colin? I believe a nation starting out the first 100 years should have like at least 100 death penalty statutes. That means people doing corruption. Hell, you got to die. Why? Because we spill your blood. The more you spill the blood, the more you spill the blood, the more the blood cleanses the soul and the land. So if people have to hang, why do you think back in the days they used to hang people for just basic things like stealing a chicken and stealing it? Why? Because blood is a blood sacrifice. Either you basically spill blood in war, or it's a blood sacrifice. That's why you have nations, when they first formed, always executed people, right? You remember the story of Mary Queen of Scots? In order for Scotland to be free and whatnot, she had to get beheaded. Why? Because there's something that had that. France. What made France, the French Revolution possible? The guillotine. The threat of the guillotine, right? Blood. That's how France became a nation. Blood. The bloody French Revolution, the reign of terror. Robespierre, the reign of terror, bloodshed, fear. That's what builds nations, So it is what it is. Not psychosis saying Tarango back then. So no, it's the same thing, G. G's gotten too soft and whatnot. That's what it is. You understand something, G? In order for you to get free, we're gonna have to go back to that. No, life had a lot of value back then. Just the people didn't put up with a lot of stuff. You wouldn't have. When you have people here in America, right? Much as I say this, right, I still don't understand how this country tolerates Palestinians and all these other people burning down libraries in a college and whatnot, burning the American flag and stuff like that, and getting away with it. It used to be a time where people did that when they knew they was going to be on a firing squad or they're going to be lined up to the gallows. That's how nations are built. So it is what it is. But people ain't ready for that life. Well, the bottom line, G, you seen too much death and war in your life. You haven't seen the right death and the right way. You've been seeing the white man's death and wars when you haven't been seeing your if some of those deaths and war was for liberation of your people. If you're trying to get a nation of your own, it'd be a good thing. But you basically was seeing somebody else spill blood for somebody else's cause, not yours. Booyah, start an African American in the African American community. There's no African American community, bro. That's a problem. If there was a Black American community and we had real communities and whatnot, I probably wouldn't even, there'll be probably no need for an Afghanistan. There'll be no need for a nation. But we got a situation where the powers that be, along with these lazy Negroes, want to keep Black America what it is. We're just big cash cow, $1.5 trillion goes out of our community every year and whatnot. And they're going to keep that up. It's not anything accident. They make sure all money that Black people generate goes back into them, goes through them and shit like that. There's no money funneling through Black channels. The only way we could have a funnel money is to have a nation state that we support, probably in Africa, right? That we have banks and everything we can start transferring billions and billions of dollars to. That's the only chance we got. As long as our money stays inside this system, we're going to get any place, so. And then if we do build that nation and we have our own stuff like that, what if somebody say, something, we're going to invade your country and take it over just for the hell of it? No, we got to be prepared. We got to be prepared for war if necessary. That's why blood is necessary. Blood is necessary. When you have blood on the soil, you have freedom. Now you can build your nation. You could build your nation, and you could build your own banking system, your own laws, everything. Your own constitution, everything. Now you are free. But if some of you just don't want to be free, I get it. Just don't want to be free. You want to sit here forever complaining about the white man and everything like that. I'm the only one that want to be free. I want that wants something of my own. I really believe we can have our own stock exchange. Why we don't have the Black man don't have a stock exchange, right? Is there anything illegal about Black businessmen forming their own stock exchange, a place where we could pull our money together and fund Black businesses and everything? Is there any reason why we don't have a Black political party? We're that scared to form our own Black political party? We're that terrified and whatnot? Why? Because look, back in the days, when people don't understand something, when political parties were formed, they were formed in blood, right? With political bosses, labor bosses used to come and break up unions, club people upside the head, shoot them in crowds and everything, like a political meeting, stuff like that. This is more. Black people don't understand how this world really works.
Facts.
Everything is based on bloodshed.
How,
Go ahead,
how
bro.
you doing, my brother? How you doing?
I'm doing good.
That's great. Black people, we are very pacifist people. Even the Chinese and the Japanese come from a warrior stock. The samurai, the Chinese killed millions of people. You understand? And they conquered. We the only ones that ain't conquered nothing. Black people in general. You hear me? I don't think you. I think you
Only thing
preaching
we
to the
not doing.
choir. To me,
Yeah,
I think you're preaching to the choir. I don't really think we have in us to be. I don't know. We violent toward each other, but I don't think we have that violence or that conquering spirit to other.
yeah.
People.
We Black people are definitely violent towards each other, right? But it's never violence for a cause. It's just violence because your carnal desires. What I'm saying, anger and emotion. It's never any calculate. You never see anybody. Why do you think you don't have any Black organized crime?
Well, I'm gonna say you from the old, you from the old school. The last Black true organized crime was like them silent generation Black men. To me, them the last gangsters.
Yeah, because we know why? Because they lived in an all Black world.
Yes,
And
indeed.
what they were trying to do is just create order. It wasn't even violence. Just like, look,
Yeah.
they knew they couldn't rely on the police and the courts and whatnot. So they
Yeah.
had to system of enacting justice among black people. You did
Yes,
something
sir.
wrong,
It was
right?
order.
They'll take somebody will come and
Yeah,
take you out. I was on the tail end of that when I was a
yeah.
kid.
My
My uncle
dad, my
Nate, my uncle Nate was a Harlem kingpin, you know, and
facts. Now my dad explained the same thing. He from the Ninth Ward, so he explained like it was all black, everything, and if any white person, Italian, Dago, anybody came in, like they got the fuck. You understand? We police our own communities. Yeah, we had some type of crime, criminal organization, but it wasn't like this.
No,
So
yeah,
they
black criminal organizations back then just basically all they did was collect, protect the community and create and collect the street taxes. All the hell it was,
there's
you
it.
know.
There's it.
Same
Yeah.
way the
Loan
Irish, the
sharks.
Italians, everybody else did, you know, because if you don't, you're gonna have chaos, you know.
Yeah. So, but going to the main thing, I think you preaching to the crowd, my brother. Like I said, we conquer each other, but every group of people around the world conquer other group of people and that's had their own influence. Black people never really done it. I guess you could say the Moors, maybe the Moors, that's it. But Chinese done it, the Japanese done it. They had a Japanese empire. The Chinese had the Ming dynasty, the Han dynasty for 5,000 years. The Arabic people done it. They conquered North Africa. White people conquered the world. The Ottomans, the Turks, but black people, nah. I just don't see it. I'm sorry. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't think it's you.
we're
To me,
just
I think you
we're
preach to the
just
choir.
like I said, man, we're just a people, race of people that just we're just fear. It's fear. Nobody black wants to stand up and be like,
Yeah.
I am draw a line and say that's why I do give about Ibrahim Traore. At least he's standing up like a man. I give him. You know, he's
Every
standing
time
up
I'm
like
on
a
this
man.
thing, these people. Yeah, I understand. You got a lot of trolls in your comment section.
Yeah, I know it's trolls. Yeah,
Jesus
they love me.
Christ.
They love me. You
Jesus.
know, Principe. I don't know what Principe like
I
this.
don't. I don't know what the hell he talking. He talking about some Haiti shit, but the V100, they look at you as a shithole. I mean, I fuck with Haiti, bro. But I'm trying to tell you, the energy that you have for me or other good people, have that for your own people. Haiti, y'all supposed to conquer the whole Caribbean right now. Y'all had a head start. I'm sorry, y'all ain't do nothing.
Yeah, Haiti was instrumental in Mexico
Yeah,
rising up. Haiti was an inspiration to friggin'
everywhere,
people all over
all over.
Central and South America. What the hell
Yeah.
happened, man? You know?
They gotta wait for people. Man, I got people from the Bahamas. They tell me what's going on with the Haitians. They fleeing their country to go into the Bahamas and shit, doing all different type of
We're
shit.
going to Dominican Republic and going to Bahamas. Like, what
Yeah,
the hell?
and I love it. I fuck with them. You understand? I'm from the South. I grew up with a lot of Haitians, but we judging each other. We competing on each other. Every time I'm on this chat, let's have some construction.
Did you see that video that's going viral? There was a black, well, man, she was from either Africa or the Caribbean, right? She basically got with this white guy. This white guy had sex with her, right, and dumped her, right?
What the
It
fuck?
was just like a quick thing. She just went around the alley and fucked her. You know, these women give it up to white guys like that. You know,
Man, it's getting bad out here. I'm walking around, bro. I'm all over. I'm seeing young chicks with little mulatto kids by themselves.
yeah, more black women are just birthing out these mixed kids like it's like it's
And they
nothing.
and they bring them back to the black community like we gotta raise them. I said,
Right,
nah,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
shit is
So the white
sick.
guys just basically the white guys are abandoning so many kids. They're not taking care of these kids,
They
these mixed
not.
kids, whatnot. You know,
The
it's like
Mexicans
slavery
too.
time.
The
With
Mexicans
the
too.
slave masters' children, mixed children, we had to rear them. You know, in our community. You
Yes.
know, we had to get
Yes,
through with them.
indeed. Yes, indeed.
But check
Trust
this
your
out.
brother, you're wrong,
Check this
bro.
out. This girl basically, the cops were calling. She went to her job. I think it was like AT&T or something like that. They're
Yeah.
like, no. They were like, he doesn't want you, whatever like that. She's like, no, I had sex with him when we got to be together. And they'll say, no, the police was like saying, you gotta go. You know what she said? She goes, why are you arresting me? Shouldn't you go out there unaliving a black American or something? I'm not black American. Don't arrest me. You know, she said you should be unaliving black Americans right now, not arresting
Wait, who
me.
said that? Wait, what?
Some fucking bitch, you know.
Rest African?
She was African or Caribbean, one of them, you know.
He said we supposed to be killing black Americans.
Yeah, she said you should be unaliving.
And that's that shit.
And the fact that she said
Man, what?
unaliving means she knew it was going to be online,
What the
and
fuck?
she knew it was going to be online, and she knew it was going to go viral. She would do that deliberately, because
Yeah.
because if she didn't think she was being recorded or something like that, she would have said killing, you know. But
Yeah.
she knew she was being recorded, whatever. Like it was going to go viral. She made a point of saying she knew
Unalive.
unaliving black
But
Americans
but
right now.
but look, that's coming to your point though. We had this energy for each other. when we talk about shit on this platform, we supposed to be coming together. We arguing in the chats about little petty shit. You understand?
And look, cause I'm looking at it now, right? The reason why I did this topic, like I'm saying, white people are getting more bold with their racist shit. That lady raised like $1 million. That one lady that called a black kid, Somali kid, an N-word.
Oh yeah. That's
and white people. She basically, she's a white trash chick, right? And she knows that basically because she's blonde, right? And basically, she calls someone the N-word, right? And she gets rewarded with $1 million. You know,
But you old school. Check this out. This is a blonde white chick. That's the God of America.
Yeah,
that's the God. That's really the God
she
of.
tapped into her whiteness.
Yeah,
and this is
the white women.
This is what the ADOS FBA is protecting. You know, when you say I'm a foundational black American, I'm an American. That's what you're protecting. America is all about that blonde, blue-eyed,
Germanic look.
Yeah, so that's what America's like. That's what you're worshiping, you know?
Yeah.
At the same time, these people, there was one blonde chick that was on Pierce Morgan. She was like, I don't want black people in this country. She was like, well, they've been here for 400 years. I don't care. I think this is my country. It's a white country.
Wait, who said that?
It's lady on Pierce Morgan. You know, I'm gonna find the video. Let me find the video.
White people are so stupid, bro. We've been here longer. Our ethnicity was created in America.
Yeah.
Like we were bred on slave. I mean,
we were
bred on slave farms in Virginia, Carolinas, Louisiana, Georgia. So we are American. We are Black American of African descent. We've been here longer than most of anybody, except for Native Americans. So I don't know what the hell she's talking about.
Yeah, bottom line, that's what's going on. These people are getting bolder and bolder. I'm gonna play this. She got too popular on TikTok. She's a MAGA chick. Yeah. A lot of these racists that joined the MAGA movement, right? Now they're coming out of the woodworks, you know, with their shit, you know.
Plus oil, plus gold, plus.
Let me play this video, man.
Play the video.
This is shocking, you know.
They're actually trying to sit.
This is real shocking. I'm gonna play this video right now. I just found it.
They really saying, yeah, it's gonna get worse. But I mean, I think we kind of know. Other group of black people don't know, like the Somali people. The one that was called the little boy was called N-word. Why would you have your kid around that white chick like that? You understand?
Yeah, well, the kid was. I think the kid was autistic or something.
Oh, he was autistic. Okay.
And she go, why would you call a kid a little boy an N-word? It's like I say, a child and black child doesn't even get a chance to be innocent. You know.
They looked at as animals. So
yeah, we don't have a chance with it. But this is the America that people love so much, you know.
Oh no, I see where you're coming. I already see where you're coming from.
But check this out. You go. Rico said, "Hey, this is the guy sit here and all the time talk about how white Africans are the enemy and whatnot. Now he's gonna try to be like pivot. Every time I put them on the spotlight, their love for white people. That's all it is. Rico got a white guy. He goes, Colin, we don't give a fuck what them crackers say. Oh, you're not fooling nobody, bro. I thought you were ready for it. Yeah, you ain't. Look, the bottom line is this. All you ADOS, FBA, Africa hating people, you ain't fooling me, you know?
I don't think Africa. I can say Africa.
They hate the Africans when they hate being called Africans and whatnot, but yet I'm supposed to believe that you motherfuckers care about fucking going up against white people. Okay, you know? Okay, let me play this video. This is really shocking, you know?
It's not shocking. Hell no. It's in the Midwest.
Have free speech in the country.
No, that's fine. You can support free speech. But you also have to be accountable for what you say. Would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
Whew. This woman, this MAGA TikToker, was on Pierce Morgan, and I cannot believe it, y'all. I was agreeing with Pierce Morgan in this interaction, and what they are discussing is this woman named Shiloh. I want to make sure I get her name right because everyone should know this woman. Her name is Shiloh Hendricks. Shiloh Hendricks, who called an autistic black child the N-word repeatedly at the playground. So I'm actually going to show you this clip because we have not talked about this on the channel. I think, honestly, sunlight is the best disinfectant when it comes to darkness. So let's look at this. Let's discuss it. I'm going to bleep it. I am going to tell you that it is difficult to watch, but I do want to stress that this is definitely very offensive. I don't know.
If you're 55 or over, did you know you could leave your loved ones with an inheritance of up to $300,000 with senior life insurance? You see, most seniors don't.
Pick whatever you want. Okay.
You call him the child?
The fuck you talking
Did you
about?
call the child the word?
None of your fucking business.
It is my own business. You call him. Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again?
Fuck you,
Okay. All right, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody dig into your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him the little child?
What if he acts like one is gonna
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old and the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech. And you can be recorded for that.
I don't give a shit.
Huh.
Fuck off.
Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you.
So then after that happened, which is so disturbing, right? I honestly felt like we could all agree on at least this one thing, that calling a child the N-word, not good. Shouldn't do it. I kind of felt like maybe that is the one thing Democrats, Republicans, Independents could all agree on, is that it's a step too far to use that word ever, and especially towards a black child. But this is where it gets really disturbing and crazy, is that after this happened, Shiloh Hendricks created essentially GoFundMe, a fundraising website called Give, Send, Go, titled Help Protect My Family, saying her address and personal details had been leaked and that she and her children had received threats. Within days, the fundraiser had collected more than $700,000 in donations, more than
you be having trolls in your chat, bro.
Child raised before it was closed.
You be having trolls in your chat.
Has ignited debates about racism, free speech, online harassment, and how
you don't blame the white woman. Your people say he don't blame the white woman. You be having some crazy.
Yeah. I get where he's coming from, but the bottom line is this Dusty brother, man. That is uncalled for. You do not call a child fucking the N-word, you know? I don't care if he's an African. I don't care if he's a freaking Caribbean, African American, or not. When it comes to children, right?
They all
that's where you draw the line with children. You know?
You tripping with that.
Your children, you draw the line, you know. For as an adult, okay, you could, you know, you roll with the punches, but
Africans supposed to be trying to integrate to Africa. What the hell are you talking about? Dusty, but you be saying some stupid shit. No offense. You stupid motherfucker.
Africans we supposed to try to integrate
stupid shit, bro.
Look, the bottom line is African American society is so toxic. I don't blame Africans for not trying to freaking integrate into black society, America. I really don't. If we would had a society that was civilized and culture and everything, like we did back in the days, Africans would assimilate, but they're not going to go to a society that worships violence, gangster rap, and
not all of it like that. Come on now, bro. Not all of it.
No, but I'm saying what's presented as Black American culture.
I feel you. I guess I'm in a different area. You know, we got different shit going on where I'm at. We got
I'm saying like this. My whole thing is where I live at, like you said, we have black people who live in nice neighborhoods and whatnot.
Yeah.
And the Black Americans don't want to be part of a lot of other black. A lot of black people tired of other black people.
So let me ask you. So in Virginia, because like we got like black suburbs where I'm at, like black.
Yeah, we got a lot of black suburbs here, and they, like I said,
fully black. All black. It's all black, right? All right.
We got whole neighborhoods. Like I was talking to my boy yesterday, Crystal Lake in Portsmouth. That's a freaking all those houses out there, like $1 million. It was built by a black man. One of my clients, her husband, late husband, was a preacher, and he was a home builder too. He built nice luxury houses back in the 80s, right? And it was real cheap when the land was real cheap, right? Yeah. And he built them, right? And people were paying like back then, paying like $50,000. Now these houses are worth millions of dollars, you know.
Down for
But
real.
they were like stone and whatnot. They got some of them got backyard pools, everything like that. Called Crystal Lake. You can look it up on the Google
look it up.
Maps. You know, Crystal Lake, Portsmouth. You know,
I'm gonna look it up.
Crystal Lake Drive. A nice area, right? But we got a lot of nice black areas here and whatnot. You know, just really nice black area. Virginia, Maryland. To me, Virginia, Maryland, and Delmarva, which is Delaware, Maryland area, probably between Delmarva, Dover, south, right, to North Carolina is probably the best place in the world for black people to live. You know,
Why you say that?
because we have so many black communities here that are really thriving. You know, especially in Virginia and Maryland. You know,
I know about Maryland.
thriving in black communities. Maryland. You know,
Maryland.
the eastern seaboard of Maryland. You know,
I'm gonna do my
Delaware.
research.
Delaware is like the cool because remember
Delaware.
something. People they was able to build housing development on land that was owned by black people, and down here in the South, you could build housing project. Developers come down here, and for what once used to be slave plantations and given to black. We had a lot of land, and developers start freaking developing lands, and black people start buying houses in all black enclaves. You know. And we have that here. When a lot of black people who are military people, doctors, you know, and all kinds of people, and they live together, you know. And here, man, you do, and also you got some white people who live in black neighborhoods. That
I'm a visit.
Neighborhoods, you know.
I'm not too hip on the East Coast. Shit, so I'm a visit.
East Coast is. Let's remember something. This is the oldest place where black people are. So you can't have people be here 400 years and not have a lot of success. A lot of these places that black people go to, like the Midwest, they only been here for like two generations, you know.
I'm from the deep south, so we've been here for a minute.
But down here on the East Coast, this is where black people first started. They eventually would take you to the deep south. And when slavery started dying,
you're talking about the internal slave trade. So
yeah,
you talking about your group of people. Like we already had that conversation. You know, like I said, my people, we came through Mississippi, Louisiana, like the Gulf Coast. We've been here since the 1700s because the French.
Mine came here. Mine came in the 1600s. But there was a lot of as slavery. Like my ancestors come from free blacks and slave black. My mother's side.
Atlantic Creole. Your people are Atlantic Creole.
Yeah.
All right. So So they've been there.
My family's Creole from the Carolinas.
That's where they got the Angola from, huh?
Creole from Carolina, the Great Dismal Swamp. You know.
All right.
Virginia Beach was part of the Great Dismal Swamp. North Carolina, Elizabeth City, all that right there. The Albemarle, those were all maroon black communities. Whatnot, they were out of reach of white people. You know, we had like thriving communities.
I'm hip to y'all. I know about Wilmington. Wilmington.
No, Wilmington's way down there. That's way down. You know,
it's way down there.
Yeah, I'm talking about the northeast of North Carolina. That's where the Great Dismal Swamp is. You know.
See, I don't know too much about y'all part of it. I just know about it.
It's like southern. It's like the southeast Virginia. The Dismal Swamp spans between North Carolina and Virginia. You know, and the Albemarle Sound. You know,
Facts.
Elizabeth City, whatnot. You know, something like that. That's my family's from. You know.
I'm gonna do my y'all been there for a minute.
So black people live there, and a lot of black people landowners and stuff like that, you know, and stuff like that. So when you have people that live there for so many years, of course there's gonna be black people. I remember when I was a kid, the most thriving black communities in the South were black. They were even above the white communities, you know.
But you know they don't really talk too much about your little section. Maybe like Maryland, I guess. But like with the black people, they talk about other cities. So I'm gonna do my research on North Carolina. You know,
North Carolina basically. In North Carolina, remember something in Elizabeth City, Virginia, slavery was dying out. You know, there was slavery, but it wasn't like the slavery you saw that moved to the deep South. You know,
antebellum slavery. It was antebellum.
Yeah, so basically on the coast of like Delaware, slavery. The last slave owner exists like 1830. He just said, he just set his slaves free one night. Delaware. So black people, you have the Eastern Shore of Virginia, Maryland, Delaware. They were free black people all that time, right? That's where Harriet Tubman was from, you know, Eastern Shore of Maryland, you know, and stuff like that. There were black community. People don't know something. In the 1830s, you know, there was a black man that owned a shipbuilding company.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he owned a shipbuilding company in the 1830s, you know?
Yeah.
You think of 1830s, you think, oh man, slavery, blah blah blah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Slavery was not for every black. Like J.J. Roberts, the first president of Liberia, he was born in Norfolk, Virginia, but he raised in Petersburg, and he basically was a businessman. His father, he inherited a business, and he was very wealthy out of Petersburg, Virginia. He was at a shipping company. So you have free blacks in this country. People don't understand the history. They have
Yeah. Oh, you know about the free black.
free blacks in this country that were thriving black communities that are old.
Oh,
Like, so when people tell you, like, wow, yeah, black people say, like, people think every black person was a slave.
Oh no.
They're like, no, you have
On my
free
mom's
black
side,
people.
they were free.
Free black people had their own communities and whatnot that just managed to be free. And then basically a lot of those free black people went to Liberia and built their own, duplicated their own communities that they had in America. That's why people say, when people say something stupid like the white man built Liberia, no, they didn't. All they did was, like, a lot of black people, like in Richmond and whatnot, they knew they worked on the Capitol building and stuff like that back in the days. It was black people who actually worked on the White House, the construction of the White House.
Yeah, I already know that. Yeah,
in Capitol Hill, So basically, we took those skills to Liberia, how to build tall buildings and stuff like that. And we said, look, we brought our skills to Liberia. People were building their own mansions and stuff like that in Liberia. People don't realize that. So there was black people that were basically doing their own thing in the 1800s. So that's why I said, when people say, well, you can't build a nation, we did it before,
I told my people, black Americans already built the nation.
We already built the nation. We showed the world we could do that. Imagine now before there was computers and all the other stuff like that we got today, please.
Yeah. I feel like we could conquer some shit. We could take over some stuff.
Yeah, we're gonna, like I said, the bottom line is this: we're gonna one day grab land and whatnot, and the bottom line is this: we'll negotiate for it. So say, hey, look, this is what but the idea we're gonna turn tails while some dusty African says that's when the guns come out.
That was like a couple of days ago. They talking about we can't get land and crazy shit. They're not gonna allow us to get
saying
land.
that?
Remember that? Yeah, that conversation with you, like.
The bottom line is this. Like, that's what I said. This movement right here is going to require us black people that go to the continent. We got to be prepared.
The Africans that you built it and they took it.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
They be just trolling on your shit. Like, damn, they troll too much for me.
I don't even read the chat room half the time.
Yeah, they be trolling. They be trolling me. What's Jonathan?
Jonathan goes conscious. I'm with Jonathan, man. I don't know what the hell's the matter with this guy.
I'm my people. I fuck with Jonathan. I'm my people from the Bay. I fuck with Jonathan.
Ever since Jonathan said he was gonna see me in Liberia, he never did, man. That was for me with him.
Jonathan being Nigeria, he be fucking with the Nigerians. The Nigerians.
He said he was coming to Liberia or not. I said, all right, Jonathan, you can go to Liberia. He goes, oh, I'm trying to counsel it. I said, nigga, I could basically get you a freaking a diplomatic visa, VIP, easily. You don't have to go through all that shit.
He focused on Nigeria.
I think you're gonna be there for 2 months, nigga. Please, can't rely on nobody.
Focus on Liberia.
What?
As he need to focus on Liberia. He focused too much on Nigeria. The Nigeria stuff.
Well, he told me he wanted to get involved with Liberia. He keeps asking about the American Liberia. I thought he was serious, man. So I don't know. I thought he was serious, man. Like I said, I'm dealing with a lot of people who ain't serious about shit,
Dusty brother, join the chat. You're dead. Join the chat. Benjamin Banneker was doggone. What are you talking about?
He said, I have not experienced racism because I live in a black community in Delaware.
Black communities in West Virginia.
You just have in Delaware, West Virginia, and Maryland. I guess there's 3 states he lived in. You just have to stay in your enclave hood and your freedom from racism. Look, I'm like this.
You live in the hood.
It's just a way. It's almost it's basically how you carry yourself.
Yeah.
I know the black people who go through racism are the ones that believe in this kumbaya with white people. Me, I look, and
but you from the old law,
huh?
You from the old law. You're not the new generation. So you've seen racism and
you seen these guys on Real that be up there on the street. These dudes, why not? They be asking white chicks all these questions when I,
yeah,
they
love black men in front of white boys. Yeah, you antagonize them.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, man, why the hell are you in these white girls' faces? We was coming up. We did not do that shit. White people, girls were over there. We was like that, I did not
don't
say
it-
I was going to be in Liberia for 2 months. Everybody knows I stay for 1 month. Why? Because I got to get out of there before the rainy season hits. Everybody knows that shit, you know.
rainy season.
April, the rains come. I'm out of there, you know.
You said
I
April?
remember I almost lost
Is
my
that
life.
bad?
Yeah. What?
The rainy season's that bad?
Yeah, man, that's the mosquitoes and the heat come out. When I was there in March, right? February, March,
Yeah.
the friggin' the temperature was only like between 75 and 85 degrees. That's perfect, you know. But when you get to like the 100 degrees and shit like that, and it's hot, well, now
I could do that. I could do that.
What, 100 degrees?
I live in Texas. I live down here. Yeah, I could
Yeah,
do that.
yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know about the tropics, bro. The tropics is something else, man. That's why I don't go there during rainy season. But I might go there in September. You know, depends on how everything goes. I might be back there in September. That's part of the end of rainy season.
That's why you wanted to go in February. All right, I got it.
Yeah, I go in February. That's why we do trips there because no rain.
Early. I was like February. I'm thinking it's gonna be the summertime shit.
No, February is like the dry season. You know, it's like it's like fall. You know, over there. You know, February, the temperature is like in the 70s. You know, it's a little chilly at night too. You know,
and you said rainy season is like 100-degree weather.
Yeah, it's hot. It's just humid. You know,
I could do that.
You got to be in the AC all the time and whatnot. You know, it's just really miserable. You know, especially when it rains and whatnot. I hate that shit. You know, and when some of the streets flood and shit like that. You know,
sound like Houston shit.
Houston does flood.
It floods. It sound like Louisiana, Texas.
The way they design Houston really bad. You know.
Yeah, it floods like a motherfucker.
They designed when they had that big flood a couple of years ago in 2016. They said the city designs were just like really poorly done.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Probably Nigerians in the city, you know.
Nigerians on their own little section. They do their little scamming crazy ass shit on their little section. So
why is Jonathan coming up my show? I thought I freaking got rid of him.
Where's Jonathan there?
Let me see what he has to say.
What's down, Jonathan?
Let's see what he has to say.
How you doing, King Darmigo?
What's down with it? What's up?
What's up with it? Kyla, you got to be honest now. When you first said you was going to Liberia, you said you was going to try to be there Hold on, let me finish. You said you was going to try to be there for 2 months.
I said try, but I said like this. That's if I would have left in February, at the beginning of February. I didn't do that. So when I left, it was it was February 28th, right? And I knew that I could only stay there a month. I can't be there in April. I told everybody that I can't be there. Even when I was on your show, that's how long you be there. I got to be out of here because I can't be here during rainy season, you know, because I'll get sick, you know. So I told everybody that, you know, rainy season is not maybe in a couple of years I could probably do that, but I can't go through that shit again. You know, that's when I got sick. You know, what the hell? The heat created typhoid and malaria. You know, mosquito took malaria. You know,
you're an African man, right? You got to be able to just.
Well, I guess I'm not really African, then. You know,
100%. Now there we go.
I don't know. Like I said, the bottom line is this:
I have a Nigerian passport. I don't need a visa to go there. I can just fly there. I don't need a diplomatic visa. I could just fly there.
Yeah, but you was telling me when you was on the show. He said, I'm working with the consulate, and I told you I can get a fucking disability. He was like, well, because we did.
Wait. Not like Liberian consulate. I have to go to the U.S. consulate.
But you didn't have to do that. All you had to do.
No, not to go to Liberia.
All you had to do was send me
something unrelated to Liberia.
$50 in your passport and a copy of your passport, and I could have got you a visa.
Hold on. It sounds like both y'all got similar ideas for Africa, or what y'all trying to do. Because Jonathan, it's like you want to Afghanistan in Nigeria or something like that, right? Like a little section of Nigeria too, huh?
It's not that I necessarily want to Afghanistan. I low-key want to get rid of the Nigerian government.
Huh?
Yeah. So I ride with the Biafra people and Amazonian people. I got watched
the bottom line is
and my idea was that Black Americans can work with Biafra and the Amazonian region.
Like everything else, like I said tonight, I believe in Biafra. I believe in Amazonia, right? But the blood and soil, the ultimate price of freedom is blood and soil. You know, They're gonna have to spill blood for that because ain't nobody gonna sign a piece of paper and Amazonia. No, it's gonna be forged in blood, just like Biafra, right? And if Black America is gonna come there, there's gonna be blood forged too because there's gonna be conflict. You know, and that has to happen.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm saying, well, let's ride with these two sides,
So what's
and
gonna happen?
we'll form three republics: one African American, one Biafra, one
That's
Amazonia,
gonna
and
take. That's gonna
it
take.
Wait,
will
wait,
be
wait,
Yeah,
wait.
called the
that's gonna take.
United Republics of Africa.
That's
And you
that's
go to World War One, you go to war with all. I mean,
well, you're
obviously,
gonna
it's
get
going
to
to
that
be a
point. You're
bloody
gonna have to
fight, but
fight
it
it
is
out
what
with
it
each
is.
other.
If
You
you're
have to
willing to
fight it out
die,
with
you
each
got to
other.
die.
You have to fight it out with each other because the bottom line, there's not going to be no kumbaya
No,
nation
no, no,
building. You
no.
know?
There's no fighting it out with each other when you make the connections already. At
So
that
you made the
time period,
connections
there's
with
already a
Amazonia.
connection with Biafra and Amazonia. They're right next to each other.
Yeah, but what's protecting you
They
from saying,
work together.
you know,
Yeah, what protects
what
Black
if they
America?
say, you know, something, Mr. Black American, you know, we like your hair, but we think we're gonna keep all this land for ourselves, man. Fuck you. What do you do?
Well, first of all, now why are you thinking like that?
Because that's what's gonna
No,
happen.
because the bottom line, I'm looking at history.
I
I'm looking at
Because
history.
I know niggas.
I doubt that will happen
Oh yeah, I
because
do.
Them
the
No,
niggas.
I
the
don't doubt it
That's
happen,
gonna
but it
happen.
can happen. What can
I
happen?
doubt it will
What
happen.
can
I
happen?
doubt
Will happen, man. Have you
What's
ever
one
gonna
studied
happen?
history?
there'll be
What, hold on, what
there's
leverage you
way
have?
too much war in attrition having to fight the Cameroonian French side and then having to fight the Nigerian government. At the time that this is all over with, and I'm hoping it's successful. Why the hell would we turn guns on each other?
Because that happens all the time.
Everyone ain't got to fight for
Hold up.
war like that.
Hold up.
No
Remember,
one
let me give you a
does.
history lesson.
Go
When the
ahead.
Chinese, communists, and the nationals came together to fight the Japanese, a common enemy, right? They knew once the Japanese were defeated, right? Guess what happened? They
They
said, you know,
fought each other.
what the hell we're gonna start saying. Mao said this, Shanghai said this. They said we don't agree, and next thing you know, they start resuming fighting each other. So
And that's
that's
why they
how
pushed them to
nations are built.
Taiwan.
You know?
Yeah,
Mao
it's
won,
war, it's blood, it's slaughter.
blood. You know,
Yeah,
that's
It's
how it
slaughter
but
is.
fest.
when the Chinese got their freedom, who did they fight? Who were the major people that they were fighting?
You said they
Well,
got they
hold
which
on.
one
First
they
of all, it's like this. This is what happened.
you said they got
The
their freedom.
Chinese were subject to a Manchurian government. That's what called Manchurian candidate. Manchurian government for 400 years, right? In,
Yeah.
in 1912, Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists overthrew the Manchu government, right? Then they had a period of unstabilization and stuff like that in the country. And they had Western domination, had spheres of influence and everything. Then the communists said, look, you know, our enemies are the British, the Americans, the French, all these people that's carved up China for their own spheres of influence, right? So basically what happened was they although they didn't wage war against the West, right? The Japanese decided that the China destabilized China, right, was a threat, and it brought the Western powers on its shores. So Japan started to first invaded Manchuria in 1931, and then it basically built the military base and just started bombing Shanghai and Nanking and all these other places like that. And the Chinese, the nationalists and the communists came together to fight against the Japanese,
Japan,
right?
yeah.
And then what happened was after the Japanese, after World War II, when Japan got hit with the Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they turned on each other, you know, about who's going to about dominance, who was going to dominate China, and the communists actually won, you know, and the nationalists fled to Taiwan.
Yep.
You know? That's
It's
what
all
happened.
gonna be some type of war. A slide.
And in that case, they still had their separate republics,
Yeah,
right?
but America recognized Taiwan as China. We didn't recognize China as China until Nixon came there in 1974 and recognized the People's Republic of China.
That's fine. But at the end
America
of the day,
for
after
35
that
years, for
war,
30
they
years,
both still have their country.
America basically and the West
But
did not recognize China as Mao's government as a legitimate China. China
but
was
but check this
Taiwan.
out. But look, check this out though, Jonathan. So we get our own land in Nigeria. We not even the same. Like we black, but we not the same ethnic group as the Igbo or the Amazonians. You know, so think what's gonna happen when we get our own stuff.
What's to stop you from mixing in with those people? You can get a wife.
I
You can get a
don't
wife.
see,
You can have some kids. You can do whatever you want.
I don't see that happen. I don't know. I just don't see it happen.
Because the bottom line is, the bottom line is this: you know, look, we're never gonna be free until we basically control our own destiny. You know, suppose that.
Yeah, but Carl, I agree with you. The problem is
destiny.
that
I'm not putting my destiny. Wait, I see it, right? I see. This is just my opinion. You don't have to agree with this. I don't believe in after 500 years of being under some white man's thing. I'm not gonna be under another black person thing.
Thank you.
Anything I want to do for right now, we're gonna do. I might as well just stay with the white man. You know.
Yeah.
I know what I got. You know, but being with a country like, let me give you an example. What do you think about what's going on in Togo? Now, let's say
I have no clue what's going on.
Okay, what's going on in Togo is the father used to rule the country for 50 something years, right? The son took over where he had 3 terms or whatnot. Then he rewrote the constitution to allow. He said he's president for life, and people are in uproar. You know, people walk out signs talking about we are a republic, not a kingdom, whatnot. So all this fools, like President Biya of Cameroon, no one even knows where he's at right now. He's basically like this.
He's dead.
This is what I'm talking about. I'm looking at all over Africa, and I'm saying to myself, there's no way I'm gonna let any one of these people, the people I love and care about, Black America, right? I am not gonna subject them to none of these freaking leaders, none of them, you know, never. That's never over my dead body, you know. So bottom line, people want to go like this. That's why I said if you talk about Nappers on it, you have to basically be prepared to say, look, this is I want you to have Biafra to have a nation. I want you to have a nation, but this section right here, it got to be us, our sovereignty, autonomy, whatever like that, and it has to be forged in blood, you know, like that. Was you got nothing, you know, because the bottom line is this: you cannot have another race of people, another ethnic group ruling over you, you know, because you're never going to get the respect of your own people. You know?
Kyle, I agree. I think the difference is that in terms of numbers, we outnumber them.
You outnumber who?
The issue is just getting people to move there. Just no different than the difference is if people actually had moved to Liberia, the natives couldn't have won. Couldn't have won at all.
Dusty brother, you wrong,
trying to
bro.
move to Liberia, but if you read my novel, American government was really hostile. They still needed black labor. They still needed black labor in this country, you know. And so, as also, you had something that that doesn't exist in Africa. You had a people, a group of black people, chosen leadership, right? Who really wanted nothing to do with Africa. They wanted to be at the feet of America, the Boule, everything. And they basically, like, that's why I said, when I see Dr. Arikana, and she's with Andrew Young. Andrew Young is part of that. He was against Black Power movements for all time. He was against Pan-African Black Power movement. But yeah, he was on the so-called ADDI with Dr. Arikana. I'm like, what the hell's going on? This guy has spent his life, man, opposing Black nationalist politics and stuff like that. So it is what it is, you know. IMC he said Togo put the guy that stepped down, take on the head of parliament, replace him with the 87-year-old president. Bottom line is this: Togo is basically a French puppet or not. Nothing goes on in Africa unless a French say so or not. So that as long as he's doing the bidding of French, he's going to stay in power. You know, simple as that. Same thing with Biya and Cameroon. You know, is by nowhere. If we don't talk about freedom. You know what I'm saying? There's not one country in Africa that has freedom. None. You know, they're all friggin'
Was that Bailey Bird?
Bailey Bird said, you said it was violent. That's
not kind of violent. I ain't gonna lie.
Small blocks here. I live in East in NOLA. That's a beautiful, loving black city.
What's he talking? The French crew. Nah, the East fucked up, man. They got some spots in the East that's kind of fucked up.
Where's that at? Where's that at?
The East used to be like almost like in Atlanta, like a black before Katrina, like a black middle class neighborhood or area. You still got some black middle class shit going on, but a lot of niggas from the projects move over there after Katrina.
Yeah, Houston got messed up when Katrina happened. I remember that.
Nah, Houston straight. Houston, they straight. It's safe.
No, right after, you know, I'm talking about that time period, right after Katrina, all of New Orleans came in there, man. That was, they're like, y'all got to go, you know. They're like, y'all got to go.
Keep your nose clean, no one. It depends. Yeah, it's some black. And Dusty, but he wrong about Louisiana. Ain't no Caribbean about me, nigga. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
No, Louisiana is Black Creole, French Creole.
Yeah, it's not Caribbean. It's no, and the Haitians that came, the Haitians that went over, they were white Haitian slave owners. There were no black Haitians that went over there.
I know
That's
people.
a myth.
People think Louisiana was founded by Haitians.
Hell no. Nah.
Just like people think Haitians founded Chicago. No, it was a
Haitian.
Haitian.
No, they didn't.
A Haitian explorer that went there right now, but it was African Americans, people, ex-slaves who settled there and built.
Yeah, that founded Chicago.
Yeah, that's Haitian was just an explorer.
Yeah,
he didn't settle there and build anything, you know. But these people always love giving themselves credit for some shit, you know.
They have to because they don't really have much to give themselves credit for.
I be noticing that too. He said the mulattoes. He be talking about mulattoes a lot. He talking about some crazy shit.
I don't know.
That must be Prince. The Prince is always talking mulattoes.
Why you always talk about mulattoes? He just be bringing that up a lot.
Yeah, he hate people of a lighter complexion.
Hold on. But let me get back. Let me get back to this.
Weird.
Let me get back to this video. Here's this one lady. Watch what she has to say. You know.
Funding sites are used in the wake of controversial incidents. I mean, yeah, it's absolutely despicable. I've never even heard of Give, Send, Go, that they would take money for something like this and that they would basically profit off of it. And it's doubly offensive that we have people who are funding racism. Let's just call it. That's what they're doing. And in order to get past the filters they've been saying things like the person who donated was Nate Higgers or Nuck Figures. So you can understand what they're actually trying to say, or Fenty Floyd instead of George Floyd. So it's not like these are nice people donating to Shiloh. These are the worst of the worst who are raising money for this woman. And it's a thing that is called, and I hadn't heard this before, vice signaling. So the conservative movement has a twisted version of what they call virtue signaling, where they accuse Democrats or liberals or progressives of, defending minorities or being out there in a way that helps protect the most vulnerable among us. But they think that we're doing it just to get bonus points. It's called virtue signaling. Well, this is vice signaling. And what that is the conservatives movement's twisted mirror image of virtue signaling, where people donate money specifically to show support for reprehensible behavior. And the interesting thing about this is that it's actually created a huge fissure in the Republican Party, because Ben Shapiro came out against this. Rightly so. Good for you, Ben. Here's a little bit of what he said.
Iron Beam is the industry-leading broker catering to traders worldwide. With the free Iron Beam platform and free real
calling a little black kid the N-word, I think we can agree, is a bad thing to do. Okay, now, if you have trouble with that statement, that calling a little black kid the N-word is a bad thing to do, I'm not sure why. That seems totally uncontroversial to me. Whether you have broader concerns about racialized language in America, I don't see the necessity for having a debate over, for example, the use of the N-word in rap music, which is terrible, in order to say that it is bad for an adult white woman to call a 5-year-old kid the N-word.
It's pretty self-explanatory. I think most people can agree with this, but this is the thing. MAGA is not most people. And what's really interesting is that far-right commentator Matt Walsh, who works for Ben Shapiro, said this: I'm glad she raised $500,000. I hope she raises $1 million. Yeah. So perhaps not surprising, still shocking that Matt Walsh would say this. And what, again, is not shocking or not surprising, but shocking is this woman literally admitting on live TV that she is a racist. And I'm not being hyperbolic. That's exactly what happens. Watch this.
You would?
Mm-hmm. I do, quite frequently.
You use the M word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, well, if you use the N-word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you?
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech, which, by the way, Shiloh Hendricks is being attacked on all fronts. They're trying to bring legal charges against her. They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter. That's a different.
Sorry, but just to be
thing.
clear, you just said to me you use the N-word regularly. In what context? Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate to use the N-word? When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist.
Correct.
Well, do you understand that makes you a despicable human being?
I guess so. I don't really care. I mean, why are we not talking about Shiloh Hendricks? Why are we talking about?
Well, actually, I think you've moved it on in this debate very quickly to your own racism, which explains why you've supported her in public and why you've got all these views. You see no problem with a woman shrieking the N-word repeatedly because you yourself are a despicable racist, and you've just proudly admitted that with a smug grin on your face, which is pretty horrifying, actually, for most people to have to watch. And shame on you. You're entitled to do it, and I'm entitled to call you despicable.
Facts. And I just want to let you all know, Piers Morgan, I can't believe I was agreeing with him, but if there's one thing I'm going to agree with him on, it's the fact that maybe being a racist is awful, and anyone who promotes the fact they're racist should be shamed and shunned out of polite society. But this is not her first time doing this. Lily Gaddis has used the N-word on TikTok. She got fired from her job. And because of that, she became a right wing celebrity because she got canceled, in other words, held accountable for her actions, and then got attacked by the right because they thought she was Jewish, which is just a real head scratcher there. But and then they say, what a pathetic loser. And I got to agree. She is pathetic. This whole thing is pathetic. It's extremely sad that this is where we are as a society. It is hopeful, I guess, that we do have people like Ben Shapiro and Piers Morgan on the right who are pushing back on this. But the fact that there's enough people that want to donate their money to someone who used one of the worst things you can call a black person to a black child is despicable. And it just goes to show how far we've fallen and how far we have to go to fix this. That's all I got. Thank you so much for watching. If you liked the video, please hit like on the video. If you're not subscribed, consider subscribing.
Yep, that's where we're at right now. That's where we're at. There's people out there. It's fashionable to become a racist nowadays. It's okay to say the N-word or not. This is how sunken we've sunk into. This is what we are subjected to. So when somebody tells me that we shouldn't be talking about a nation of our own, whatever like that, they got to be insane. I'd be like, no. Someday we're gonna be free from all this shit. That's what I see. Marcus said, "Dustbro, you stereotype my grandma Creole. I grew up in a Creole household." Jay says, Bailey Burr said, Jay says, you ain't lived until you've been to a pool party with a bunch of them shaking ass and bounce. Who's he talking about? Who's he talking about? Them shaking them in the ass? What's he talking about?
Yes, indeed.
What are you talking about?
Yes, indeed.
I don't go to pool parties. A pool party, only pool I go to, my brother, he has a pool in his backyard. I don't go to pool parties. I don't like being around strangers like that, so it is what it is. Louisiana woman, oh, well, whatever. Well, I'm past the age of fucking chasing women's ass and whatnot. It don't do nothing for me no more. I'm past that age, bro, past that stage of my life. Watch the all right has to recognize fascist central points, Yeah, well, the bottom line is this. We live in a world where I'm looking at these comedians, right? The Hodge twins, right? And I went off on their platform. Hope they read what I wrote and whatnot, I wrote the whole thing is if you're gonna be an asshole, don't leave your comment section open, because I'm gonna come in there and say something or not. I told the Hodge twins, you know, your mother was a whore. She loved black. Yeah, I said that. I said your
You
mother.
told him that?
Yeah, I said your mother was a whore, and she was whoring on and loving black or not. You know,
damn.
You're angry because you got that. You inherit that black sperm in your DNA.
Damn.
And so you're angry at black people because your mother was a whore and she was addicted to black dick. You know, that's the truth though, right? Why they hate black people so much? You know, these mixed race twins. You know,
I'm noticing a lot of mixed race people like they're not claiming black no more anymore. They claim
they hate black people. It's not even just that. The Hodge twins sounds like the fucking Ku Klux Klan. So the bottom line, it's time to rein them in, man. It's time to fucking go to their shows, whatever like that. Show up there and show them how much we care and whatnot. Drive them off stage, knock them upside the head and whatnot, you know, and let them be like, man, we tried to do a show. Some Negroes showed up and whatnot. No, yeah, that's right. That's what it is. That's why you gotta freaking these days and times, you gotta make racists and people like that who are enemies of us scared, you know. That's what I want to spend my time doing, right? I want to encourage people, you know. Someone saying something stupid, whatever like that, racist, whatever like that. Let them know how you feel, you know. Make a connection. The best connection you could always make is between your fist and their mouth, you know.
Damn.
You really Africa's gonna give us land? No, we're gonna take land. You don't understand, Rico. We're gonna take it. Does he understand? You know, Marcus, you understand where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah. You gotta take land. You gotta
fucking take it, man. Nothing's gonna be given.
They're not. It's power, bro.
Nothing's gotta be given. We're gonna fucking take it, man.
Power.
Shit.
You understand? You live in America, Rico.
Shit, man. We're gonna give you no damn land. We're gonna take the land.
Like manifest destiny, you heard me? Manifest destiny.
Our destiny is to have our own land. You know, we're saying it, you know. I just need more and more young black men believing that, you know. Then we'll have 10,000 brothers that'll go to the continent and set that shit up. You know?
This is my plan. You gotta tell them, you know, black men like to chase women. You better tell them they got 10,000 big booty black women.
No, it ain't gonna be like that.
That would look like
you gotta tell them, you know, look, it is when you have a land and you have your mastery over that and everything in it is yours, you know. So if there's women over there, whatever like that, the bottom line is this: black men got to get serious about because the white man's not playing, you know.
Nobody's playing.
Only people playing black. So I can say I'm not getting play with that shit, that booty shit, you know. Like I said, white man, right now the white man's only nervous because it's not football season, you know. Or he got basketball distracting Negroes, right? But when's preseason start in August, right?
Yeah.
But as soon as August comes along, man, all this politics is gonna go out the door. Man, I seen it last year. Well, it was like a drop off in politics.
Damn, you might be on to some shit.
Yeah.
Damn, hold on. Because you think about it, a lot of crazy shit be happening to us during the summertime. Like black men being shot like by the police, you know, what it is. Floyd, what's his name? George Floyd. It's crazy shit.
Bottom line, as soon as football season comes in, black people forgot about shit, you know.
You talking about black people, white people?
But see, black people like they're so concentrated on football, they ain't thinking about nothing else besides football. You know, that's why politics and all stuff like that, you know, gets the backseat. Watch out, all these shows fall off in August, you know, so football season start, you know. Everybody got the game, my team, whatnot, you know. Black men with these sports, man. It's annoying. They don't think about nothing else.
You're talking about white people.
Huh?
I thought you were talking about white people with football.
No, black people, you know. I understand white people because they got lives and they got responsibilities in the world, man. Black men, it's like, damn, you've been working, making minimum wage and whatnot. The only thing you think about is your team. I said, remember the movie? You ever see the movie Bronx Tale?
Yeah, with the Italian and the black woman. Yeah.
Remember the one part where Sonny says to him about the Yankees? He said, "You like the Yankees? Yeah, I love the Mick." Right? He goes, "Well, if your father lost his job, see if Mickey Mantle will come and put food on the table." You know. And so he said, "He goes the Mick. You know, they made the Mick cry." Right? He goes, "Why do you care about that?" He goes, "Oh, he's a hero." He's like, "Well, it's like at some point in time, you gotta be like, hey, look, man, we're like this, you know." Simply knows what I'm talking about. Negroes love sports, man, too much, right? It's like, dude, man, like I said, what's your team? I said, okay, I got a team, man, but the bottom line is I got to pay my bills. This team ain't going to do shit for me if I fucking lose my job, lose my business, whatever like that, you know? So I ain't thinking about that. You know,
Why is the case? Why you think black men like sports so much?
They do, because
so
the bottom line, the white man gives us sports. Sports is, let me tell you something, brother. Sports is always throughout history, especially the Roman time, used to
bread and circus. Bread and circus.
Distract people. You know, really. That's why they spend so much money on it. That's why they put it as a news. Like I said, this now in sports, right? I think the only one that don't have like a sports moment is Fox News. You know. Every other time, CBS, NBC, and whatnot, they always have, like back in the days, they have this guy Warner Wolf that was on CBS, right? Yeah. And basically, he was like the best person. You always basically wait to Warner because he always gave you the highlights of sports. Whatever, the way he just made it seem so exciting. In other words, sports is always a main part of the news, right? I was always saying, why is that? Why is it that all this stuff going? Because I'd be like, when I was like 18, right? I started getting into politics, right? Yeah. I started getting what's going on, right? And there were like people on news programs, right, talking about something going on in the Middle East, or particularly something going on in Africa or something like that. And I was a junkie for news that went on in Africa, right? Right in the after the guy get into it, when we're gonna break, we got to break for a second. Oh, such and such is now being traded to this team right here. I'm like, what the fuck, was that important? You know, and like, it was that important, man. You interrupted a real good program. So it'd be something black, or something like that. Something basically that I'm interested in. Next thing you know, they cut, and then they got next to talk about the friggin' such and just quit the division title. When I say sports always take precedence over everything. That's how they distract you, Romans did it. The Romans
just bread and circus, bread and circus.
You know why? Because while they were doing that, they were robbing. The people didn't pay attention to the fact that they were robbing the treasury and taxing them and wasting their money and stuff like that. They were distracted by these gladiator games and stuff.
Bread and circus, yeah. Send a link for Prince P. You tripping? It's business. What are you talking about now? Send a link for this crazy.
Most African are not Pan. Yeah, sometimes when it's Pan Africans even ready, Call mad because nobody gives a shit about African, some fairy tale shit. No, I'm not mad. Like Africa, the bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. Wouldn't you be in a better position, right, when some racist bitch like this gets up here and talk about that, and you're like, okay, I was saying, well, America's my country. You said there's another video I should find. She was like, America's my country. I was like, we're here, but we also got some place to go to. That's what Jews have. They have another refuge, But in African, I'm not even saying every black person has to go, but every black person should be able to invest in there or visit there, or or try to see how they can help build it. I ain't saying every black person that get on it. What is this notion that people think? I'm thinking every black person got to stop what they're doing, quit their job, and move to an Africa. That's stupid. That's dumb. It's like when you talk about building a why wouldn't you do that, right? It's like, okay, some people are moving there, they're building this, whatnot. Maybe that's something I could invest in. I could invest in. Maybe if I could put some stocks, put some of my stock portfolio in African stock, whatever, like that. Who knows? That's something that's something that you have that for you. You right now, the black man in America don't have anything for us. Do we even own a sports team?
Nope.
We don't have shit. We love sports. Are we an NFL?
It looked like we had more shit back in the day, shit.
Yeah, when we had Negro leagues, at least we had that. We had nothing. Now we have absolutely nothing. And everything we have is basically whatever white people just shoot to give us crumbs for. And somebody said the other day, it says, "Why don't Ice Cube got a league, man, but nobody supports it." Nobody supports it. Everybody. Ice Cube got a league. Was it like 3-on-3 or something like that? Nobody really supports. Does anybody pay attention to it? No. And so bottom line, nobody supports that shit. Everybody think about the NFL, and everything like that. So the white man's league is everything like that. MJ, Michael Jordan. No, Michael Jordan don't own nothing. He's part owner. He's part owner. There's no black man that owns any major team in America, right? They're part owners, right? Like Jay-Z.
Everybody want that
1% ownership for the Nets, right? But they give him a box seat. That's about it.
Everybody want. They say drop the link.
Jay-Z got 0.000% nets. So that's as much as they're going to give us. I said, well, he got something, Kala, and whatnot. What do you got? I ain't got shit. I admit it. Go ahead, Dark Migo.
Nah, I was gonna say, because you saying, everybody just want to get in the NFL, don't want to support like the black leagues. It's funny because, like, bro, it's only like 400 spots available in the NFL, and they got like millions upon millions of black people competing for like 400 spots. That's just crazy to me. That people don't even understand that they, like they're getting played and getting their whole time wasted.
Yeah. So, look, the NFL. I don't know. Maybe it's a done deal. The NFL is just so powerful right now.
Yeah, the NBA like that too, and I think it's
Bowl,
less numbers.
Generate billions of friggin' dollars on one game. The advertising spot is like $1 million for 30-second ads and whatnot. It's like the paraphernalia, all stuff like that. The marketing and whatnot. There's literally billions of it. The NFL is probably the highest grossing thing in America, right? Probably more than Ford, GM, and all that combined. So if you think it's gonna go away, whatever like that,
I don't think it's ever
going to. White men that got money, man, they will freaking assassinate people.
Right?
It ain't gonna happen, man. So let's leave that alone. Go ahead, Princess.
He called him Princess.
Oh man, why he come up here?
What's up, man? Y'all need an intervention. I had to come up, man.
Oh boy,
I ain't never even talked to this dude before, man. What's down with it?
I finally caught you. You always run off when I come on, man. It's scary, bro.
You said what?
I say you always run off when I come on, man.
Oh yeah, big bad Principe, man. Everybody just runs.
Man, what the fuck you talking about, man? What's up?
You sound like like Zongo.
Nah, he spread a lot of misinformation, man. I noticed.
Who?
Like he be talking. Both you guys. Basically,
what I say that was wrong, bro?
This stuff you be talking about, bro. I don't know what the hell you talking about, mulattoes and shit, and light skin, all this other shit. I'm like, what
no. You a Louisiana cat. Like Louisiana is the only French colony I noticed that there's no such thing as a black Creole. You go to Martinique, you go to Guadeloupe.
You said there's no such thing as a black what?
We have black Creole. You guys
black Creole. There's different.
No. You guys deport to mulattoes. The mulattoes. Every time y'all claim, time y'all try to claim y'all Louisianans, y'all always try to imply some kind of mulatto as your uncle or cousin or grandma.
Again, you don't know what the hell you talking about. So I'm gonna put you on game, little one. The most Creole people that I know, the ones that still speak Corvinal Louisiana Creole, are dark skinned or black people, dark skinned people. Most of them, they not the light skinned people you're talking about that they keep bringing up. It's the stereotypical Seven Ward people in New Orleans. Bump all that. You gotta go to the country and with them dark skinned black women.
I know this, but I'm saying I noticed you guys always never talk about the black Creoles.
They do
the
talk
that's
about
majority
that.
African blood.
No, they do.
Y'all try to basically imply
they do
the
talk about
mulattoes is
that.
the
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
That's Hollywood, bro.
That's Hollywood.
No, you do the same shit. Y'all all do the same shit.
No, it's not. They got
Creole.
He Creole. Call like Atlantic Creole, bro.
Bro, I know about, like I said, y'all the only ones I notice every time when the word Creole come up, y'all default to mulattoes.
Listen what I'm telling you. Not listen what I'm trying to tell you. New Orleans, due to New Orleans being one of the biggest city in Louisiana, the historical Creole population was in the 7th Ward, and they misconstrued that. Them niggas, the big Creole in Louisiana, your people got to be they got to be Catholic. They got to speak the language. It's not about no light skin shit. You understand? I don't know where the fuck y'all got that from, but they do have black or not black.
I know this. They're the majority of the shit. That's why I wrote way that y'all funny because I get pumped by mulattoes.
Saying y'all, that's one neighborhood that does that. That's the 7th Ward. I'm trying to tell you,
bro. Ask any African American on average, their vision of what a Creole is a mulatto. I know for a fact there's black mulattoes.
Most black Americans don't know shit about the Gulf Coast. On the listen, on the Gulf from Houston all the way to Mobile was French land and Spain on it. That's Creole land. You understand?
I noticed.
They got more.
Yeah, I know that.
Hold on. You got more people that speak Creole in Beaumont. You understand? Beaumont, Texas. You understand? Lake Charles, Lafayette, than New Orleans. You got more people that speak Creole in the river parishes then in New Orleans. And then, like Kyla said, you got black people that migrated from Virginia, right? And North Carolina, the new slaves, and the intermingle and went uptown and intermingle too. So you keep this Creole, whatever the fuck shit you talking about, this mulatto shit, y'all fucked up. This is why they had the paper brown. See, y'all don't know what shit y'all talking about. You know what I'm saying? So Creole is this, it's like Gullah Geechee. That's a Creole people. You know what I'm saying?
Creole just means mixed culture, bro. Mixed culture
That's
in
what
the
I'm trying to tell.
in the colonies. That's what that's the original meaning of it. There's a lot of black Creoles. So when
That's what I'm saying.
when I hear you let Carlos speak, talking about the light skinned people, and you never correct. This is the first time I ever heard
I
you
never
correct them.
heard
I
Kyla
never
say
correct
that.
them on the 13 colonies.
I never
Louisiana was
said
not a part
Kyla
of the
said
13
that.
colonies. It
I
was a
never heard
fucking
Kyla
French
said
colony.
that.
I never
Kyla, did you
correct
say
none
that?
of these niggas.
Kyla, did you
I
say
never
that?
see you go on Dynasty and correct none of these
I don't
niggas.
be on dying this shit. I don't be on this shit. What are you talking about?
You only correct me in the chat. Oh, he don't know each other. When I
I don't
finally
be
come
on
up, now you
dying
know
this
all this
stuff.
history like I know the
I
history.
don't, man. What the fuck? I don't be on dying this stuff. And I never heard Kyla say light skin stuff. He even say you're
He
Atlantic Creole.
has. He
I know
has in the
about.
past.
I have not. Yo,
I
bro,
ain't
let me
never
tell you
said
something.
that
Let
shit,
me
bro.
tell you
What you talking
something.
about?
Let me tell you something. In the Atlantic Creole area, you got a mixture of dark, light, brown, and like that. It has nothing to do with skin tone. It has everything to do with a particular color. Let me perfect example I'm talking about, right? The Creole, as far as Atlantic, is just basically, it really means just the Africans who basically do not have an indigenous African tongue and language and whatnot. That means some of your language may be Irish, some of it may be Native American, some of it may be English, some of it like stuff like this, right? You mix that all together, right? And what comes out is a Creole. That means a mix, the language, the foods, everything is like a mix of a combination of different things while people could come together or not. That's what the Creole culture is on the Atlantic seaboard. But they're all black. When you look at them, these are black folks. These ain't mixed people like that. You got someone
I know that.
light complected, because I got family members that are very light skinned. You got family members that are very dark skinned, but they all you could tell. Let me tell you something. I thought about this, right? When I was a kid, right? Liberia City is like the Black Creole capital of the world, right?
Yeah, what city?
Elizabeth City, North Carolina, right?
I never heard about that.
Elizabeth City. Okay, check this out. I'd never forget, right? This is Creole black neck culture, right?
Yeah.
My grandmother, right? She had her property line, right? And the guy, Mr. Henderson, he's like a dark skinned black guy, but he owned land out there. His wife was light skinned, whatever like that. And my grandmother would say, we don't even know if Mr. Henderson's black, white, whatever like that. But you understand how Creole culture works, right? And then basically the guy Sheldon that lived on the other side of her, right? And she was like, "You never speak the name Sheldon in this house, whatnot." And she'd be out there arguing with this old man. He was a junkyard. He had a junkyard right next to our house, whatnot. But that's the way the Creole culture. They're very rugged, individualistic, and basically on Sunday was like the best thing. You had to wear your best
Sunday best, huh?
Sunday clothes and everything like that. The cooking and everything. It was just a different culture. Now I said, what's the difference between them and the African culture, whatever like that? Only thing was different is the experience in America, right? If you grew up in the Carolinas, right, the biggest thing in the Creole people in Carolinas, right, is owning a brick house. You have a wood frame house with a front porch, right?
Yeah.
And then a brick house. My Aunt Mamie, that was a Creole woman like you only. She had a brick house. When you go to the house one night, everybody said, "Oh, you got a brick." That was a status. If you didn't have a brick house, it was like, my grandmother, she had a nice wooden house, whatever like that, and she put aluminum siding on it. It was a big house, right? But still, though, the Coles right next door, the Henderson, the Cole right next door had a brick house. That was just a big, just a status, right? My grandma made me around the corner. She was right next to East Carolina University, right there on that road, right there, East Carolina University. Look it up.
Yeah.
She had. I drove by there a couple of months ago, and I saw her house. And she's long gone, but I saw her house. It had the Bayport and everything like that. That was status right there. You just gotta understand the.
We're not talking about Lafayette, Louisiana. G. He talking about Atlantic Creole and the East Coast.
Yeah, so
we talking about his people, bro.
Yeah,
we ain't talking about Lafayette.
Creole culture and whatnot. Going to church was important. And everything like that. Just the whole Creole. That's how you describe African American culture in that area, Creole. You know, it's
And
basically so when people try to tell us, well, we're not African. Yes, we are. But being in America, being a different experience, right? You're gonna pick up certain things, languages, and stuff like that, and then you make them uniquely your own. People don't understand that. We're still basically
That's true. That's true.
Bailey
That's
Bird.
true. That's true.
Africans, you know.
The people in the South more so than the North. But and then Rob Maurice, you're wrong. Is that they're no different than the Haitians. The Haitians got black Creoles like me, who's majority African, mixed tribe, and then they got the mulattoes who are also Creole. Then there was the French who was also a Creole because their culture intertwined and mixed. So this is the first time I even heard Colin speak on this. Colin never speaks on this shit. Colin always trying to imply that only the mixed people or the mulattoes and whatever.
No, I never said you misunderstood.
I said implied. That's what you said.
I never said
implied.
My uncle Dennis was a dark skinned man. He was very Creole. His language, way he talked, everything like that. His language, the way he talked, his work ethic.
He educated. Hold on,
old man, but he wore his hair slick, a little bit.
Dude, Colin educating.
Imitating the mulatto. See, y'all big folks.
No. But listen, hold on. I'm about to defend Colin. So he talking about the Atlantic Creoles. It's like one of the oldest black ethnic group in North America.
The first Africans, and mostly from the Congo and
Angola, Congo Kingdom, the Portuguese. So that's the Atlantic Creole.
They were here in the 1600s,
Yeah, they Virginia, they in Virginia, Maryland, and North Carolina. He talking about his people. They the Atlantic Creole. We not talking about Louisiana Creole right now. But it ain't all about being mixed, my brother. My grandpa, they were mixed.
If you have 400 years of people who are basically off the continent, right? Of course, they're gonna the culture is gonna evolve and change. The foods and stuff like that are gonna change a little bit. Out of which you have a Creole, which means a mix. Creole means that you're a mixed, culturally a mixture of African. You speak the English language. That's why they call Atlantic Creole. So how about the Atlantic Creole? This. You may have a full-blooded African, right? But he was born in Portugal, or he was born in Spain. He was born in England. He was born in the Netherlands, and basically comes to America, right? He's not culturally African, right? But he's not white either, right? So his culture and identity is like what they call a Creole. He's a mixture of European ancestry, not ancestry, but cultural heritage and black heritage because of his race is black. That's what Creole simply means. Had nothing to do with your skin tone, nothing like that.
Yeah, it's not that.
I know. There's black people that's light skinned that's not mixed. My grandfather was a light skinned black man, not mixed. Me, I have a little bit of white and I'm dark skinned.
What is your obsession with this mixed stuff, man?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, I'm talking about because you guys were basically implying first off. That's the main reason I even hopped on. This guy was trying to imply that Haitians were not here before the 1800s, which is false. We have statues in Georgia. Then he tried to imply only whites came to Louisiana.
I'm saying
then he tried to imply that, and I said, "Well, mulattoes," and they tried to imply that I don't like mulattoes. I have no problem with mulattoes, but I know the Louisiana cats. They folded bow to mulattoes. So I hopped up on the stage to clarify that, and I hopped up on the stage to talk about the Haitian history in America.
Hold on.
And how half of America was not a part of America before the 1800s.
Prince of P. You talking about Louisiana niggas? Some of the most niggas in the country. Talking about this mulatto shit. You understand?
Bro, so why do you never correct Colin when he talks about all these other regions that were not a part of the 13 colonies before the 1800s? And you from Louisiana, you're supposed to know this. Some of these parts were French parts. You don't correct nobody here, bro.
I told him about the Gulf Coast.
We consider all of the United States of America as African Americans.
Thank you,
bro. So what is the history of Louisiana? You guys don't know it because it wasn't part of the 13 colonies, bro. What is the history of California? You guys don't fucking know it because y'all were part of the 13 colonies, bro. You guys are talking nonsense, bro.
When I talk about the 13 colonies, I'm talking about me as
there were more than 13 colonies in North America.
Dude,
people of Louisiana, they're mostly French.
Spanish colonies, They had Dutch colonies. There were way
Yeah.
more
Thank you.
African colonies.
Bro,
Thank
bro.
you.
But in today's
I
world, we're
came from English
all one
colonies.
people, Princip.
Yeah, we don't separate. We all American black. We
No,
all
so
American, bro.
What you
it
want us
was
to
less
do, Princip? You
uniform.
want Kyler to be like he a Dutch
Fuck.
African American,
I am not no Dutch
and
African.
another person be like, I'm
I'm
a
African
French
American.
African
That's all.
American.
That's cool.
You want from
Well,
Florida? I'm a
let's
Man,
Central
we
throw
all
some
African
let's throw
American.
some
That's
facts.
cool.
Also,
They
principally,
be talking this fake blanket
you know
shit.
what's amazing?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
African Americans, despite all this, African
we
Americans
unite.
are one of the most homogeneous
Yeah, we unite.
people in the world.
What you
I
talking
beg
about?
to differ. So why is it hard for
What?
you to preach an Afghanistan to your masses if y'all so unified, brother?
Yo, masters. Yo, who?
Yo, look.
Masses, MASSES, mass.
Sound like you in the fucking
first of
tub,
all,
man.
Well,
I'm
Carla,
like
that's
this.
easily
I'm like
Nah,
this.
I'm in the
explained.
booth, man. I'm at work, man.
There is no
All right.
masses of unified people anywhere.
We're not united on a lot of stuff like that, but culturally, we're homogeneous. We're just different ideologies and politics and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah, we all like me. My religion, I'm more Catholic, Latin, whatever. But I'm still a Black American. You understand? They're my people. I'm a nigga. I'm not Protestant. I'm not none of that. But I
All
still
that
look
stuff
at these
is
people, my brothers.
to the fact that the main thing is we're black. You know, when you
Yeah,
no
we
matter where
black.
you went. The perfect example is this. Remember the group, the Gap Band?
Yeah.
You dropped the bomb
Old
on
school.
me, baby.
Yeah.
Wait, hold up. They're from Oklahoma, right?
Yeah.
But get this, where the Daz Band comes from someplace around the country, right? The Ohio Players. All these bands sound what? The same, right?
Thank you.
How is it that somebody from Ohio sounds just like somebody from Oklahoma? It's the same culture. That's why. That's amazing about Black America. You got people in Harlem, and when it
No, but
sounds
some of that, hold on. Some of that is because of their origins. Some of them come from the similar tribes and regions, so they brought up the
what are
same
you
history.
talking about?
What?
What does
Like if you talk
Ohio
about
got to do?
ragtime,
Where's
hold
Ohio?
on. Let me finish, bro. Hold on, let me finish.
Crazy, man.
If you talk about ragtime sounds similar to the music from my region in Haiti called Raga music, which comes from
No,
the
it's
Congo,
not the same
right?
thing. I'm talking about the
It
Daz
sounds
Band,
similar. I
the Gap
promise you.
Band, the
They got the
Jazz
horns
Band,
and everything. I
all that
promise you.
music, all that music, right? How does it all sound so even when you got different groups of blues and jazz and you
Zydeco and
know?
blues
So
and
why is it that from coast to
jazz.
coast and whatnot, Black American culture sounds so? These people, look, somebody in California, right, and somebody in New York, halfway across the country. How come the music and the culture sound so
Man,
much alike? We are people, you know.
because we all came from the South. Our culture is all Southern.
Yeah, okay. The roots are in the South, you know. That we
Yeah.
just
So
dispersed,
we can all relate to the South. Our grandma and grandparents or wherever all came
and
from the South.
the foods,
The
African
food,
American
Southern.
foods. Everybody eats cornbread. We eat
Yeah.
collard greens. We eat fried chicken. You know, all the stuff that we
Seafood,
eat.
all that. Barbecue.
All that stuff like that from coast to coast, sea to shine sea. We have the same cuisine, you know.
Yeah. It might be a little bit variations.
Now, Memphis is a little different, right? They got some.
They eat soul food and barbecue. So
Memphis's food is good, you know.
Yeah,
they do some special stuff to their wings and whatnot.
Memphis blacks, they what is it? Mississippi Delta blacks. The Delta black people. That's what they call them, Delta blacks.
Yeah, their food is a little bit different. It's better, you know.
The more inland, eat more beef and shit. But what I'm saying is, we all have. I ain't gonna say different tribes, but different regions. Like, you got the Delta blacks, you got the Gulf Coast blacks, you got the Gullah Geechee black, Atlantic Creole. But that gumbo pot of blacks make Black America, bro. That's what that is.
I'm not arguing that. I was arguing the point. And I'm gonna pass the mic, but I want to touch on the topic. But I'm gonna pass the mic to G.
Yeah, go ahead, G.
Oh, no, I'm just listening. I mean, y'all were just saying something about like Creoles and stuff like that. I was just trying to figure like, well, what's the big deal? That's all.
No, personally, I think we're just confusing. I think he thinks that when I was talking about Creole, we're talking about light skinned mixed people. No, we're not talking about that. Creole just simply means black people. Look, if you basically, something on the coast of Sierra Leone, there's Creole people, Creoles.
Yeah.
These are people who speak English, native languages and whatnot, pidgin and all that stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't have a strictly African culture, right? Their cultures derived from many different influences. Those are Creole people, right? Too. So Creole, Liberia, you could say is a Creole culture, you know.
Yeah, it's a mix.
You know? So what people call America, Liberia, no, that's Creole. Creole. So we gotta stop this nonsense that if you don't speak an indigenous African, that's what I tell Ross Boyce. Oh, pick that. No, I'm a Creole people, man. Part of who I am is a mixture of every different, not just different.
And make us unique.
But different. Hold up, my ancestors may have came from different parts of Africa. And stuff like that mixed together. With the
But Rob always know that some of the shit he's saying he can't say that shit in Haiti. Like they know there's a difference between it's something called borsal, which is the straight off the ship Haitian, like African, and there's a Creole. The Creole is usually like me. I'm damn near 100% African, but there's different tribes mixed in me. Like you see what I'm saying? That's Creole. That alone is a Creole. I don't even have to mix with no white Chinese or Indian. It's Creole. Creole comes from the French colonies. Is a term that means of a mixed culture. In the Louisiana, I noticed that the mulattoes took that identity and made it strictly for them.
No,
and if you go to Haiti, there's separate types of people. There's a white, there's a black, there's a mulatto.
Culture, right? There's a myth of it that says Creole people. They made it seem like it was about race. It was not about. It was about culture.
And white people.
Yeah, but why? Hold on. But why do I got to come up here for you guys to straighten that out or clarify? Because y'all never clarified this before.
I thought it was just really known because the bottom line was a mistake. People thought that Creole meant mixed race, or no,
it's not mixed race, my brother. It's not mixed race.
I know that. I know that.
Understand
hold on, because you remember something. There used to be a large back in back in the 1800s, right? There were actually people who came directly from Africa, right? Who learned English, who call themselves Africans. That's where the African Methodist Episcopal Church come from, Then those people call themselves colored, Colored, But the bottom line is this was basically the fact that the people call themselves Africans, would say came recently from Africa, may have learned the language, whatnot, and they call themselves Africans. And you can see the African culture. Even, I'm going to tell you right, you go to the Deep South, right? You can still see traces of a strong African culture.
You definitely can.
You can.
Go to
Super Creoles Sunday. Are more like the majority of black people who've been here for centuries.
Yeah. Okay? But the thing is, Principe, a lot of white people try to co-opt that shit, my brother. Like a white motherfucker even tried to tell me gumbo and etouffees came from Europe. That's African. Gumbo African. But white people, hold on. White people try to co-opt that. Same for the Cajuns when they say Cajun food. Cajuns came from Canada. They didn't eat gumbo and etouffee, jambalaya in Canada. You understand?
That's true. The Cajun in Louisiana are not the same Cajuns in our France.
This is another ignorant comment. He says, Sav 97 says, collar, the name Africa. What is the people got a problem with the name Africa? Wasn't used in the 1800s. No, Africa basically used it for thousands of years. Africa, they call it Africa, whatever like that. But the bottom line is people knew when you said Africa, they were talking about the black continent, the black people's that.
That's true. That's true.
It's been outright. The term Africa has been used for thousands of years, bro, to describe the continent.
Yeah. Especially, I think it comes from one of the northern tribes, the tribes in the north of Africa. I think that's one of the tribes that I think the Romans first made contact with, so they described the whole continent with that name. You know what I mean? But people don't know that.
Africans defer to the continent as
I thought it was called Ethiopia.
Or Ethiopia.
There's multiple names. There's different tribes. Every tribe has a different name for it. Like some of the names that still stick, like Congo, Nagu.
We can all agree that when you say Africa, you're talking about, because remember something, North Africa is still part of the continent. Why? Because the soil, the climate, the topography, the wildlife, everything. There's lions and there's different types of snakes that you only find on the African continent in North Africa. The cobra,
to be real,
is found in Egypt. Cleopatra died. She died because of cobra bit her in the breast, right? So if North Africa is not part of Africa, why is it that they have the same animals and stuff like that?
Even you could go by the tectonic plate too, the African tectonic plate, and to be real, Israel is part of the African tectonic plate. You understand? So if you part of the African tectonic plate, you from Africa. You understand? What that is.
People want to separate Africa. Oh no, there was no Africa. There was a Berlin conference, basically, just basically carved up the continent. It had nothing to do with them naming Africa. They didn't name Africa during the Berlin Conference.
Yes, indeed.
Oh man, come on, man. Come on, Saab, man. Nice try, man.
The Prince of Peace.
Psalm 97, you gotta come up, man. Because you gotta understand that that's the terminology from the French colonies. If we
But you
Haitians can't speak on it,
He said,
Martinique, Guadeloupe, Dominique, we can't speak on it. How the hell you can? If we come from the French colonies.
he said
but
what
you
now?
know what? But you know what though? It's I didn't mean to cut anyone off, but it's also the fact that it's the signatures that were left behind during those times, where you have people in different parts of the U.S. My roots come from, believe it or not, Louisiana and also Georgia and also Pennsylvania and New York and Florida. So we have different terminologies. Like out of all the 50 U.S. states, Louisiana is the only state that calls its county parishes. There's
Yeah.
no other state in the
Yeah.
entire U.S. that does that. And yet there's still a lot of Americans that don't know that. So they get caught off guard when they enter into the U.S. and they see Lafayette Parish instead of Lafayette County and all these
Yeah.
different places in
Yeah.
Louisiana.
I do in my novel. I include the Colfax massacre. You guys ever heard of that?
Yeah.
No.
The Colfax massacre happened in the 1800s, late 1800s, right? It was a white man, ex-slave owner, right? He married a half-black woman, right? And he had a land in a parish, right? That was majority black, and he wanted to succeed from Louisiana. And so he basically built whole communities, all black communities, right? And basically what happened was the white people got wind of it, and they massacred the whole entire town. In my novel, one of my characters, they called that was the worst massacre in history. You know, the Colfax massacre. You know, it was the whole town was really wiped out by the Ku Klux Klan. You know, for daring to basically be, they were self-sufficient. They built homes, churches, everything. He said, man, you know, all these ex-slaves after the Civil War said we're gonna build our own civilization. So he basically said, yeah, we're gonna build a civilization. Black people, you know, they had their own townships and everything like that. You know, white people said, hell no. What they do, they gained political power over the parish, right? And they would when it was they went there and took over the white supremacists came in and uprooted, just like they did Wilmington years later, to overthrew a freaking elected government. You know,
That's some sick shit.
Yeah, so this is what we're dealing with, man. You know that, but the thing is, like I said at the top of the show, blood and soil. The reason why he has that right now is he spilled blood. You know, and white men.
Colin, can I touch on the topic, man? Because that's why one of the things I wanted to touch on heavy, man. Because I think it's your intervention night, man. I think that's what's going on tonight today, man. Because with your ultra militant stance, it don't even make sense. Like if you look at it, they're actually reaching their hand out and offering you an extended hand. Why not just go sit down while take the quote unquote blood path rather than sit down and make business path? Like I spoke to you before, you seem to have a strong understanding and knowledge of the medical insurance thing. You have connections in the medical field. Why not take over Africans' medical sector? Why not think like that?
Hold on, let me say something first, to be right. I can't just take over anything in Africa. Who the hell am I? You know, the bottom line is this: the reason why Africa is what it is right now is because that's the way they want it. For example, right now, do you know? I don't even want to play this video, man. It's sad. Do you know that Africa is rallying all over the continent for Donald Trump to come and take it over?
You lying?
No lie.
No, play the video, man. Play the video. You said something about Togo earlier. I've seen the video in French. There's only a couple hundred people protesting.
That is. Look, let me tell you something. The situation in Africa is so freaking dire, right? Remember something, man. You got people who when has Africa ever known a middle class success, infrastructure? Never, right? And what happened is because of social media, they're seeing how all these countries around the world are developed and everything like that. And basically, when you tell them, okay, well, that's France, that's the UK, US, whatnot, and they basically are like, man, why isn't our country? They don't want to hear nothing about no IMF because of neocolonial. They don't want to hear that shit, you know. All they know is they ain't living a life. And the worst thing you could have is young people would feel like they got nothing to lose. You know, that's the most dangerous thing you have. But African leaders rely on fear. to keep people in line. As soon as that fear card runs out, you're gonna have a bloodshed all over the continent. I'm telling you now.
You talking
So
about blood?
I can't come in there and talk about Christmas take over. No, dude, man. Africa, basically, I
I'm
don't
talking
know.
about in terms of partnership, man. You could sit down with Sierra Leone, Liberia government, and create
Yeah,
a
but
system, a medical system,
hold on. The only
in
people that
exchange for
make
land.
the only thing that do you have like $50 million in your
Hold
pocket?
on, Prince. They can't do that themselves. They can't even sit down with each other and do the shit.
They sit down every year in the
That's
ECOWAS.
gotta
They sit
come
down
out of
every
this
year in
La
the
La
AU.
Land shit, Prince.
ECOWAS, man. Come on, bro.
So you're telling me these guys, the Lebanese are over there, the Indians are
Let
over
me
there.
ask,
So you
but
telling me you
No,
can't do the
let's say
same
something about the
for a
Lebanese.
particular sector?
If you
Prince
like, look,
P.
my driver told me he worked for a Lebanese man. You know what they do, man? They literally pack money up in crates, right? Put them on ships and planes and ship it out. He says they just make all this money, right? They sit in a room.
They do the same thing in Haiti. They do the
And
same thing in the Caribbean.
basically
They send
remove
it back to Lebanon.
money that's generating the country, right? But instead of money going back into the economy and everything, and then you know something, the Liberians and West Africa can't do a damn thing about it. Not a damn thing they can do about it. Because the bottom line is, you say, well, why don't black people do that? First of all, the Lebanese got access to the African development. When you think of the African Development Bank, principally, what do you think?
It's from different business sectors. They pull their money and they invest in different sectors globally.
Who invested? Who has access to the loans?
The richer Africans or
No,
African
not even
like
that. Not even that.
citizens.
Hold up. First of all, the African Development Bank is underwritten by international firms and governments right there. Most Africans don't even qualify for the loans. They have to still got to go to the Chinese, Lebanese, everybody else to access loans and build stuff in the country. So therefore, the country Africa is countries in Africa are on the hook for these loans that they got to pay back that they don't even get the chance to use. They got to get foreign companies, German companies, and everything like that to do because most African countries aren't solvent or don't have the things to, or don't qualify to get most of these loans. Because underwriting is so top. So
it's not even just that though,
top.
Kala. The fact of the matter is, the people that have access to all of this, they were already there during colonizations. That's why it's the same ethnic groups that were there that the British put there, the Indians, the Lebanese. These were the buffer classes. These aren't new people.
No. The Lebanese just got there in the late early
Lebanese have been there since the 60s.
1800s. They've been there.
No, not the Lebanese. Not the Lebanese.
Yeah,
the Lebanese.
The Lebanese have been in Liberia since the 50s.
Since when?
I was about to say West Africa. They've been there since like the 1800s.
I'm talking about the 1900s, early 1900s, late 1800s.
Since the 1800s, but they've
It's like late 1800s. Exactly. They're from the same.
These people, they were there before they got their countries. Okay.
They've been there.
Okay, but I'm saying that even then, they just recently got here. These guys basically came in before the same way in the Caribbean.
They were
this
there
is a fact.
before they
These
got
guys were.
their country.
You know the reason why they even got there, bro? They were persecuted for being Christian in their country. They come from Syria, Lebanon, parts of Morocco, Egypt. These different Arab countries. They're often called just Lebanese and Syrian or whatever. They are all over the Caribbean as well as West Africa. These are the same people. I think. Hold on. Trump's son-in-law from one of his daughters, I think her name is Laura. Their last name is Boulos. Boulos is the same family that a lot of people in my country believe is the one who killed President Jovenel. Is a Lebanese guy named Reginald Boulos, right? So it's the same family. So you're talking about a history that I know very well. These people came very recently in the late 1800s, in the early 1900s, due to Christian persecution from the Arab countries. I already know the history, bro.
But they got, man, look, I think they're a buffer class. It's like the same example what the British did with Trinidad, bro. They brought the Indians over there after slavery, you understand? And the Indians started buying up stuff. That's what they do. That's the game that they play. You understand?
But that's true. But I'm saying with different organizations, especially like the African Bank and all this kind of shit, there's a lot of elite tribe people that are in there as well who takes money from that bank. The head of the bank is, I think, some kind of Nigerian guy.
Lebanese immigration to Nigeria and West Africa started in the in the 19th century after the fall of the Ottoman Empire after World War I.
Thank you.
When was World War One? Late 1800s.
That was before
That's why
they
they
got
said,
their
bro.
independence. Therefore, they've
Late
been there
1800s,
for a
early
long
1900s.
time.
They've
So
been,
of
yeah.
It's the
course,
same timeline you're talking
when they
about.
got
You
listen,
bounce.
when Nigeria and all these other countries got their independence, those people were already citizens by default because they were
So you're
already
telling me,
there.
you've been to Nigeria, you've been to multiple nations. You think they have more power than the tribe that's the dominant tribe in those countries? You think the Lebanese got more power than the Hausa in
You know what I
Nigeria?
think? You know what I think, Prince of African goddess. She would be the best person to tell you how much power they have in Nigeria, in West
I'm talking about
Africa.
the elite
These are the
tribes.
small hats of West Africa.
They don't, but they don't. I'm saying power for power. The elite African have
Bro,
more
bro,
But
bro,
it,
power than
bro.
these
That
guys.
bro, when there's whatever major infrastructure project that's going on, if it's
Yes,
not the
sir.
Chinese, it's them.
I get you, but I'm trying to
Good
say, but
luck with
who's giving them these
that whole
contracts? Who's giving
local
them the
shit.
contracts? Who's giving them the contracts?
The
Okay,
same
the
people that give the
government's running
Chinese
that.
the contracts and
The
everybody else
government.
the
Thank you. Thank you.
contracts.
Can you play
Hey,
that
hold
song
on,
for me? The government is giving them these
hold on,
contracts, bro.
hold on. The government gives them that because they're qualified. And the bottom line, most
Oh,
Africans aren't qualified to get these loans. You know, the government's got to give it to Lebanese.
And most of these people are already connected in the government by their parents, their grandparents. These aren't new people that just woke up and say, "Hey, I'm going to Africa."
that
They
may be
already have
true, but at the same time,
connections.
though, those local tribes have more power than the Lebanese and Indians and all these
Or
other
whatever.
people, the whites, etc.
All I
For
know,
some reason,
The
they got
Lebanese
more
take.
power, but they don't run shit.
Check this out. The Lebanese take out $25 billion a year and give it to that shithole Lebanon from West Africa alone. $25 billion a year they suck out of West Africa and goes back into Lebanese banks. Lebanon has nothing. No
That's
natural
not talking about the
I
Indians.
know that.
That's not
I know that.
mentioning the Chinese. That's not mentioning all the other groups that do the same
And you
damn
know
thing.
something? You know what gets me is this. I'm in Liberia, right? City builders, right? Which I had to use to build my house, right? Because they got good shit, right? Lebanese owned company, right? But all the stuff in city builders, we use a shower, everything, toilets, everything are made in China. The floor tiles, everything, they get it from Persia, from the Middle East, somewhere out there. They don't make shit. All they do is go and buy the stuff, buy warehouses, and and everybody in Liberia, West Africa, use city builders. City builders. You want a house built, whatever like that, you got to go to Lebanese. I said, well, how come you Liberians can't do the same thing? They're getting all the stuff from China, and India and all these other places like that. The flooring, also nothing's made in Lebanon. So I'm saying, man. So these people got a head start, man. So the bottom line is, let's say you did have black people from America come over there. You think like Africans, the way they are, just like they don't want to see. The whole thing is about the African mind. They don't want to see another black person. Like right now, the number one enemy in Liberia is not the Lebanese, it's the Fulanis and the Mandingos. That's all everybody talks about is the Fulanis, Mandingos taking over.
Why do you keep talking about the Fulani?
They're successful businessmen, and they
But you don't think it's tied to the historical history of those people?
They don't consider Fulanis and Mandingos one of them,
But you don't think it's also tied to the historical history of those people?
I know the historical. I got a lot of Mandingo friends. They ain't doing nothing. There's black men trying to make $1, man. Dag. Whatever you
Yeah, but in the past they were known as big time slave traders. So
no, they weren't.
a lot of
That's
them.
not the Mandingo. I don't think
Yes,
the
they were.
Mandingo.
Every last single tribe in West Africa was involved with the slave trade, not just Mandingos and whatnot. It had nothing
Nah,
to
but
do.
some of them were the aggressors. Some of these tribes were the ones who brought in Islam.
Them niggas
The
was
Fula
Every
who
last single
warred
tribe
against the
in
other
Africa was
Fula.
involved with it.
I think I don't like I said some of the current issues tie into the previous history issues. That's
Okay,
why
let me
some
give
of
you
them
an
are
example.
like that.
Let me give you an example. The Port Crescent Massacre. Look it up. 1834. The African American settlers lived in a town called Fishtown, Boston, and Edina, in that area. I've been there. Nice. And they have the nice community when they so-called made peace with the local Boston chief when bowed to the chief, whatever like that. They said, we live in peace when we're just here doing our own thing. They were a fishing village, right? On the river was the St. John River where it empties out, whatever I think it is. And in the estuary, it's a beautiful place. It is a paradise, right? Well, anyway, that paradise turned into a nightmare when the Bassa tribe came down there and massacred everyone. It's called the Port Crescent Massacre. You know, look it up. Port Crescent Massacre, right? The thing is, though, the reason why that happened is because the bosses were involved in the slave trade, capturing people and basically sell them to the Portuguese. The Portuguese said those black people from the states there are a threat. They're gonna eventually end the slave trade. They're gonna eventually.
So they captured black people from America and sold them to the Portuguese?
Well, no. So about 80 years before that, like 50 years before that, right? There was two black men from Boston and Nantucket that sailed to that coast, right, to negotiate for land. This is way before Liberia. It's like 60 years before Liberia was founded. And basically, they sailed to that part right there in Boston Cove, right? And what happened was they were betrayed by the Boston chief at the time and kidnapped by the sold to the Portuguese as slaves.
Damn, what the
and
fuck?
These were businessmen, nice shirt, tie, whatever like that, black men, you know, an established community in Boston, whatever, you know. And basically went on a sailing expedition because they were navigators. There was a lot of black men in shipping at Paul Coffey, you know. There were a lot of black people in that region, that area, with good shipping in the ship. That's when we worked in the shipping, you know, not good navigators. So these guys sailed the ship across the Atlantic, whatever like that. They landed over there.
Hello?
Yeah, he dropped off. Kyler, where you at, man?
Let me ask you something about Prince P. by Haiti. What you think I got like a lot of partners from the islands and shit. And they've been telling me like a lot of y'all like been going to the Bahamas and shit. They kind of mad at you too, but what's the future of Haiti, I guess? Which you think the future of Haiti gonna be like?
Like I said, the future of Haiti is similar to African Americans. They need to link back in with Africa. They're isolated in that region.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question, Prince P. What does Haiti have to offer Africa right now?
They have agriculture. They have land.
Africa has
tourism.
Has land.
Again, that's an additional agriculture. They have precious stone. They have gold.
They have Africa. How would they get it to Africa, though?
Do investments in partnership. The same shit I'm telling you is the same shit Haitians be doing. The same shit I tell them.
You understand that you got to get on a plane. You got to ship goods and whatnot. You know, how do they make the connection?
Bro, there's I always tell you about the Afromex banks is in the Caribbean. I think one of these Nigerian billionaire females, she recently invested multiple millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in Grenada. Right, there's different investments going on right now in the Caribbean with Africa. Right, so that's what I'm talking about. I think that should be increasing. Haiti is isolated in that region. You know what I mean? And I feel like at the end of the day, however you want to spend it, besides America, who does a lot of backhanded deals with Haiti, that somewhat breaks down the local market, such as local agriculture, local trade, local textiles, shit that we were doing 50, 60 years ago by ourselves without the help of the Americans. They come in, they underhand you, and then slowly but surely, your local market shrinks, their imports increase, these Lebanese become billions and trillionaires off your back. So my thing is we need to link back with Africans. And I'm not the only Haitian that think like that. Ram always think like that. A lot of Haitians think like that. Some people are conflicted about Kenya. I support Kenya coming there. You know what I mean? But that's it. That's what I believe. I think the same thing for African Americans. I think African Americans in many ways are isolated. If you look at the Latinos, they tap into all these different kind of Latinos, not just one kind of Latino. You got the Puerto Rican, Venezuelan, Colombia. They're all linking up. That means they're each other's backup. They add to their market sales, they add to their music sales, they add to their agriculture sales and their product sales, and they market. When they actually create an actual market that's Latino owned, they come and support it. Imagine if there was an actual partnership and there's an actual coordination of Africans in America where African Americans lead them and they can coordinate and utilize their connections through these different communities to invest back in the Caribbean, invest back in Africa. We need coordination. Y'all always talk about the European. The European benefited off of basically sending the products of the New World back to Europe. That's another form of what's that term when you send money back to your country? What's that term?
Remittance.
Remittance. That's another form of remittance. He sent gold, oil, cheese, sugars, all that shit from Africa, from India, from America back to Europe. That's what made Europe rich. So when you tell us to go back, remember your master, he was doing what we was doing, and we just doing what we doing. That's it. I mean, the white folks that I don't want to criticize, the Elon Musks of the world, the Trumps of the world, all these different kind of whites, they utilize the different world markets to become billionaires and trillionaires. Y'all don't say nothing about that.
I'll listen to Brandon's show today, right? He made a point, right? You guys got to stop coming here blaming us for. I have no control over Trump, Elon Musk. This is reality, man. This
They
is
blame us for
freaking reality.
everything. They
Nah,
blame
but
us for
y'all say go back. But we hear a
No,
few
I'm
numbers,
just saying. Look,
and then those people's.
I'm saying, the fact of the matter is this. Like anything else, right? I'm really concerned the fact that I see Caribbean, I see Africa and whatnot, and I'm saying to myself, why did it in a hard way? I don't really think this is my opinion. I could be wrong, right? I really don't think all these countries really that got governments that say they're sovereign states. I really don't think you're trying hard enough. I do. I really think that a lot of people in Africa and the Caribbean are short-sighted. And the bottom line, if they were really serious, whatnot, they could have had better situations with America. The West is all about a win-win situation. But if you're in a situation where you're always desperate, and
I don't even think it's that, Kyle. I think that people just like using black nations as proxies, like the Chinese and the Russians using them too. They like
Can I ask you both a question? Can I ask you both a question?
To be used. What can you do?
That's not true. But Colin, can I ask you a question? And Marcus?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Because if it wasn't for China or Russia, you think America, France, and all these people would be coming up with better deals towards Africa? The thing that they used to have was a monopoly.
I don't think.
You think they would actually give us better deals?
Let me ask you a question. That's the thing I'm talking about. Okay, let's talk about that, right? Can you tell me what exactly does America gain from Africa right now?
They get, bro. Wow, you just recently seen it in Niger, bro. Niger basically said no.
First of all, it's French companies in Niger that's getting uranium, not the United States.
So you telling me their market's not intertwined?
I'm saying maybe so, but you guys always make it seem like we are sitting here in America. Like somebody said to me, "Well, Kala, you're benefiting from America." No, the fuck I'm not. So who said that to me? Was you? That said, oh yeah, it was Chukwu. Idiot Chukwu said, Kala, you benefit from America. No, the fuck I don't. Donald Trump is sealing America's future in precious metals and stuff like that from the Congo, Ukraine, whatnot. What the hell has that got to do with me? I mean, just because something is good for America, that's fine, right? But the whole thing is, when it comes out to Black America, I don't see any Black corporations getting in this. I don't see any Black investment groups getting involved in Africa like that in partnership with the United States government. I don't see none of that. I don't see Africa's willingness to deal with Black American investment group. Africa could have cultivated if they Black America, if they really wanted to, right? They could have cultivated. You need somebody like Dr. Arikana. If you guys had really think tanks and institutions and whatnot, they could have studied the fact that you got Black Americans that could do anything the white people and the Lebanese, anybody else can do.
It's not even. It's just black diaspora in general. They never cultivated.
They never did that.
That's not true. That's not true. Because
I think you guys would rather have white people because you think they're more competent than we are, whatever like that. That's why they purposely always reach out to white America. I was in Liberia, man. I see all these. I'm looking at these white guys. I was saying, I guess they got a technology business, but I know Black people in technology, right?
Yeah.
They're sitting down with these Liberian guys and whatnot. They go, yeah, this is what your thing's gonna do. Blah 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 blah. And but when I'm on a plane to Liberia, all I see is white Americans. 4 years ago, it wasn't even like that. Now I see all these white Americans coming over there, doing business and doing stuff like that, right? And the bottom line, I know the fact of the matter is the government of Liberia is reaching out to these people, or somebody in Liberia is reaching out to these people, bringing them in. Whatnot. They don't even bother thinking. Now, Black America has reached out. We have a trade mission coming to Liberia this summer, right? But the bottom line is this: we're the ones constantly reaching out to Africa, and basically it's almost like a miracle if we get anything done. But the thing is, why is it so easy for the Chinese, Lebanese, everybody else? But with us, it's like
it's a lot of red tape, yellow tape type.
Yeah, and all stuff like that. And I'm saying to myself,
regulation.
There's no way we're going to be able to compete with that. And why? Because Africans, instead of them saying, let's make Black America our own, any African country could have said, dude, we have 45 million Black people in America. We're gonna get in every institution. We're gonna get on their radios. We're gonna get on this.
It's like,
have they ever done that? No.
But bring back the Principe too with Haiti. Even with what Haiti's going through right now, like, bro, like they don't really they never wanted y'all to come to Africa. Like, you know what I'm saying? They never said nothing up for y'all. And I got partners from Kenya. They like, why the fuck we in Haiti? That's their problem. They don't want to be there. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, you gotta understand, like, you gotta do for self, you know.
Bro, that's not. They didn't have to respond to such a call. They chose to. Their government, their leadership, their military, they chose to.
I understand, but a lot of
The people. Hold on, the people. Say 50 years from now, 100 years from now, this mission is successful. They're going to be the first one bragging about how they sent their people to Haiti and they did this and they did that. That's. I don't pay attention. Nobody told them to go. They selected to go. We salute them for going, but they didn't have to go. They could have simply just said, "No, we're not going." Benin said they was going. You see Benin there yet? No. Chad said they was going. Do you see them there yet? No. Senegal said they was going at one point. Did you see them there yet? No. You know, so Guinea said they was going. Did you see them there? No. So the other countries offered to help, but they didn't send. There is a choice. If you want to help, help. If you don't want to help, don't help.
But my thing,
you see,
I understand. But my other thing is, people see that you're going through stuff. Africa didn't really open up their doors to help you out. The Dominicans and the Bahamians did that. The people from Bahamas.
That's not true. That's not true. There's Haitians in Senegal. There's Haitians in Morocco. There's Haitians in Congo. There's Haitians all throughout different parts of Africa. There's certain Haitians. Yeah, there's Haitians, like there's people that went there like 40 years ago, 50 years ago. That's still there. They got a Haitian community there. There's Haitians in Gambia. There's Haitians throughout of different parts of Africa. They get study visas from Morocco, study visas from Senegal.
So they helping you guys out. They relocating y'all to Africa.
Not relocating, but they have a visa policy. Live there or visit or study there, you can go. A lot of the Haitians that you see in the Bahamas, it's like but you don't, like, why would you just have a visa have a screening process to allow certain people to go and come? Why would you open the door? You don't know who's a criminal, who's not, who's a drug trafficker, who's not.
The people in the Bahamas let the Haitians in, though.
No, they don't. They deport them all the time, bro. What the hell are you talking about?
Somebody yeah, I guess because it's 25.
They allow some of them to come, but they don't, like, right now, especially right now. DR, right? They will. I think they can arrest or kill anybody that they suspect is a criminal. DR allows student people to go visit or whatever, but they still deport people by the thousands on a daily basis, bro. You can look at articles right now. They deport people by the thousands, which is their right as a nation. But my overall thing, I salute DR, I respect DR, I respect all of them. At the end of the day, hey, I want Haiti to stand on its own 2 feet. And I only believe that Africa, in my personal opinion, is the only one that will help stabilize it through business and partnership. That's my opinion. You know, a lot of Haitians believe the same thing. You know what I mean? I feel like if you look at the regions, we help Colombia, we help Venezuela, we help these nations get their freedom. I think last year was the first time a Colombian president came and visited Haiti in almost 150 years. These people don't fuck with us. And some people do. And some people do, but we are regionally isolated. Shout out to Cuba. Cuba fuck with us. Venezuela fuck with us. Jamaicans fuck with us. But at the same time, those nations can't, like, I feel like Africa can change the actual dynamics in terms of investments, in terms of, okay, building up resorts, way more. In my personal life, Africans show me the most love out of all the blacks.
I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about the nation of Haiti. You think Africa fuck with y'all? Tell the truth. I'm talking about
facts. Yes, they do. You know who started some of the textile culture in Haiti, such as like the schools, the shoes, the leather, is a Nigerian man. He came from Africa and he started that shit in Haiti.
Are they helping you guys out?
Yo, Principe, like I said, this is one of your comments like this. John Zemmer said, Black Americans do not own, control any industrial manufacturing. Should I play it, the video?
Hold on, John. Who said that?
Don't play the video.
First off, that's false. That's why I always push it. I feel like African Americans have a lot of power. They don't use it. They have businessmen. And I always ask the same question. When William Rudolph came to speak with all the business people,
don't own any industry manufacturing. Look, bottom line is top 20 black businesses in America. We got.
They don't need to though. They don't need. They can have warehousing. They have all, the same way Amazon don't own everything. They have warehousing where they utilize people and play the middleman, and they make billions and trillions.
You got African Americans who own businesses vertically integrated from A to Z. You know,
I believe that. I know that.
I
But
learned the hard
The
way
sorry.
is to let people think that we don't have it or we don't do it.
Bottom line
That way,
is,
by the time that
this
we
guy
actually
John
be able to
Zamora
take over,
is
they'll be
probably one
like,
of these stupid Africans who don't think we have anything. That's the problem right there.
I don't mind it.
But why they got so much more fuzz though? I just don't understand it.
Because they losers.
Huh?
They
Well,
losers.
Africans won't think we're in the same situation as they are. You know, that's what the problem is.
The thing is,
Migo, what you gotta understand this about Africans, right? You know, in order to get to America, the tickets cost more to go to America than it costs to leave America and go to Africa. So by the way that you even made it to America, you wasn't broke when you left. By definition, these are actually the best that Africa has to offer. And when they go to America, they try to look down on the regular people. Well, not even the regular people. They compete with the regular people, right? They try to look down at the bottom of our people and compare themselves to that. Because you try to compare yourself, if we went the best of your people to the best of our people, you're going to get mollywopped. Don't do it. It's not a good idea.
I think that's not true, man.
No,
It's way more than
Prince.
like
In
if we talk
California,
about the informal sector,
Prince, you
bro.
talk about
it's not
Nigerians
even. It's
in
not even.
Bro,
California, the
It's not
average
even.
no. If we
It's not
Nigerian
even
talk
close.
American
about
makes
the informal sector, bro,
$19 an
there's people
hour.
making thousands, bro.
The average Black
It's not
American
even
makes
close.
over 30.
Bro,
We
hold on, no.
double
But if
their
you
income damn near in every state
that's
but
not true. That's
2.
not true. Some of the economists don't include the informal sector. There's a bunch of people that have billions that don't disclose their money. I
You
remember I
know
seen
what the
something in
problem?
Ghana. It
No, no,
said
no,
there's
no,
no
no,
billionaires in Ghana. I'm like,
there's no
that's cat, bro.
informal.
How
Prince.
can you have billions when the GDPs are so
Kyla, listen to this.
There's
They
a
don't
lot of informal,
understand that
like
there's this
they call it
thing, right?
homicide in my country, right? They
What
sell like stuff in the
Prince?
streets. They make thousands of dollars a year. They make sometimes $1,000 in a day. They selling
The
simple
money that's
goods
in
in the
Haiti,
streets.
if they're dollars, the United States knows where the hell their dollars are. That's the bad part about using the dollar. They can track that shit.
This is the thing.
No. I'm talking about. Go ahead.
Americans don't own or control any industrial manufacturing company in the U.S., right? We already know that statement. It doesn't even make sense wasting time on that statement in a sense because
no, but hold on. I want to play. Look, I want to play a little bit of this video. Give me
sales team will actually want to use Monday
a little bit
Sales
of video,
CRM.
and you'll see what I'm talking about.
First, it's
okay. This is the top 20 black businesses in America.
And boasts a
I'm gonna skip through it, right? Skip through it. All right. So these are all black-owned businesses,
which is climate controlled due to the nature of their work.
These are black. I'm gonna skip.
Now's the time to like this video, share it, and subscribe to our channel. Yes,
Prince, you see,
subscribe to our
got a
channel and
statement,
turn
right?
on
The Lebanese
notifications
was
to
in
get
Africa
alerts
for over
when we
200
upload
years.
interesting videos like this.
You talking like they just
Let's
got
get
there.
back to our video. 17. Bird Electric.
Bird Electric.
This company is led by Dale Lefebvre and employs over 580 people. It generates $238 million.
They should be getting contracts with the African.
It was founded in
government.
2004 and is a leading full-service electric company. Services provided by the company include transmission, maintenance, instrumentation and electrical construction, automation, and storm restoration. Bird Electric operates in over 10 states in the United States. 16. Baldwin Richardson Foods. This is another black-owned business with Eric Johnson as CEO. Generating a whooping $252 million annually, this company employs over 350 people. It is a leading custom ingredients manufacturer for the food and beverage industry. It is a family-owned company originally founded as Baldwin Ice Cream in Chicago, Illinois in 1921. In 1997, 5 years after current CEO Eric Johnson purchased the company, Baldwin Ice Cream Company purchased Richardson Foods, creating Baldwin Richardson Foods. Over the next 20 years, the retail business grew to become a custom ingredients manufacturer, making many kinds of liquid products for the food industry, including condiments, sauces, and syrups. 15. Adams Communication and Engineering Technology. This company, which generates a hopping $253 million in revenue, is headed by Charles Adams as founder and CEO. It was founded in 1999 in Maryland and employs over 380 people. It is a leading technology company providing services for government defense, intelligence, and other federal agencies of the U.S. The company provides products and solutions in information systems, healthcare, aerospace, and electronics. 14. Millennium Steel of Texas. We can't talk of Black-owned businesses without talking about Millennium Steel of Texas. This company employs just 86 people, but generates a hopping $266 million in revenues headed by Andrea Jackson. It was founded in San Antonio, Texas by Henry Jackson in 2005. Millennium Steel of Texas is a steel company providing automotive-grade outer body steel sheets to automakers across the state of Texas. Their services include steel processing, warehousing, and storage. 13. Global Automotive Alliance Corporation. This company, led by the founder and CEO William Pickard, is an American Black-owned business that employs over 1,500 people and generates over $275 million in revenues. Global Automotive Alliance is a holding company of many different companies originally founded in 1989. It is a consolidation of logistics and automotive manufacturing companies with 8 plants in the United States and Canada. It supplies the top 3 United States automakers: Ford, General Motors, and Fiat Chrysler. Also, it supplies to other global companies such as Boeing, Mercedes-Benz, Starbucks, and Home Depot. It seems there is so much money in the steel business because the next Black-owned business on our list is still in the steel industry. 12. Millennium Steel Service. This is a sister company to the Millennium Steel of Texas and still run by the same CEO, Andrea Jackson. It employs only 51 people but generates over $312 million in revenue. It is an automotive steel processing and warehousing company based in Princeton, Indiana. It provides warehousing and supply chain management, including inventory management, inspection, slitting, and information technology system services. 11. Fair Oaks Farms. This is another Black-owned business, but this time around, we are in the food industry. This business generates $342 million in revenues with an employee count of 257. It is headed by Michael Thompson, who acts as president and chief executive officer. It is a food services company which produces fresh, ready-to-cook, and fully cooked beef, pork, and poultry products. Products offered by the company include sausages, cured meats, smoked meats, and canned meats. It was founded in 1985 in Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. Fair Oaks Farms distributes its products to a variety of national and international restaurant chains and food companies. 10. Heidewer's Petroleum Co. This business is in the oil sector. And you know, when there is oil involved, there is also much money involved. This company was founded by Stephen Hightower, and he is still the acting CEO. His business generates a whopping $435 million in revenues, alongside his team of 52 employees. It is a petroleum products distribution company, which he founded in 1982. Coming from a family of entrepreneurs, Hightower built the company from humble beginnings to a well-established business through persistence, drive, and determination. It is a family business providing services in bulk fuel delivery, HPC fleet cards, inventory management, emergency fuel, and supply chain management. 9. Urban One. This company has over 1,000 employees and generates $440 million in revenue. Its CEO is Alfred Liggins III. Based in Silver Spring, Maryland, this company is a publishing and broadcasting company primarily providing content aimed at the African American community. Self-titled as the leading voice speaking to Black America, Urban One has been the largest distributor of urban content in the United States since 1980. It is the largest Black-owned broadcasting company in the USA, with 53 radio stations, cable network TV called One, digital media company called iOne, and news provider, News One, all under its belt. 8. The Anderson DuBose Company. This business generates over $500 million in revenues. To be specific, it generates $703 million in revenues with just 500.
This AI tool will take your idea and create a complete book, complete with design, images, layout.
143 employees, thanks to the good job of its leader and CEO Warren Anderson. Launched in 1991, the Anderson-DuBose Company is a distribution company providing logistics services to McDonald's and Chipotle fast food restaurants in the states of Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and West Virginia in the United States. Their service roster includes transportation of groceries, Happy Meal toys, paper products, dairy products, frozen meat and fish, and other food products. 7. Thompson Hospitality. This company employs over 6,000 Americans and generates $760 million in revenue and is headed by CEO Warren Thompson. This company is a food and facilities management company providing hospitality services in the United States. It is the largest minority-owned food service and one of the largest retail food and facilities management companies in the United States. Thompson Hospitality Corporation was originally founded as a restaurant company in 1992 and has now branched out to offer all services of the hospitality industry. In 2010, the company was awarded the Black Enterprise Award of Company of the Year. In 2017, Washington Business Journal ranked it #1 minority-owned company. In 2019, they were again recognized by Washington Business Journal as the largest independent employer company. 6. Bridgman Foods. Apparently one of the biggest employers when it comes to black-owned businesses. It employs over 20,000 Americans and generates $870 million in revenues. Its founder and CEO is Ryan Bridgman. Located in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, Bridgman Foods is a part of the fast food and quick service restaurants industry. Formerly known as Manna Incorporated, Bridgman Foods was founded in 1988 in Louisville, Kentucky. Currently, Bridgman Foods affiliates operate 139 Wendy's restaurants, 27 Golden Corral Buffet and Grill restaurants, 83 Fazoli's restaurants, 6 Mark's Feed Store restaurants, 7 Blaze Pizza restaurants, Napa River Grill, Jimmy John's, and the Lavra Bar. 5. Modular Assembly Innovations. This business generates about $1.4 billion in revenues with over 259 employees. It is headed by no other than the great Billy Vickers. Modular Assembly Innovations is one of the United States' largest black-owned businesses. Based in Dublin, Ohio, Modular Assembly Innovations is the parent corporation of a group of certified minority-owned companies part of the machinery manufacturing industry. Modular Assembly Innovations companies include Great Lakes Assemblies, Gulf Shore Assemblies, Indiana Assemblies, and North American Assemblies. These are all award-winning, Tier 1 suppliers of automotive parts to customers in both the United States and abroad. 4. Coca-Cola Beverages Florida. Troy Taylor is chairman and CEO of Coca-Cola Beverages Florida, LLC, which was established as an independent, privately held Coca-Cola bottler on May 29, 2015. Coca-Cola Beverages. This company generates over $1.3 billion in revenue with its over 4,500 employees. It has over 18 million consumers across 47 counties of the state of Florida. This includes all the major metropolitan markets of Jacksonville, Miami, Orlando, and Tampa. Coca-Cola Beverages Florida LLC, or Coke Florida, as it's known for short, manufactures, sells, and distributes over 600 products of the giant Coca-Cola company, as well as many other partner companies. This company has received a number of awards, including the Minority Business Enterprise Supplier of the Year Class 4 honor in 2020. 3. Bridgewater Interiors LLC. Ron Hall Jr. is the founder, president, and chief executive officer of Bridgewater Interiors LLC. Bridgewater is an automotive interiors manufacturing firm specializing in just-in-time assembly, sequencing, and delivery of seating systems. This company generates over $1.9 billion in revenues and employs over 2,000 Americans. The company does assembly for 15 car models belonging to 4 automotive manufacturers. Bridgewater Interiors has 4 facilities at its 2 locations, 3 in Michigan and 1 in Alabama. Bridgewater Interiors LLC has received a number of accolades throughout the years. In 2013, the U.S. Department of Commerce, through its Minority Business Development Agency, named Bridgewater Interiors its Manufacturer of the Year. General Motors, Honda, and Ford have all recognized Bridgewater Interiors for their quality and service. 2. Act One Group. This company generates a whopping $2.8 billion in revenues, having about 2,500 employees. Its president and its CEO is Janice Bryant Howroyd. Act One Group is a privately held corporation based in Torrance, California, founded in 1964. The Act One Group, stylized as Act One Group, is a global enterprise that provided employment, workforce management, and procurement solutions to a wide range of industries. Act One is the largest debt-free woman-owned, minority-owned workforce management company in the United States. Act One is a global leader in the human resources industry and currently operates in 19 countries around the world with 17,000 clients and over 2,600 employees worldwide. The CEO, Janice Bryant Howroyd, was awarded winner of the 2016 Peter Yesson Staffing Leadership Award for all her efforts. 1. Worldwide technology. We are finally here. Topping the list of the 20 biggest Black-owned companies in the United States is Worldwide Technology Solution. This company generates about $11.2 billion in annual revenue. It employs over 5,000 American citizens. Billionaire David Stewart is the founder and CEO of this great establishment. It was founded in 1990, and it provides supply chain technology to 45% of Fortune 500 companies. The company provides information technology and software solutions. Some of the world's most recognizable brands are Worldwide Technologies customers, namely Boeing, Cisco, AT&T, Microsoft, and the U.S. Air Force. That was it for the biggest and richest Black-owned businesses in the USA. Which one would you invest in? Let us know in the comment section below.
I know that was painful for Ross Moise to watch, but it is what it is,
Let me defend my brother Rob. Why does this not translate to the masses though?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Do you
In terms of
understand?
like, I see the guy here.
There is no masses. We do
Don't
not have
defend
a
Ross.
fucking country or government.
Why don't it translate to the masses in Haiti or Africa either?
Hold on a second. Hold on, Carla. And before you started playing the video, right? To respond, it said makes essentially like no sense because there's no way you can have a country as big as America and many Black people as America without some kind of industrial manufactured by Black people. But it's the same issue we have if we say
this is. Hold on. Lewis asked a question: why these people in Africa? Because Africans don't believe that there are Black people in America capable of doing all stuff like that. They're always looking to the white man. They're always looking to Russia.
That's not true. That's not true.
Because it wouldn't make sense to do it in Africa.
No, here's what I'm going to
That's
say.
not even true. I see a guy. Hold on.
You go to Africa. The people trying.
You know what I
trying
realized?
to make their money. They're trying to make money. They're trying
what
to
a
lose.
lot of them don't realize is the big companies in Africa that are owned by the Chinese. That money is not coming from the Nigerians or the Africans. Those are loans, and then those loans are used to pay for Chinese services. And then you get the impression that the Chinese are doing business in Africa with Africans. That ain't the case.
No, the Africans are paying for that, while the Chinese basically are doing all the work, making the money
Through the loans by the Chinese.
Yeah, but Jonathan. Can I? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
We're looking at it wrong because the Africans over in Africa are also doing manufacturing and have big companies over there without Black Americans. Now, you can make an argument.
Wait. But why is it not in with the masses though?
No, but here's what I'm saying.
It is. Hold on. Innocent has doubled their warehousing and factory.
Innocent is a assemblies company.
Oh, absolutely. But it provides jobs.
They don't manufacture anything.
It provides jobs.
Okay.
There's a bunch of different things that video taught us, man. It's a whole bunch of things that we're missing in that video. But
No, but brother, look. What's your name, brother? What's your name?
J.A.
So J.A., if you look at the video, it shows you that they're doing a lot of things, right? These things, some of them can basically be translated in partnership with Africa. When William Ruto came to Georgia to meet with the Black Caucus, what did they speak about? What did they offer? What did they say? Okay, we need you to come and invest in this sector, or I need you to go connect with the EAC and bring back X amount of money and invest in Baltimore. We're going to increase the efficiency. They didn't speak not like that. The black leadership of Black America is stagnant, and they're not asking nothing. But when you hear the Africans promote Africans coming over, they primarily target those who have money, those who have expertise. That's the main people that they target. So when Colin's saying what he's saying is false. I see a guy right here. He owns. He has billions on fishing.
The
Where's the black
people that they meet
supermarkets?
with foreign Pan-African.
No.
You got so many African Americans trying to go to Africa and do something like that, and just waste of time, man.
The rich, wealthy people from Black America don't want to go to Africa and do business.
Say this, man.
Why not?
That's not their prerogative.
I feel
the
like
rich Black people in Haiti ain't trying to do business in Africa.
Let's see. Hold on. There's a guy named There's a guy named Laurent Lamont, right? He made millions by going and investing in Africa, bro. He became the prime minister.
No.
Laurent Lamont. He's a Haitian.
He made millions?
Millions.
Okay.
Millions on top of millions going to invest in Africa.
The people that you just looked at, they're not making little millions. And they're not going to make
you telling me these
more
guys are
money
going
by
over there?
going into Africa. There's an expansion progress in America.
I feel like
all right, so why the fish guy not investing and increasing into market? Why the guy that's making he's making this, that, third contracting, why he's not increasing and growing into housing, right? These are things that are going to affect the masses. The masses can shop at a market. The masses can rent at a housing.
Most Africans don't have a mortgage.
You start a business and then you try to expand into Africa. You do it.
Missing a lot of things that video taught us, man. We're missing a lot of stuff. And the thing
So what you see? Tell us what you see then. What you see, brother?
I made is false. But the statement we make here living in America and saying that the Africans are manufacturing this and that is also false. Because there's plenty of Africans over there doing manufacturing and doing big business.
Where?
All over Africa.
No, I don't think so, bro.
Yes, bro.
I'm not talking about the AI stuff you see online, man. I'm talking about real.
Kyle is what they call a Peter. You need to see the holes in Jesus' hand to believe. Where do you think these billionaires get their money from, Kyle? You think they get it from Juju? They get their money off of Juju?
I used to believe all that stuff like that, but until I was saying, Mufasa, look at Mufasa coming for. He says, "Name them." Goddamn, I thought Mufasa's good because he always goes against everything I say. Johnson. You know what I'm saying? But he's saying name them, man. So
I think y'all should name them. Name those manufacturing companies.
Just like the guy that commented, right, and said that African Americans don't manufacture stuff in America, right? And then you play the video and show it, right? But at the same time, I didn't know most of these people. I knew manufacturing existed. I didn't know.
Are you subscribed to Black Enterprise magazine?
No.
So if you were subscribed to Black Enterprise, all these big companies I know about for years since the 90s.
Okay.
I used to watch these companies grow over the years.
Some of them didn't start that far back too, but okay, that's good. But I'm just saying that you know about them, that's good. But in the I know about them. You see what I'm saying? Just like we sitting in America might not know of African people that are doing big things. But the thing about it is, it's check
it. If Africa's doing something, we know about it. Because how many times they go True Quote and all these people pull up their Liko Dangote card? He's taking a job.
Bro, there's a guy named Mo Ibrahim. He's a Sudanese guy. He's a billionaire. He's there's I can name a bunch of them, bro.
Five people y'all claim are billionaires, but
here's what I'm
Yo, Colin.
If you ask
what's up, Lou?
Right. Yeah, listen. I love it when you show stuff like this, but with all due respect, where you're concerned, this is a waste of time for you. I'm not joking. Jonathan gets hit the nail on the head. These companies are not interested. Look, there's company that has got a quarter. I don't even have a quarter what these guys got coming from India and China and walking into Africa.
There's a difference. Lewis, has a difference, right? India, China, they basically understand something like this.
No, I'm talking about it. No, forget where they're from. I'm talking about the size of the companies.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Then you can have it. India, China, Russia, right? All these countries. Africa is a continent of geopolitical support of importance to these countries, right? Geopolitically,
Yep.
Therefore, when a company comes there from India, China, Russia, and something like that, Lebanon, they're backed by a government that got billions of dollars so they can screw up.
No. We're not
bro,
backed
by the federal government in America, bro.
You know how I know this? Bro, listen to me.
Are you telling me the China Development Bank, which is a Chinese government, doesn't support loans and stuff like that? Who do you think they get the loans?
If the company, they do if the company's working with them. The company doesn't always directly get money from them.
Look, the governments of Africa are on the hook for these loans, right? Which they got to pay back eventually. Like the China government,
no.
The way it works is this: China says, Zambia, we're going to give you some amount of $1 billion to build your airport, but we're going to build it. They're going to make all the money back. The companies are going to make all the money, right? Now you got to pay for that loan we gave you.
Listen, it's not every business, bro. Listen, it's not every business that's done on a big scale like that, bro. I'll be straight honest with you. It's only certain big companies that come in like that with the government. Some come in against a private company.
No, but they're coming with money, government money. Because even American, hold on, Lou. Even American companies come. We have a thing called the Overseas Private Investment Corporation. These are guarantors. If something goes wrong and whatever like that, American government will cover it. Right? Most black people in America are members of the private overseas investment corporation.
Listen, all you got to be is American, and the American government will protect you.
You have to be.
No.
Hey, Jonathan, break it down for me.
No, bro. Listen to me. Hear me out, bro. I know this one. I've brought someone into Ghana right now. Okay. It's a slightly different type of business, right? Because they don't have to physically get involved in it. And the only reason why there's been a little delay in what I'm doing with this company is because Ghana have set up a gold board, which means that we have to wait until the gold board got set up.
I've heard that term before.
No. Hang on. You can go check it out on your Joy News that you play. Ghana have set up a gold board, and because of that, there's been a delay in what I'm trying to set up with this company is going through. That's all it is. All I've done is connected two people together, and the percentage they're getting is only 10% commission, but it's a lot. But away from that, right? Listen, this is for an investment company buy and go, basically. Away from that, right? I've been able to get a first hand because I've got, well-to-do family members doing this sort of stuff all the time. Yeah, I'm about to go back to Ghana and be doing manufacturing. Hear me out. The amount of money that's required to do certain basic stuff, especially the steel company, their portfolio is huge compared to other small companies coming into Ghana. If they're not going to go in Ghana with the steel that we got underneath the ground, which we're just about to start doing, they will clean up. But there ain't none of these. There's no way you could be in steel business and not know that.
Hold on, but we got steel companies here, man.
Let me just line, bro. Let me just line.
The market big enough.
Bro, I've called your show, brother. Let me get at least land to make my point. The amount of capital that you need to get established in that steel business, these companies that you got here, is about 3 of them. They've got 10 times above that. They've got 10 times above that amount that you need. It's just that they ain't showing no interest. There's no government in this world that in Africa that you turn up and you got an established business like that from Black America. You're not gonna do bro. There's no excuse.
Lewis, that guy Stephen.
Bro, they're not interested. They're not interested. Jonathan said it.
Of Hightower Petroleum.
Yeah. I'm very impressed.
Reached out to a friend of mine, a member of the BAO in the UK, said that he wanted to know something about buying an oil storage unit on the west coast of Africa, right? And Barrington told me, he said, "Look, man, he's looking at Sierra Leone." I said, "I don't know nothing about Sierra Leone. I only know Liberia." So he said, "Well, yeah, he's Hightower talked to him." This guy Barrington, he's in the UK, and Barrington Rowe, he's in the UK, and he said, "Yeah, man, he's like this." But the bottom line, most African Americans don't even know who to talk to in Africa.
Rubbish. If you've been to university or college, the first place you go is the bloody embassies. They're not
but hold
interested.
on.
Don't make an excuse for them, bro.
You got Stephen Hightower. He operates in South Africa.
No, Hightower is the man who puts his foot. You're talking about your friend who does the gold, right? Or you're talking about this guy?
No, that's Rosenthal. Hightower is a petroleum guy.
Right. Oh, okay. But listen, what's his name? Who's the famous comedian who present that show from Africa? What's his name? The guy with the mustache.
Oh, Blackson.
No, the African American brother. He went to Ghana, started crying in the dungeons and all that. Forgot his name.
Steve, don't tell me you gonna mention Steve Harvey.
Listen, hang on. One of Steve Harvey's friends from Ghana is one of the richest men in oil now. The guy is about to clean up the company. He's like the up and coming Ghanaian Dangote. Right? He's a friend of Steve. Okay, Steve brought him on his show one time.
Yeah, but the bottom line, the fact that he has Steve Harvey, rules everything.
Why none of these companies y'all talk about that's in Africa, why they're not operating in like Mississippi or anywhere in Black America?
Do you guys invite them? What was talked about when they came over with the Black Caucus? The Black Caucus indirectly invest in Black America.
Listen to me.
They ain't never asked nothing for the AU.
America is an easier and free market.
Yeah, but wow. Who's gonna help them navigate? They came to their cousins, which is you. They came to their cousins, which is the African American, the Black Caucus, and they didn't ask them for nothing. Why did the Black Caucus not direct them into where to invest in the Black America?
Prince, they came and talked to a whole bunch of Caribbean people.
Yo, we're not going through that.
So Steve Harvey's a Caribbean, Tyler Perry's a Caribbean. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Y'all doing that stuff.
You said the Black Caucus, Tyler Perry,
big business people. The Black Caucus was there. Hakeem Jeffries was there. Hakeem Jeffries does not know. Hakeem Jeffries is a clown.
That's how I know.
Where's he from?
Hakeem Jeffries is a clown.
Where's he from?
Harvey, man. Come on.
Look, the point I'm making, Carla, is this. These companies, right, are not, if you're doing steel, there's no way you can ignore Africa. It's impossible.
Yeah, but what's the market, though?
What do you mean, what the market? You know, it's huge.
Hold on, Lewis. I dropped a video in the back of an African American woman who don't have all the connection as these big willies, but she's doing what he claimed his partner couldn't do. Can you play the video, please?
Shea butter. She making
no. She's doing what your partner couldn't do. She don't got all the connections. She don't got all the billions, but she's doing what your. Can you play the video, please, in the background?
What is she doing? Making shea butter?
She's invested in oil in Zambia. In Zambia, she's invested in the oil sector, and she's mining oil in Zambia, I believe. Okay. Can you play the video?
Look, Carla, at the end of the day,
the Nigerians had a contract with a Black American company by the name of Black Active, and they gave them a contract. But you guys got all these big ass contracts, so y'all can't do what this simple, small Black American company could do. The least spell the Black America.
It's not that they can't, they don't want to.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you. So we're talking about
want to.
This is we're talking about a group of people who are just basically have turned their back on Africa, right? Who don't want nothing to do with Africa. Leave them, right? We don't need to be going over because you'll be wasting your time, Carla. These people don't even have an inkling. They don't even want to see it. So you're wasting your time. It's like speaking to about Africa. You ain't Africa. You don't want to hear it.
You really gonna give me something from the diaspora channel, the disaster channel, man? Come on, Principe.
Nah,
this is the disaster channel.
The thing is, we watch the video and we're not really seeing what's in the video, man. Like all these.
Let's watch the video.
In the video, their businesses. They're making money by integrating into the American business
system.
You see what I'm saying? And
they're not interested at all.
Is there anything wrong with that?
Yo, check this out. Wrong with that.
Worldwide technology grows $11 billion a year. That's higher than anything else in the world. So he's supposed to
Hey, Kyle, that's higher than Dangote.
Look at what they said.
Yeah. But Dangote richer somehow.
Here's what they said though. She's selling into American Fortune 500 companies. That's where her
is there anything wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. It's not wrong with that. But Dangote is actually invested in other nations as well. Hold on. Yeah. Dangote is also invested in Ghana. He's invested in billions. He expands. Yeah. So no wonder his billions is multiplying.
He just opened a sugar refinery in Ghana, and he only spent, I think, 100. I don't think he spent more than 50 million, but he's getting back already. He's going to be tripling what he's earning. It's a small investment for him, but this is the investment that these companies there could have done. I'm telling you about the steel business now. 5 years from now, you're gonna see how much money gonna make from steel. We just starting it from fresh.
Look at that company to do it. You can't look at that do it. Why? Because that company is integrated into the American manufacturing system. Yeah. All companies are making money from other companies that are integrated into the American system.
Yeah, but what are you supposed to do? Do nothing?
There's nothing wrong with that. You could still take that dollar and invest elsewhere. That's my issues with Kala.
But they don't want to do that. Some of these companies already do invest in other countries.
How many of those companies in that video sold to the automakers? It's a number of them that did that. They sell automakers. They're making a product for those companies. If those are doing well, they do well. How many of those companies were in food service? One of them, franchisee essentially, Wendy's, Jimmy John's, this type of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Other one of them was telecommunications company. They're selling maybe telemarketing or whatever for big American companies or global companies, whatever, right? So you can't expect that company to just go and just put.
No, brother, here, listen to me, okay? When you make money up to a certain point, the money sits in the bank. You can't have it doing that. You have it working for you. These people got money that they're sitting on. They don't want to be. Why companies can go and do it, and these companies can't do it? They don't want to do it.
Lewis. There's a reason why they don't invest in all of these places. Okay. The currency is trash.
You
can't go invest in trash currencies.
Brother, listen. 4 years ago, sorry, about 7 years ago, Dinah's done a program from Ghana where at the time the CD was 4-2-1. Okay,
Louis,
listen. No, hang on.
Louis,
yeah.
What I'm going to say. 1 second, let me finish what I'm going to say. We should celebrate these companies as they are.
No, right. Listen.
One second. I am not saying that not the company. I'm not saying that individuals, even the CEOs of these companies who have money through their investments, should not look to Africa and invest in Africa. I would encourage any Black person to do that, right, with the money they have.
But let me ask you a question. Let me ask John. Let me ask you a question. So
I don't get the point the brother's making. I don't understand.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question, right? Now, part of investment is you have to. One thing I never hear, right, when people say to invest or not, and I know a lot of people that's invested in Africa, right? But one thing I never hear is I made a good return and profit. That's what I never hear.
Well, they're not making an investment then.
No, they say they make investment, but not. You know, I think Mufasa invested a lot of money in Africa. I don't know if he got rich.
Africa has the biggest return on investment anywhere in the world. That's a fact. Those who invest, even Donald Trump said it.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah, you've got the best return you can get. I mean, my line of business, I know exactly what it is. You get it from the raw ground. You do all the processing of that product. You're laughing. Okay, with steel and all the others, it's simple. It's easy.
Lewis, do you know what it means when other people say Africa has the biggest return on investment?
You cannot expect
because they put very little in.
They put very little in and they're taking a shit ton out.
Right. So why the hell aren't these people don't you want to
let me talk about Lewis about African Americans, right? And I know a lot of people I've been studying for years who go to the continent. Now, countries that they did really well in South Africa, Botswana, because Botswana has a really good thing of investors reporting people who are asking for kickbacks and corruption. And also, you gotta say something when you go to Africa,
bro, come on.
You know what's subject to U.S. law, right?
Bro, come on. There ain't a single. Why come we don't hear these excuses from white companies and Indian and Chinese companies?
They got
keep making excuses for our people. Stop doing it. Leave the coons alone. Let them have their money on the side.
Lewis,
we're gonna do it our
the
way.
White countries in all the other countries, they do it from a position of power.
Bro, if you're an American,
we're not power. We don't
backed by the government.
Bro,
we don't have a government backing us.
Yeah, you don't need a government backing you
Yes,
for
you
this
do. Yes, you
to
do.
start.
Yeah,
You don't need it.
about
You do it as you go along.
hold on. What if
Yeah,
you go
can
over
I
there?
ask Carla a question after this?
Check us out. Lewis, right? If you
Mhm.
basically like when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, right, and all these oil
We
companies.
don't have that situation in certain parts of I'm not telling you to go to every country, all right? But there are
That can
countries.
happen. That can happen in any country, right? Look, somebody.
Bro.
You know,
Now you're making excuses. You see, now you're
this
making
reminds me
excuses.
of something,
They ain't
right?
making
You know
excuses, man.
how Christians are going into
Mr. Blood and
Burkina
Water. That's
Faso?
blood and water. That's blood and soil making excuses, man. Mr. Blood and
The
soil.
Russians are
No,
going
I'm
into
just talking about
Burkina
this, bro. Money is
Faso and
one
they're
thing, bro.
making
Blood and soil
deals,
is
yet
another
they're
thing.
backed by the Russian government.
Who said anything about Burkina Faso? I hear what you're saying.
It's an
I'm not talking.
example that all of these other places, they're backed by somebody. They're backed by the
Bro,
government.
you have the greatest
Come on.
example of the small hats. And why don't you guys utilize the
The
black? Why don't
Jews
you guys have a plan to take over
they got
the black
the
caucus? Why you
Jews.
guys don't have that
The
concept?
Jews, the
You
Congressional
want
Black
blood and
Caucus.
soil, but you don't want
Stop. The
to
Congressional
take
Black
over the black
Caucus.
caucus.
You know what the Black Caucus is about? The LGBTQ. You guys
Right.
have been listening. Nothing I've been
Right.
saying.
The congressional. Listen.
At least
Immigrants, illegal
70% of the
immigrants.
black
But that's
caucus are not African American.
Right. The
You
Black
forget
Caucus.
I call
The Black Caucus gave a
Congressional
special
Black
award. Listen, the Black Caucus gave a special award to Nana Akufo-Addo about 2 years ago. Okay, you try to tell me all them people don't know the business opportunities in Ghana?
Check this out, Lewis. This is what I'm
Thank
saying
you,
about
Lewis. Thank you, Lewis.
Check this out. Let me tell you about the Black Caucus. That's why you gotta love them so much, right? Anytime an African comes to America, right, head of state, whatever like that, he passes gas and like, the aroma. They just worship Africans like they're friggin' like
Okay,
that.
why can't you get some of them to invest in places that's
what
got
I'm saying
sound?
Exactly. Baltimore, DC, Philly. You could have got these guys to invest in these places. If you claim the black caucus don't do anything, why you guys don't have a plan to take over the black
First of all,
caucus?
it's not the Black Caucus.
Why is that not a thing?
It's a private
You know what I
sector that
realized,
invests,
Carla? The reason why I can do good in Nigeria is because I'm willing to play the game. You want to be corrupt? We're going to be some corrupt motherfuckers. Majority of my people ain't like that.
Most black people ain't trying to get involved with corruption and stuff like that. That's just
You don't have to get involved with corruption.
I'm willing to be dirty. Let's do it. The
Man,
majority of
please,
us
man.
come to
These
Africa
guys,
doing some
man,
they don't want
kumbaya
to do
shit.
it. Leave them.
We
they
don't
don't
want
want
to
to do it,
hurt our
man.
people.
They don't want to get
I can
involved
give
with
a
corruption.
fuck.
They ain't no people who get their funds from dirty money. This man capping, man.
Listen,
I'm here in America, bro.
Yeah, listen,
I'm here in America, bro.
You dealing with
You telling
people
me?
that's broken at the bottom, no principle.
So you telling me that all the money that the Democratic Party's getting is clean? You telling me that there's no corruption money coming through them people? There's no dirty money in those banking and the banking
You
sector.
gotta understand. There's different levels of corruption.
Ah, of course, of
If you don't
course.
understand that
Excuses.
there's levels of corruption, then America's corruption is, hey, we're gonna funnel this money through an organization and we'll try to find a way to get it back to us. In Africa's, it's not like that. They're not even hiding the shit. They're blunt corruption.
Well, you're in Nigeria, bro. That's different. It's a bit different over there, bro. You can go in. Other companies are doing it without. They got nothing, literally nothing in capital. They just bring in the know-how. This is an established company, right? With all the know-how and all the connections, and they go
Louis,
money.
let me ask you a question. Louis,
It's
let
up
me ask
front.
you a
I reckon half these companies up front just to give you hope.
Louis, let me ask you a question, right? Now,
all.
in Africa, everything is done through agreements, right? Agreements, right? Now,
Africa is like any other place for business,
no,
bro.
hold on. Let me say this, right? Agreements, right? You sign an agreement, whatever like that, and it's only as good as the person that in power at that time, or somebody else gets in office, whatnot. That agreement goes out the door. You're just basically buying time for somebody else. Something.
Go speak with the chiefs, man. Go speak with the chiefs.
That's what happened in Fiancra and all these other people. You got
No, come off it, my friend. Don't even go there with that. That's just absolute rubbish. Fiancra was given as free as option. Rollins gave it over. It's like yours. You know how many? You know how? Go on YouTube and type in the Arabs building. Arab doing investment in housing.
Actually, it wasn't even Rawlings. It was Kwame Nkrumah started.
Yeah, right. From back then, but Rawlings is the one who sped it up. Rawlings is the one who sent the keys to Ghana and America. Go on the news, tell them about Fiancra and so on. right? Fiat crisis, let's just forget that. There's African Americans building real estate now. You know, if they want to do it properly, they will come more on a bigger scale. All right, so we've moved on from
We have an African American guy that built this. Dollar Bill sent me a sustainable community in Ghana. Really nice.
Yeah, no, he's just a small scale. There's others doing it on a bigger scale.
I don't know if I don't know if the large scale you're talking about. I don't know if we're capable of doing something now in America.
I've seen it. There's a brother doing it.
Hold on. In America, we got the infrastructure. We could take more risks here.
Bro, listen. The reason why you get a return is because you're there before the infrastructure is put up. If you put it up, you're the one going to be making more bread. If you wait till things are built up, you're not going to make that much bread.
Also, you got to say something, Lewis. In most countries, that when you want a ton of investment, the government spends a lot of its budget building infrastructure, roads.
That's what the Ghanaian government has been doing.
Investors will come in and say, "Oh, tell me I could build a factory here, and I don't have to freaking dig my own sewer system."
Right. Show. I dare you go on. You're on YouTube now. Show the infrastructure that was built that are going on in Ghana right now. Show the road construction. You'll be shocked.
Lewis, that's a good thing, but in other countries, it's done.
No, that's the difference, though, Jonathan. Those are developing. Someone built that, so you go and do it from raw, and you be there reaping all the roads.
You know what? I realized, Lewis. I think that you need companies that are willing to just blow money and be like, we're going to wait.
No company does that. You don't know. Listen, if you go in there, right?
The whole idea is
that's the gamble you take in the rich country, not in the poor country.
The Ghanaian government
is, like I said, I was like this too. I want to invest in Africa. Like black people in America, like they got $50,000, $100 burning in their pocket. I just want to. You know, these people they go
$50,000 ain't nothing.
They go to gamble. They're like,
on a bigger scale, is something for me and you, but on a bigger scale, it really ain't nothing. If these companies you're talking about, they've got big portfolios in the millions. Ghana don't even need that.
Actually, $50,000 is a lot.
Yeah, for me and you, it's a lot. But later on, once you start making it,
I mean, in general. I mean, it's Africa.
Right, I hear what you're saying, but
it is. But
my machines alone that I need, right? Yeah. I can buy one wood machine that will cost about $50,000. It depends on what scale you're doing it at. Yeah,
but they can go as a block though. They should be going as lots. That's when we got people from the organization.
Right. Let me give you an idea of what I'm talking about. The Ghana government, before the Nado left office, made an announcement. We got a shortage of housing, quality housing. So this is what they're gonna do. Rather than people just buy a building individually, spreading out the land, wasting land, instead of building up and so on, they're gonna change the law so that when you come in as a reputable company with a certain amount of investment, okay, you come in, they will put up the road, they will put up the water and supply, electricity. All you got to do, all you got to do is build. And Arab companies are there doing that right now. You go on YouTube and you see it. So you can go in there without building, getting dodgy builders and all that. You can do that.
Lewis, I noticed something, right? There's a lot of, you guys produce a lot of cocoa. Yeah. And there's a lot of candy companies that could just easily just be like, you know what, Ghana has all the cocoa. We're just going to build a manufacturing there, and we'll just say, well, we'll make our candy inside Ghana.
Yep.
And it'll be cheaper, and we can export it back to America.
Yep.
Why the hell they ain't done that?
Well, I'll tell you why.
The whites ain't done it.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why they haven't done it up to now.
I'll
tell you why they haven't done it up to now. We got companies there already, but I'll tell you why they haven't done it on big scale. You need sugar in order to manufacture anything sweet. And for a long time since Nkrumah, hear me out.
You can't get sugar in Ghana?
No, we had a big sugar factory, okay, that was built by Nkrumah, okay. After the revolution,
we had a sugar factory back in the 60s. Nice one.
Thank you. A lot of African companies, government had those factories, but after the revolution, they shut them down under the IMF agreement and all that rubbish. It's only now we've managed to get Dangote investing in that sugar factory. He saw the opportunity, so he just opened up a sugar factory. So now the other people, the offtake, like the sugar cane growers, they can all come on board now. So you can get sugar cane from any part of West Africa, bring it into Ghana, get it processed, because they need to put up the factory. Okay? processing and things like that. This is easy stuff, especially for the steel company, because Ghana's got more steel than gold. To hell with gold. We've got so much other stuff. But the amount of money needed to do it, if the Ghana government does it themselves, they're going to be risking not putting all their money into that one thing. They don't want to risk it. So they need companies to come in. So companies like the steel companies you got in America, those three black ones, trust me, this is easy money. They don't want to do it. There's no
It's
will.
not easy money, Lewis. That's the problem.
Easy money. You don't have to put in a lot.
It's easy money to the person that's not in the business. They're in the business.
Bro, I'm in the business. I'm looking at what's going on. It's easy money.
Worth it and what's not
No,
worth it.
there's no will.
But Jonathan,
you're making excuses for these black companies, man. They're coon companies. Forget it.
A Pan-African gamble. With people
right,
who should not be
gamble
Pan-African gambling.
But Jonathan, there's sectors in which they could just sit down with the government and plan up, like basically plan what the needs of the people is, and make a more calculated risk.
Here's the problem: we don't have a government that negotiates.
Here we go.
These business people have blocks, so there's business blocks. Some of the companies, hold on.
Hey,
some of the companies he play are business blocks.
People aren't doing what you guys are saying should be done. There's a possibility that it shouldn't be done.
Nope.
But there are people doing that. There are different business sectors that exist already in Africa, bro. You're making this. The Africans is coming to the Caribbean as a block.
My opinion is, until like we have an African or some political, even if we had a political party in America that like the ANC that was strong and globally connected, whatever like that, geopolitically connected, I can see us doing deals in Africa. I can't see anything that would protect.
So, Colin, why you never talk about taking over the Black Caucus? You talk all this blood and soil stuff. This ultra militant
principle.
Yes, but you never talk about taking over the.
I'm gonna go. I'm working.
Maxine Waters there. She's like 100.
God bless you, Lewis. God bless you.
She's like 100 years old. She ain't going nowhere. Jasmine Crockett. She said her thing is the transgenders and all this kind of stupid stuff. Whatever like that. Hakeem Jeffrey, who the hell knows what he's about? These people, we're not taking over nothing, because the bottom line is because they really think that they can just use racism, white supremacy to get our vote anyway, so they don't have to do nothing. They basically, their goal is to build the Democrat. The Black Caucus are Democrats. They're not black. That's their principle. Yeah. They're black. The Democrats. They're not black.
But shout out to Congresswoman Barbara Lee, who stepped down as a congresswoman and became the mayor of Oakland. God bless that woman. A lot of people about to be doing so well.
Was she a good Congress?
God bless that woman. Okay.
She was a good Congresswoman?
She's solid.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Colin want to bash them as a whole rather than seeing ways that he can push an agenda to them. Why is that not your mission? Why you focus on the ultra radical?
Talk about Pan-Africanism and stuff like that. I'm just at the conclusion now that unless look, Pan-Africanism, as far as it's nice, kumbaya, we hear talk about that, but when it comes down to money and real money, you know what happens if you go and you have a bunch of interest in a company like Haiti. United States companies had businesses over there, blah blah blah. There was a military regime that took over. Guess what? Bill Clinton did. He set the army there, right? Because they got to protect their shit. The United States overthrew so many governments in Central America. The United States overthrew the government in Colombia to grab the Panama Canal. When they want something like this, they're willing to use military force, manipulate it, and get what they want. Black people in America, you're asking us, right, absent of military, absent anything, stuff like that, to invest lifeblood, billions of dollars possibly in factories and everything that we can never recoup. If you guys decide, the Africans decide, something like they did Hebrews, like we want it back. That's all it really takes. What can you do? Nothing. So African American businessmen know that. Let me tell you something, but there's a thing called the index of the ease of doing business, right? And basically, the United States government puts this out, right? They'll say what countries are a good country to invest in. Now, black people don't go. Right now, America has a travel advisory against Burkina Faso. It's not a safe place to go. Blah, blah, blah. Almost every African does not make a list of an excellent potential good place to invest. So why do people come up? Oh, we're black. We're supposed to just ignore all that shit, lenders.
Yeah, but that's targeted towards certain predatory European Western investors.
No,
You see
no,
what I'm
no.
saying?
I'm saying like this. America basically puts out investment. They have analytics, people who do analytics, and say, okay, what's the ease of doing business in this country? What they look at the things like now Botswana actually is pretty good. Rwanda is actually pretty good. You know, they really turn around. They're said that's what people look at when they get ready to do. Those, trust me, all these black companies you talk about have done their homework about Africa, right? And the reports that came back, they weren't that good. You know, particularly countries like Ghana, Nigeria, and West Africa. You know, now we got a trade mission coming to Liberia. Liberia's been stabilized for a long time, so it's considered one of the most stable countries in Africa. So Liberia might be a breakthrough in as far as like investment in black. You need political and social stability. You know, you need people committed to building infrastructure and stuff like that, and everything like that. They look at the infrastructure, the airport. They look at stuff like that, water systems, everything like that. You know, they look
Yeah.
at education. All these things, indicators to look at whether a country's a good risk. You know, for investment. You know.
Yeah, and you can't invest in a country like that in which, even your soldiers get knocked down. And then people go and strip the soldiers naked and they wear the same fatigue and then they go around kidnapping people. That's not stability. You
Yeah,
can't do
ease of
good luck pulling that off in
African
America.
guys. The ease of doing business when you got indicators when Africa is up against countries in Asia that are freaking booming. When it's not easy as to go to a country like Thailand and make money. They rather set up in Asia, Eastern Europe, Spain, and whatnot. You know, because of ease of doing business and whatnot. You know, they got infrastructure. They invested. Countries invested in infrastructure. They got monorails, light rails. Every time you build light rails, high speed rails, monorail, highway system, expressways,
Right?
so like that, you know, the ease of doing business goes up, you know. But if you got people with people in Liberia, I brought this investor there, Mr. Hyman, the last year, and he was like, "Damn, man, I was stuck in traffic for like 3 hours, man." I was like, "Damn, we tried to get back to the boulevard." He said, "Traffic is so cluttered and bad. The lights don't work." The traffic lights when I backed up when I got some asshole directing traffic. You know what the hell he's doing. So people, little things like that, man, just goes against the ease of doing business. You know how
Yeah,
easy.
you buy into a lot of propaganda. So
No,
I've
No,
it's
that
seen
not
ain't no
like Lewis
propaganda.
propaganda.
That
Lewis
ain't no
Lewis touched on
propaganda.
That's not
Lewis. Hold
That
on,
propaganda.
ain't no
Lewis
propaganda.
touched on the fact that Trump himself said he has many friends that make millions and billions in Africa.
They
I
Trump
talking
is
posted
just
about
the
real
saying
video.
estate.
shit.
I posted the link in the chat. So you can watch that video of Trump saying
Play the
this.
video. Trump just saying shit, okay?
That's what he was
No,
saying.
it's not that.
That's what he was saying back years
And then
ago.
if you
And that's what he
and
was saying
Colin,
back then when he was
Colin,
he was
Don't play
when he
one
said
video, then the next minute be
when he
like
called
Trump
them
said
shithole
Africa or
countries
shithole
inside the
country.
now it's
World
only
Bank.
52 seconds, 52 second video from CNN. But also, if you look at also when you guys go on the airport, when y'all basically take the plane to Africa, you'll see the locals, right? Nigerians, whoever's going there to visit. But a lot of white people be on the plane. You never think, what the hell they doing there? Where are they going? They tell you not to go, and they go themselves.
Most of them work for NGOs and stuff like that, you know.
Man, some of them treat the Africa like they treat the Caribbean. They go visit, they tour there, they tell you not to go, they go to the resorts there, they tell you not to go and they invest there. While they invest there, they tell you not to invest there. They give you these fake indexes and then whatever. Right now, Trinidad and Tobago have a travel advisory level 3 on it. But I promise you, if I go on the plane to Trinidad right now, I'm gonna see a bunch of white folks on it. I promise you that.
Prince, we have to acknowledge at some point that black people look at other black people from around the world as black people and as themselves and through the eyes of hate in doubt. But when they look at the race of a white or an Indian or a Chinese person, uh, we just have to acknowledge that.
That may be true to a certain degree, but I'm
Yeah,
saying like
ain't
if you
no
take
some
over
degree, bro.
sectors, I'm talking about taking over sectors, taking over
Yeah, yeah.
Medicare, taking over, certain
Look,
okay,
speaking
you
of it,
say there's poop
Jonathan,
in the streets, let's create public toilets.
they just outed this Liberian guy. He was operating with a fake medical degree at the JFK Memorial and that. And bottom line is, they said his medical degree was someone from Sierra Leone had died when that, and he and took his certificates and posed as his doctor. You know, he was operating on people with a fake medical license. You know, Liberia.
You talking about the guy in Florida? You talking about the guy that happened in Florida
no,
too? With some fake doctor.
I know it happens a lot with African immigrants. There's fake.
This guy. I think this guy was African American though.
I don't know. No, I don't
Florida?
think so. No. And
Look up the story. In Florida.
No, don't even put that on us, man. We're too afraid of the law for that. You know, black immigrants okay to just a piece of paper.
Hey, Kyla, we know we ain't getting away with no fake degree.
I know we ain't getting no people question this shit. Yeah, we know they're gonna do a background check, some of everything. We ain't trying to do that. Go there, principally. Africans feel they can get away with it because they have this myth that every African, they even got stupid white people believing every Nigerian has a degree. When he got a degree, the Africans are so educated. They believe that shit. So I was like,
no, you know, you do know that at one point it was medicine men that was treating a lot of people. So you guys used to do the same thing. Medicine men in the South. You look up medicine man, what a medicine man was.
Well, yeah, they treat people for a cold.
Yeah, but that was medicine for us.
Yeah. So y'all ain't that different. Y'all use the herbal stuff back in the day.
But we
so
knew
that guy could.
We also
exactly that guy could have been one of y'all though. He could have been African American.
Anyway, the medicine man didn't come out with a degree on his wall and say I could treat you, I could perform surgery on you and shit. You know.
He was a 2018 medicine man, African American in Florida.
I got a question for you, man. I was wondering how much your narrative has changed since Tariq, man, because like a lot, like now I'm hearing like you sound more like FBA sometimes, man.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I'm not no damn FBA, you know. However, what I'm doing is this. I realize some of their talking points are legitimate, you know. Like, let me give you an example. There's a friggin' female, I don't know if she's Jamaican or Haitian or African, right? She was having sex with this white guy. He dumped her, right? She went to his job, threatened him, right? Because she wanted to have his baby, whatever, like that. She just wanted, right? He said, I want nothing to do with it, right? The cops came and arrested her, right? Because she wouldn't leave. Anyway, she was saying in the background, she was saying, and she knew this was going to be on tape because she said the keyword, she said unalive. That means she knew it was going to be one thing, and she knew black people in America would hear that. So she didn't want that beeped out. She said, why don't you go out there? She'll tell the cops, why don't you go out there and unalive some black Americans? Now, when people come here and say shit like that, right, that breaks the whole black unity, Pan-Africanism stuff down. Because I can't forgive that. And I'm not gonna I am not gonna let Africans, Caribbeans disrespect my people over here. I'm not.
But she was a sellout though. She was a sellout, Colin. You can't.
No, that's basically who you people are. You know.
Get the hell out! You're telling me you think this woman? She was a Haitian woman that's doing all that. You think she likes me as a Haitian man?
She was.
There's a sellout. There's a sellout people in our community as well. They don't fuck with the regulations.
African American is capable of thinking like that. That's
Paula.
Yo,
I have a theory, man. I think that because prior to Trump, Tariq was more like kind of like a more Pan-Africanist, I would say. Remember, he was going to South Africa. He was going to different parts of Africa. He was talking about.
I would say, in Tariq's offense, right? I'm saying like this. Hold on. I noticed something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Back when, look, the thing is, this is what I know for a fact, right? This is what I know for a fact, and people are not gonna like when I say this. The people that Africans started with, right? It wasn't people like Tariq because he didn't exist at the time. They started ridiculing and attacking people who were talking about back to Africa, Wakanda, Pan-African. Africans came first. Remember how they attacked Beyonce? You know, Black is King, whatnot. So black people in America are basically like, look at these the people, the black people who want to be part of Africa are being attacked by these Africans, right? And so that's how the ADOS FBA movement came about, you know, because people like, and it wasn't because they were talking about average black. The vitriol was towards people like me and Dinus, you know, people believe in Pan-Africans. They said we're ridiculous, y'all not Africans, blah, 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 y'all don't know about Africa. And so basically, the people like Tariq and them basically like, okay, we're not Africans. You want to be like that? We're not Africans. I'm a foundational Black American. Well, I agree. If how do you think people are supposed to react when they're getting attacked and vilified just for trying to? They saw what us Pan Africans were going through, and they sort of basically reacted towards the way Pan Africanists were being disrespected.
That's not the genesis of it, because
it is a genesis of it,
bro. That's an element. That was an element, bro. That was an element.
What happened.
That and Obama too was another element.
Obama
ignoring the masses of black people.
The fact that Obama was a slave descendant, make it seem like there was something better about him because he was a freaking half Kenyan, half white, that he didn't have slave blood and whatnot. All this stuff was circulating for a while.
No, plus color, he ignored the masses of black people, and certain people felt a type of way, about that.
I mean, I know he ignored black people because he would just pay. He was like a black white guy. That's all he was,
Yeah, that's how he moving. That's how he was moving.
All right, we got Kwame Mayat. Hold up, Kwame Mayat wants to join the panel. What's going on, Kwame Mayat? Man, first time on the show, huh?
Hey, peace, King. Peace, King. I'm just listening to the conversation, and you talk about the ethnogenesis of FBA.
Yeah, I say I don't agree with the FBA, but I understand why. That's why people say I sound like FBA. No, what I'm trying to do is steer some of those people who would be in FBA, which I think is beyond the pale, back to loving their own community, but still loving Africa and whatnot, but dealing with continental African race traders. That's what they are. Brandon broke it down today on his show. You was on that thing. He was
I was on yesterday.
Well, he went today. He was saying the continental Africans that are sitting here in America in the comfort of America attacking General Langley, and they think we're supposed to be just foot soldiers for Traore without asking any questions. Like, look at it. The president of Togo just made himself president for life. Look, I tell you.
So hold on. Stop there. Stop right there, Carlos. So why did Langley not call that out, though? In your opinion, why did the General Langley not call out the Togo situation? Why he's not calling out the situation of D'Ivoire, right? The Cote d'Ivoire president.
Hey, hold on, that's the thing. That's evidence you could use against him, right? I get it. Also,
no, it's not, Carlo. They asked a specific question, and he answered those questions.
No. He singled out Burkina Faso, bro. They asked him a general question about Africa in general and investment strategies compared to China.
Yeah, that's his topic because those countries are still part of ECOWAS and they're doing the bidding of the United States. So that's what it is. So
I think that the whole FBA thing, because prior to that, Tariq was going to Africa doing all this stuff. Remember, the Black Panther movie came out.
Yeah, right? The Black Panther movie came out. Everybody said, but you got to understand something. There was a backlash with continental Africans towards us embracing Africa. I remember that.
No,
they were basically calling, this ain't Wakanda's fantasy, y'all stupid and whatnot. And the reaction
I think it was Color. I think it was more so the people that were here that used to get bullied by some of you guys.
No, I don't buy that. Look, Africans like doing that. Look, kids tease each other on the playground all the time. It had nothing to do with bullying. Look, African Americans don't bully Africa. That's bull. There's never been a
that was a thing, bro.
There's never been a case where a bunch of African American youth beat up an African or killed them or something like that. It never happens.
Oh, no. I'm talking about bullying.
You're more likely, you remember Abil Diallo? They put 47 bullets in him or not. It wasn't us that did that. It was white cops that did that,
That's true.
Yeah, but the same thing with the FBA movement because
but Carla, you can't lie like African booty scratcher, banana boat, and coconut.
We called each other African booty scratcher.
But I could say the same thing about Nigerians calling each other Akaras. Like that's
exactly.
Or even Jamaicans, calling other Jamaican Yankees that move.
Check this out. Lewis said the CD is better, the best foreign currency in the world. Oh my God, Lewis, man.
Lewis,
Stop,
you don't
man.
get to decline by 1,000% and then go
Man,
up 10%
goddamn,
and
man.
be the best
Man,
performing
you couldn't even
currency.
use a CD for toilet paper, man.
That's
Come
so
on.
disrespectful.
And you gotta keep
if you use it for toilet paper, it's the best toilet paper in the world.
Hey, Kyla, one
Hey,
of my
Tyler, you got
stocks was the best performing stocks of the year after it lost 90%.
Yeah.
Kyler, you gotta keep in mind, right? Back in the 80s and 90s, like a lot of FBAs was robbing Nigerian cab drivers in New York. Like that
Oh,
was a
come
thing.
on, man. That's
No,
That was
they
the
weren't
thing,
robbing
exactly.
Nigerian cab drivers. They're robbing cab drivers.
What I'm saying is,
But most of the cab
targeted
drivers
for
was African.
Whose fault is that?
Especially us. Hold on. We was the ones that was
That's
stopping
like
for them.
robbing a bunch
And
of
when we stopped for them, they
7-Elevens and
would
saying,
hop
hey,
out the cabs and
they're
run.
robbing Indians. No, why do you only
No.
sell to black?
They weren't stopping for y'all. A lot of them weren't stopping for you. If you from New York, you know a lot of the cab drivers were drive right past black folks. It was
Yeah,
the Caribbean,
Indians
the
and the white boy.
Africans.
Yeah, the Indians and the white boys. If they ran a yellow taxi cab, they was driving right past black people. So
Exactly. It was
it was the
us.
God,
Africans that
y'all
came.
mind.
I'm from New
That's
York.
it. I'm
I
from New
mean,
York. I'm from Brooklyn. Thank you.
yeah,
My pops used to do taxi, bro.
I'm from Queens, so I this is a
But
fact. Like,
why
I'm
is
from
it you guys?
Oakland. I'm from
Well, see, this is
Oakland.
the problem is y'all taking
They
the
used to run
very.
out the cabs, man. They would act like they about to pay and just dip off.
This is the problem. This is the reason why you got Tariq Nasheed. You guys are taking the very worst part of Black America and Black society, and you're judging 45 million Black people, all different, as by the
No,
very worst.
you claim that there was no bullying and there was no, you guys were just,
I say that.
rolling out red carpets for us,
Hold on.
man.
If you're only dealing
And
with a certain
wait a
segment
minute,
of Black
Carla.
people,
Why
of
do y'all
course
keep saying Black American as if there's no Caribbean Black people in these areas?
but that's what these people that's where the strongholds at. New York is like the stronghold for Caribbeans and Africans.
Yeah, it wasn't our areas.
No. It was there was there. Hold on. New York is the intersection between those three groups. DC is another intersection between the three
You know what
groups.
I
Philly is
realized?
another. All
I
three of
think
those
this
groups are
is
there.
one of the reasons why they created the FBA thing, because we can't even separate black people. As long as they black, they just African American
yeah,
regardless.
that's right.
Oh,
That's not
stop it.
okay.
Hold on. That's not true.
That's
That's not
not
true.
okay.
A couple
There was a person grabbing.
guy in
There's
New
a
York feels
person dragging a
almost
body in
got
New
correct.
York,
That was
and that
definitely
was a black person
an
until everyone said, "I know he's Caribbean. He's from
And
Jamaica."
you gotta
That's
keep in
not
mind
okay.
when you come to America from like the Caribbeans or Africa, you damn near got to delineate from your own culture to be accepted to the Black American culture.
Thank you. They bash you for your
same
shoes,
thing with
your accent,
everybody
your
else.
name.
Everybody else. Hold up. When white people come here, they got to assimilate into the white culture. So it's two cultures. There's two.
Hold on. But Collar, you was going on
Well,
about you're not
hold
going
on.
to
I ain't
change your
never heard
culture
of a
after Africa.
Quisha from Jamaica.
Huh?
Y'all cut that shit out.
They'll make fun of your name, bro. They'll make fun of your last
Y'all
name,
got the
your
same
first
ass
name.
will come
English
up to
They'll
you
make
name.
like
fun of how you dress.
you got to
They
think
make fun
about
of your
it.
accent.
Yo,
You
Come
see
on,
how
bro.
Black Americans will
Hold up.
take
You
offense.
can't walk around the street with high waters. We used to call high waters with your pants so that, or wrinkled pants, or wrinkled shirt, whatever. Of course, motherfuckers gonna clown you if you ain't dressed right, man. That's just
They used to make fun of our slim pants. Now they rocking slim pants, right? They used to rock these big ass baggy pants in the '90s. They used to make fun of Caribbean
you
people
guys.
wearing slim pants. Now y'all rocking slim pants.
You Haitians would know them have them tight ass pants on and whatnot.
We had tight pants with our shoes. Now y'all rocking tight pants and shoes, right? Y'all,
Oh,
see,
I ain't
They're
wearing no
doing it
right?
in solidarity for their Haitian brothers.
Brother,
To
man.
get your
Yo, that was like a punchline. You dress like a Haitian. Like that was like a punchline.
That was created by Jamaicans. Be honest.
Florida, man. One of my and
You dress like a Haitian. That's something that
traumatized, man.
Jamaicans were saying. We could look that
Hold
up
on,
right
let the
now.
bro speak. Let the bro speak from Florida. What you said, bro? JA?
I know, man. He's a Haitian man, and sometimes he be talking to me about how you went through when he was going through high school and how he was treated and stuff in Florida, man. Traumatized, man. I was like, damn, bro.
Yeah, some of them are. Like some people, like some Haitians don't even rock with African American because they got bullied a lot. But like me, I didn't get bullied like that.
Hold on.
I did some of my own bullying. You feel me? So I don't have that. You know what I mean? So it's different. It's different views from different people.
What about the fact that I went to school?
I was doing that where I'm from.
I went to school for a year in the South. I used to get beat up because I had a New York accent, and people hated me. I used to get jumped every day and beat up by boys chased home because I was a New Yorker, you know.
Hey, Carla, to second that, when I stayed in Valdosta, Georgia, I had to fight all the time because California boy. You know what I'm saying? I was a little one. I was a little one now. What they want to pick on me, man?
So Jonathan, you want us to
I'm about to
accept
go
the
slide on
mistreatment?
We're saying everybody gets
shout out to my
mistreated,
people in the South.
I think
But no, that should be normalized though.
That's not a good look on
no one
either.
says it's normalized, man. You know,
Yes, you are. When you say yeah, everybody get bullied. That's basically normalizing it.
No, we're not saying normalize it. I'm saying don't sit here and try to say hold all of us accountable for something that happened to you, whatever like that. That's not all of us. You know?
But that's what Tariq and the FBAs is doing. They holding like lone wolf situations and then applying it to 54 countries.
Yeah, but hold on. But I'm saying my only point is this, right? I seen one video, and live is just reacting to what Tariq sees online, you know. And a lot of times,
Kyla, be honest, is what he picks to react to from what he's seen online.
yeah, he picks what he acts to. But check this, because he ignores all the good stuff that goes on between Africa and Africa. He just says like this, but again, that's what triggered. But that's his show. That's what he wants to do. My point I'm trying to make is there was a dude that was on live talking to back and forth with this two white guys and a Congolese guy, right? And a Congolese guy, the guy said, "Yo, what? Yo," he was saying something the black kid couldn't understand what he was saying, and the Congolese said, "Look, man, talk right." And he said, "What do you mean talk right? I'm gonna take your black card with me." He goes, "I'm not one of you. You're a fucking nigger." I was like, "Whoa." He said, "A hard ER." And he said, "I didn't grow up in here. You probably welfare, blah, blah, just all the stereotype." And his white friends were just laughing, you know. And I said to myself, you got these Africans that come over here, particularly the worst of the Congolese, you know. They come over here and they basically just literally hate black people in America, hate us, no.
You can't take that example and use
Well, I know. I'm sorry. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Kyla, where are you reading all these Congolese at? Most of them looking like you.
Every time I look online, is the two worst Africans are Cameroonians.
But you can't say that's the main view. Like there is no.
Look. I know the people in Congo are not like that. I'm talking about the Africans that find themselves in America, the UK, whatever like that, and they're around white people and stuff like that. So they basically got to show alliance to white supremacy by throwing.
No, but you could say the same thing about African Americans that hang around with a bunch of white people all the time.
Black America is always at war with white people. You don't know something?
No. I'm talking about the ones that hang around white people all the time. You say the same thing about them.
The ones that hang around white are not the main. They're the fringe.
You telling me they're not making nigga jokes?
Like this, they don't hang around fucking white. We don't do.
So what about the Boule class?
That's another myth, you know, about Boule. That's another myth that we can't verify exists.
You gonna tell me?
For the most part, Black America is the most militant black people on the planet. They know it, you know. Militant black people on the planet.
When I say Boule class, I'm talking about like that.
We still are. The bottom line, and also we talk about Pan-Africanism and black nationalism. It ain't nobody but us going to Africa like this in large numbers and doing shit.
That's not true, though, bro.
That's not true. You got
Brazilians.
Hey, John, who's making headways in Africa?
Rastafarians.
No, the Rastafarians do nothing but smoke dope or whatever like that. All the major black.
We're going to be honest, y'all. Black Americans are the only one that make noise in Africa.
You can't say that. You got a large Rastafarian group in.
They don't do nothing though.
What they doing?
Useless, you know.
They building up Shashamane.
They ain't building nothing. They ain't doing nothing but sitting around in a fetal position smoking dope all day.
They build it in Gambia. They in Ethiopia. They in Nigeria. They in Ghana. And they've been there, bro.
Please,
they've been there.
Stop. That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. We can't have this conversation because you know what I'm saying. When we say building, you talking about the Lucas Institute. You want me to play a video? That's the only surgical center in West Africa built by an African American medical group. You know,
So God bless them. God bless them. That's what's up. But you can't say they're the only ones building.
That is a conversation right there. You don't see Nigerian Americans. You don't see people from the UK. You don't see Haitians building on that level. It's only African Americans that be bringing it to Africa like that. True.
We're missing something though, man. We're missing something. American black people. America is the richest country in the world.
That don't matter.
When you are a black person in America, you have access to way more capital than anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, but the whole thing is hold on.
That's not true.
1 second. So relative, I mean, you can make an argument. We can have that discussion.
We make more, but we spend more for the same shit that you live on.
Relative to other places, Americans are going to have access to more capital and can do more. The other thing is too, when you're in America, America is also the most powerful country in the world. So
but they don't back us up. They don't back us.
When people are growing up and they live outside of America, what are they watching a lot of times? Especially if they're in an English-speaking country. They're watching American television. You know what I mean? That stuff's going all over the world. All these American shows, movies, all that stuff. You know what I mean? So you're getting that, and so you're indoctrinated in a sense in that idea, in that culture. And so relative to other people, of course you're going to do more. But that doesn't mean that other people aren't doing stuff. It's just that it might not, you might not hear about it, or it might not have the reach because of where they're from and the kind of access they have to money. You see what I'm saying? And I can argue that with anybody, saying America is the most powerful country in the world and the richest country in the world. It is. Look, let me give you an example. Just on GDP, right? We talk about China all the time. China's GDP is like 17 to 19 trillion. American GDP is like 27 trillion. America still.
No, it's actually like 35 trillion.
Yeah, on GDP alone, America already is outstripping China. You see what I'm saying? And by the way, with a GDP that high without the same population, by the way, China's population is like 3 times bigger on top of it. So of course you're going to see, and that what my point is with the whole FBA thing is that if you are looking at one incident,
I am not defending the FBA, but I am trying to tell you, years ago, right? I used to warn Africans and Caribbeans. I said, look, stop this talk. They used to talk recklessly online. I used to tell them, look, you guys are playing with fire, you know? Now they're like, damn, man, what the hell does this come from, man? I thought I said, you guys are playing with fire, because I know my people, you know? I said, look, although we're Pan-Africans, Wakanda, blah, 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 that could easily turn. I know black people could turn into blacknecks overnight, you know?
I get your point. And what I'm saying is that these things happen.
You wait, hold on. You can't say that been existing like Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass been calling African savages and below civilization. Frederick Douglass.
I never heard him say that.
Frederick Douglass, A. Philip Randolph. That was they talking points. Like that's why they was going against Garvey. Going to get like Garvey was going.
Douglass was dead before Garvey.
It was W. Du Bois. But it was really some certain points about like some of these like NOIs, like some elements of the NOI talk about civilized blacks that were civilized by Islam and righteous religions. So there was always an element of anti-Africanism in the Black America, bro.
If you look at Frederick Douglass writing
in the book, Black the Black Muslims. Well, that wasn't a book. It was a Nation of Islam pamphlet. Elijah Muhammad, unfortunately, described. He said, "Man, we have to be." This is the name about conundrum about the Nation of Islam. He said he went. Elijah Muhammad said he went to Africa. He saw women with their breasts hanging out. He said the absolute bottom. I guess he was in Ghana. I think it was. You know, he said the absolute bottom of human civilization and whatnot. And then what gets me, it has a conundrum, right? The only way that the Nation of Islam could achieve this was in the white man's land. Their whole contact with Nation of Islam was black people should not have running water, electricity. They said he was talking about they had no electricity, no good sanitation. But the only place that could provide that is America. If you say the white man's a devil and America is the fall of America, then what does it mean about just that's why I say the Nation of Islam was not the perfect organization, because it was predicated on black people being internally captivated in the white man's civilization, because they basically said they judged their civilization by the standard of living and what they had in the white man's world, you know?
Well, but Kala is also what black people created in the white man's
Yeah, but let's
world.
be honest with ourselves, Jonathan. The
They
white
didn't
man
have
runs the
none of this stuff that
infrastructure.
we talk about today. They didn't have in the UK. They didn't
Yeah,
have
but
in
hold on,
France.
Jonathan.
They didn't
You
have
understand
none of it.
something, right? Until you basically, you could say that, but until there's one country in Africa that has a fully functioning grid, electricity, running water, healthcare, education, hot paved roads, all stuff like that, that's fully functional, then we could say that.
But Kala, why does it have to be a country in Africa? Why can't it just be a black country?
Because we understand. Hold up, we say this right in America. You know, in every city we live in, you know, is on their grid, the white man's grid. You know that. You know.
Yeah, but Kala, in Barbados, they own the black people grid. Yes.
Yeah, but the
But
bottom line,
hold on. If I shoot on
I'm gonna keep giving a shout out to Barbados, baby.
Frederick Douglass was going against Martin Delaney.
$20,000 GDP per capita.
You hear me?
Yeah, Frederick Douglass.
Frederick Douglass was going against Martin Delaney.
To me, Frederick Douglass was probably one of the biggest sellouts in human history.
He wasn't no sellout. He was a smart man.
Huh?
He wasn't no sellout.
Nah, you gotta check. You gotta see what he had debates with Martin Delaney about how his views on Africa. That's why Martin Delaney stopped messing with Frederick Douglass, because he's like, I can't mess with him.
Yeah, that's fine, but he wasn't no sellout though. Yeah, if you go back in history, a lot of black Americans.
No, but that's an element of the FBA element that long existed in America. Even when you talk about Marcus Garvey, Marcus Garvey had a redemption concept of Africa.
If you go back in history, there are two sides of black America, right? There's the one side that's pissed off Africa, y'all motherfuckers sold us. And they ain't never gonna let that go. And then there's the other side that says, no, we just need to reconnect to our continent. So what you got from Frederick Douglass was, fuck these people. They got rid of us from the beginning. And then we got from everybody else was, but we need to go back. We need to go back. And that's what you got in modern day with the FBA, ADOS, and then Pan-African. Some people like, man, fuck them. They sold us into slavery. And then some people are saying, man, we need to reconnect with our continent and our people.
But you're making this point that energy, that
that's not a
mentality has long
sellout.
existed.
That's not a sellout.
No. But maybe not a sellout, but that mentality has long existed. The FBA elements.
Let me
So the idea that's a new concept is not new.
It should exist. You
Hold on, let
don't
me
get
ask you
to
guys a question.
Listen. The other day, Carlos said something that pissed me off. He said it before though. Now, thank God his ancestors got on that boat to be raped,
hold on. When I say that, hold on.
beaten, murdered, hung, tortured. Africans sold our people to experience that bullshit. Don't get free and say send me back to those people who were still at that time actively selling people into slavery.
No, when I'm saying, hold on, my whole thing is, I said like this, right? The reason why I say that is because I say like this: we're in the best. We as Black America are in the best situation by which, if we want to return and build a nation of our own, we could do that because we're in the strongest country in the world. We have the best chance of making it happen. You know, better than anybody else, better than Nigerians, Ghanaians. We have the best chance of really building a first world nation than any other group of Black people on the planet. We could only have done that if we could never have done that if large numbers didn't survive the mob for the transatlantic slave trade to America.
Bacala, look what it took to get to that point. I can never say I'll go to somebody I know. Man, thank God that your mother and your daddy got killed, bro. Because look at you now, you successful.
Well, hold on.
That's crazy work.
Hold on. If you say when I say okay, it's time to build an African. Let's build a nation for all and build like, Black America has the money to finance that country to like 100 times over and build it from the ground up and whatnot and have land that's their own. If we never came to America, we would never be in a position to do that,
All right, but Kyle, let's do it like this. The best way to do it, you got to try to be political, right? Don't say nothing crazy like that. In honor of our ancestors
people
who
understand what's
suffered
on
through the
Lewis don't like what I just
Miafa,
said.
we're
What
going to
rubbish
go build a country in honor of them. Rather than, thank God they were put on that boat. That's crazy.
No, I'm not saying they
Kyle,
put on
that's
that boat,
crazy.
but look, the only thing good about it is the fact that we're in a prime position to really actually not just take a bill in Africa, we could be the most powerful group of people in the world, to tell you the truth, if
But
we
Kyle,
were.
I agree, but at the same time, it's no thanks to white people because white people, they weren't doing great over here either.
Yeah, I know, but no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying what we was able to survive. I ain't talking about white people. I'm talking about our resilience as a people.
Hey, Colin, you gotta take into account that it was 2 slave trades going on. Like we got to start from Shanghai and the Mali Empire, because a lot of those Islamic people was enslaving the Ashantis and the Yoruba and those groups, who in turn started enslaving them. That's why a lot of slaves that came over here was Islamic too. So
Facts.
so you got to
And
take
that's
into
why.
account that it
And that's
wasn't
why.
just people just enslaved, because the traditional Africans, they started saying, all right, we getting guns from the white people and muskets and these stuff, so now we gonna fight back the Islamic people, the Hausas, the Fulanis
The
and those
Mandinka.
people. Yeah, the Mandinka.
Yeah,
That's how a
and
lot of
they
them
all
end
got
up.
that crazy work and got their ass whooped.
Yeah.
Ain't
So
that
I think
something?
we sometimes we got to take the whole slave trade, not just a piece of it.
No, we don't want to take the whole thing.
Facts.
The fact
No,
of the
I'm saying
matter is,
to
just
understand the landscape
The
and the
nuance, exactly. The
and the
nuance.
politics that was going on in Africa at the time.
by the sounds of, that's not a
Hold on,
that's not an
you can
African
sum
on this
slavery up with
panel.
this.
It's a whole
White
bunch of
man
Black
needed
American
human
and
bodies,
Caribbean.
right? And the bottom line, at first, Africans said, hell no. But guess what? They start importing guns into the area. And then basically a few said hell yes. And next thing you know, as soon as you start hearing gunshots and whatnot, then next thing you know, gunshots and whatnot and village raids produce refugees. Refugees mean they're stabilized. People had no place to go. They couldn't go back to the villages and everything. And next thing you know, they were brought down to castles and shipped out to sea. Black people,
That's part of the story, but
uprooted. Our ancestors were uprooted from Africa, really uprooted. Look, when people are uprooted from their homeland, right? Slavery, whatever like that, it usually takes thousands of years, right? You're basically the children of God. People without a land are the children of God, The gypsies, the Kurds, and many other landless people in this world, I identify with the landless people in the world, I probably identify more with the Kurds than I do most Africans, right? Because they're landless, When you're landless and stateless, everything you got,
you Carla, you're doing
You
that
can
old
say that.
school.
You can say that about
You
any
doing?
African
Hold on,
tribe
bro.
that don't own a nation to themselves. Like
we
you
don't
have
have a
to.
nation. So the bottom line, that's why I
He,
feel.
he doing that old school struggle Pan Africanism from New York, where they look down on working and identify with struggling. I don't identify with struggling. I identify with building. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
So at the end of the day,
Prince, I got a question. I got a question.
You may
New
say that,
York
but
word is born
I
types
was
that
born.
talk about job and the white man shit.
Don't it make
In
sense? Don't it
America,
make
I am
sense for
part of a
Black
struggle.
Americans?
Being black in America is a struggle.
Don't it
That's
make
like
sense for Black Americans and Caribbeans and what the Brazilians and everyone over here to work together first before trying to build with Africa and connect with
well,
Africa?
I'm saying like this. I
Doesn't
know
it
Nah,
make sense that
I think we
everyone
need.
should connect with
fact
each
of the
other
I think
matter
we
is,
first?
need a home. I think we
look,
need a home
check
base.
out. Look, I say like this.
You need
It's
a
going to be
unified base
conflict.
before
No
you
matter
get a
what we
home
do, there's
base.
going to be conflict, whatever like that, and that needs to happen. Just like right now, you may say what you want about Tariq, right? Or whatever people disagree with him, but I think these conversations need to be happening. I think there needs to be conflict. People need to be honest with ourselves how we really feel about each other. Then out of which we could say, something. Look at this. We need to come together on this. But what I fear is when all the truth is revealed. Like I played that lady the other day said earlier tonight. She said she hates black people and whatnot, and then all these white people they raised $1 million for a lady that called a Somali baby 5 years old the N-word and whatnot. If that's not a wake up call to these black immigrants who keep coming over here, like, oh, I'm not part of no struggle, I'm not part of racism, whatnot. She called a 5-year-old boy. A 5-year-old boy is supposed to be innocent, you know.
Kala, but Kala, that whole interaction shows the difference, right? Because if that was an African American baby or an African American man, that white bitch would have been smacked.
Oh yeah, he would have just. There would have been bloodshed right there, you know.
But Kala, you got to start. You got to start with Martin Luther King saying that we not African and we've been far removed from Africa, and then the Frederick Douglass.
That was stupid. Martin Luther King was only 39 years old when he died. You know, the bottom line is look, hold up.
He was right. He was right.
No, I'm saying like this. Well, hold up.
We're African descent, not African.
Hold
There's a
I'm
difference.
saying like this is what I say. You know, I will never say just going to Africa or whatnot, you know, and say, even when they say I want to eat Africa, I say, look, I tell my wife, don't be cooking me that shit, you know. You know, why you don't like Africa? Because I'm not a fucking African. I tell her that shit, you know. So anyway, basically, I'm saying like this. I basically I'm an African American.
Now imagine calling the dashiki at Black Panther after saying shit like that. You see what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about. Right?
Hold on. I'm saying like this. Yo, if you ever go to the continent, you know what I'm talking about, right? The African has a certain way of life, a certain way of thing. We've been living off the continent so many times, and I've been born off the continent. Even Africans basically are living like Mufasa. I'm gonna identify as that. It don't matter what you identify as, you ain't an African. You know, you're African American or Black American, you know. An African basically, and like I said, the culture. I know these guys are waiting 5 years. We all see each other as brothers and sisters or not. But what I'm saying, like, and I'm African descent. Technically, you can say I'm an African, right? But we say a true African or something like that. The people who lives the friggin' African life, way of life. You can't live in California but not have cars and health care, like that. You know, I'm talking about your average. Yo, the African lives on very little. He lives on $1 a day. Can you live on $1 a day?
Carla, they do not live on a dollar a day. Don't say that.
Like 50 cents. Hello, Carla.
Yeah.
Right. Can you do me a big favor? Listen, I wrote this down for you so that when you get a program like this, you get a time you can play a little bit of it. It's a very powerful man. He actually ran for presidency. He got no chance of winning anything recently. He's a professor. He's the best, right? Him is the best historian on Asante history. That's to do with this, what you're just talking about.
How are you getting on this Asante? I don't care about this.
No. Hear me out, right? It's a very good YouTube, okay? Right? A very good YouTube program on YouTube. And you got a chance. Just play a little bit of it, right? It's called The Bond of 1844. Listen, just hear me out. It's called The Bond of 1844. It explains how Africa became colonialized on the West Coast. It will explain the whole thing.
Know that, you know?
Listen, no. It's when you got a time like this, because you're not talking about much, you're going here and there. Play a little bit of it, you're going to find it fascinating. Because what I'm telling you is that hopefully the actor, we've got the guy playing the Black James Bond, he's got a studio in Ghana now, he's building. Hopefully they're going to make programs on this. It will explain to you what Africa was like during the colonial times, before the white man came in, and it will explain everything and make it crystal clear. All you got to do is play a bit of it, and the rest of the guys can watch it in their own time. It's called The Bond of 1844.
Let me play this video with this about some black chick making money.
No, forget that. Let's learn something, bro. Forget that nonsense. You see, this is why bro. This is something important, okay? If you show it, it will help you.
Look, I don't care, you know. Let's say,
yeah, of course you don't care. So you just wasting our time, bro. It's called The Bond of 1844. The document that led to colonial rule. If you play that, you will get to know what Africa was like before the white man and when the white man came in. You only got to play a bit of it.
Hey, Louis, you did. Hey, Louis, you disqualified after you
slavery and everything. I studied it, you know.
What? No, you don't. You don't know it in depth. You don't know in depth. You know it from the white man point of view.
Hey, Louis, Hey, Louis, you disqualify after you said that the Shantis are Hebrews.
Tribal councils.
No, that's my faith. It's a matter of faith, brother. It's a matter of faith. That's a different thing, right? Listen to me. This documentation, if you guys get a chance, it's on YouTube, okay? It's from a Ghanaian professor, an Ashanti professor, very well-educated man, okay? He speaks good English. He explains everything in a short time. It's called The Bond of 1844. That was a kun sellout that was by the...
Is that Obadale Campbell?
No, that's that's the guy he learned from. This guy taught Obadele.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right. This would because all you got at the moment is document from white documents. You guys know it from the point of view of the West. No, you need to read it from the point of view of those who was in charge in Africa at the time, so you get a better view. Because all we got is a distorted view from one end. Okay, we got African perspective.
Hey, Louis, did you hear my take?
That could be a different show, though. No. If you watch it, if Carla plays it, he won't get strike on it. If you play just even just 8 minutes of it, you get a very good idea because the man has been interviewed. He's answering questions that people ask. It's about 2-3 years ago. It's still on YouTube.
I want to hear this sister talk about sister Black American buying gold.
Listen, let's do something serious and stop the women gossip crap. We're men. Let's learn something.
Harris took a trip to Africa to connect with her roots, not knowing that she will end up eventually
come up here telling me what the
relocating to Africa because of what she found out. Gia Harris was on a personal journey. She wanted to learn more about the culture, the people, and reconnect. But once she landed in Zambia, to be specific, she figured out that she has something to offer. And she also realized that Zambia has a lot to offer her as well. Right now, Gia Harris, according to reports, has a mining company in Zambia, and it is based on community building. Watch this clip. We'll come back and discuss.
Okay, now anybody can form a mining company. You know that, right, Principe? You know, I can go up there and
Of course. I'm saying her resources is not as deep as the other guy.
That total of equipment of mining, you know, you can get all that equipment for less than $10,000, right? It's no big deal.
Now, this is what adding value means, as well as collaborating with the locals. She's not only adding value, but she's getting her investment back. According to reports, Gia has laid the foundation for what is now a 200,000 acre mineral-rich mining initiative in one of the world's copper capitals.
Does that really sound right? 200,000 acres? Am I bugging or what?
I mean, Africa's big.
No, 200,000 acres. Are you kidding me? Come on, stop. You know. So like I said, man, all this stuff, half this stuff we see online, man, you gotta take it with a grain of salt. It's exaggeration. Exaggeration is a bastard child of enthusiasm. You know. Let's see.
Capitals, and her approach is community-centered, and she prioritizes ethical mining practices, economic empowerment, and sustainability, turning what's often seen as an extractive industry into a vehicle for lasting impact. This is huge. She's not only mining in Zambia, but she's doing it the right way. She's not just exploiting the local grounds, the people, but she's collaborating with the locals and working together with the locals. This is what we want. This is the collaboration that we're talking about. There's skill transfer, there is putting money in people's pockets, but also getting your investment back. Gia is not doing charity. Of course, she's also getting money out of it, but I love that she's approaching it in a different way. She's not approaching it in this exploitive manner where this multinational companies will come, will dig, will take what they need to take, give pennies to the communities, to the local communities, and take out the mineral that they have extracted.
That's another thing when you talk about investing, man. That's all those things about you got to give to the locals and whatnot. You got to give to the locals. You got to do all this.
And Kyler, you do know 200,000 acres is only about a mile and some change long.
No,
so it's not impossible.
No. 200,000 acres, man, is like a few miles, bro.
Nah, it's a mile and some change. It's not that big.
Okay, well, I'll look it up. Let me look it up.
Yeah, you could convert acres into miles. You'll see 200 acres about a mile.
Okay, 200,000. She said.
Yeah, 200,000.
200,000 acres. Acres is how many miles? No, it's actually 312 square miles.
Yeah, if you square it. But I'm talking about
that's what when we say miles. 300 square mile. 1 square of that mile is 100 miles. Or 85. So it's 85 miles high, 85 miles deep. There's no way she got that much land, 85 miles. That's about the size of the state of North Carolina, So I don't know. I think she misspoke. She probably said 200 acres, not 200,000. That's no way she could have that much land. That's the size of a fucking city, or a big city, That's bigger than New York City. 300. New York City is only 400 square miles. So you're gonna tell me she has a land size of New York City? Come on.
If she did, there goes Afristan right there. Let's go.
All right, whatever. Yeah, like I said, I won't be packing my bags anytime soon. Every time I hear black people say what they got, when I go, I say I get excited. I go do my investigating. I realize they ain't got shit. I'll be like, damn, I'm so disappointed. That's why I don't bother trying to believe it anymore, because I'm like, get there. Like, well, we didn't exactly say this. We didn't say we actually own it. We don't even actually have the gold company. This is actually a Chinese company that we're partnering with. And you see it. Oh man, nothing's ever anything what you expect. You ever notice that? Nothing's ever what you expect. You just go by what people have said. Man, who the fuck told me this shit?
Call it. That's why I be questioning Troy. It's not like I don't like the guy and I want him to fail.
Oh, you hate him, man. You a hater.
I don't like my feelings getting hurt.
You're a hater, man.
I had a lot of hope in Robert Mugabe. God damn it.
I know. Robert Mugabe was all right, but he was a.
I thought Julius Malema was gonna let's take it back. They didn't take it back, Colin. I can't do it no more.
Why is everybody hating on the African thing? God damn, Ross Morris. Okay, if it's in my mind, man, just let me be, man. That's the only thing that keeps me going every day is a belief that one day we can have someone. And I believe we're getting to that point, to tell you the truth. Let white people keep being more racist like they are. Black people are like this. But the bottom line is black people, unfortunately, are getting stuck in countries like Ghana. Nothing good's coming out of fucking Ghana and these West Africans. They're just too poor, too undeveloped. Look at that, what he wants. I mean, we keep hearing these horror stories, man. People coming back to America that lost everything, God damn,
They should be moving as a block. That's the problem, man. Move as a block. You see what I'm saying? You're talking about, you're going to have blood and soil and blah, blah, blah. But if you can't even unite and invest, how the hell are you going to have blood and soil? Who's going to go with your 50 goons and your bro Rambo?
The bottom line is
Africa still got major problems. Like, I think Africa's too conservative.
There's nothing wrong with conservative. He's talking about his own individual village or town or state.
Don't worry, bro.
He
Africa ain't
could he
conservative
could
like
go
like it used to be.
No, the
he
Bible,
could go
Principally,
he could go sit with Sierra Leone and Liberia and have them the
Principally,
land as he invests in different sectors.
Principally, let me tell you something about these countries, right? Sierra Leone and Liberia, right? I'm gonna say this, and people don't like when I say this, right? If any large numbers of black people from America settle in these countries, we'll fucking destroy it. We destroy the people, we destroy that country. I just know Africans have a high threshold of bullshit they'll put up with, These people are outright openly corrupt, open like this. If you basically talk about us putting money into something that you up there next to look, the stuff I see in Liberia right now, where people are just fucking squatting on land and they get some corrupt politician or judge or whatever or like that to take your land you work for and not a damn thing you can do. But I know my people. Dude, it ain't gonna happen. There's no way freaking that'll happen in us. We're not. The only way we could ever be in Africa is we're in large numbers, we're strong enough, and we got force behind us. We could basically defend ourselves, whatever like that. That's the only way it's gonna work. You think in a million years we're gonna fucking trust any of these countries and whatnot, Been there, done that, bro. That's how we end up in America in the first place, We're not gonna bow down to the friggin' these people. It's not gonna happen, man, It's always gotta be conflict, man. A conflict and you're clear about where you stand, The next thing you know, you say, hey, look, we can come to agreement. I guess you ain't gonna take this, and this is what we're not gonna take. This is what we can compromise. Well, people want us to go there and be look. If I like Mara that comes on the show, he's like my 10 made people, blah blah. We could look, man. Okay, so I get it. You're the dominant tribe. You control everything. We got no say so, whatever like that. But you're still taxing me. You still got access to everything I got, whatever like that. We have no say so, whatever. Like so, were you telling me, principally, I should go to Africa, live in a country where I got no say? I got more say so in America. At least I can vote here. I got, I could voice my political opinion. You got countries now, man, they're freaking arresting you for freedom of speech. You tell me we got to give that up. You know how I am. Imagine me not being able to do the show. Imagine us not being able to assemble, organize without police or military coming in and shooting us.
Kala, if you tried to do a show like this in Nigeria, you would be arrested quicker than you know it. And even if the court said release you, your ass ain't getting released.
Yeah, so the bottom line, so that's what you have in Africa right now. You got people basically arrested for freedom of speech, abused by fucking police. And look, I'm gonna tell you right now.
That goes on in America. You say
No,
it's
not on that level, bro. Now the police don't randomly just start knocking motherfuckers upside the head for no reason.
In Nigeria, someone made a video about a product, and the company got that person arrested.
And also in Sierra Leone.
Look at Kanye.
Sierra Leone. Hold up, there's this lady that was on a reality show. She went to school with the Sierra Leone first lady. She made a joke on a reality show about her, whatever she said, whatever she said, but whatever she got back to Sierra Leone. You know what? She's still in jail without a trial. Her family got to bring her food. They won't, and she won't really because she insulted the president's wife. That's reality. That's reality.
We see you ban people on this page, though, man. We see you ban people on this page. You imagine African with you. You're gonna be no different. You're gonna be no different than the African leaders, bro.
I'm not taking nobody's liberty away from them. You're saying, look,
Kala, look what's going on right now. We can't even say certain groups of names online. We got to talk in code names. Right now, look at Kanye West. Kanye West was one of the richest black men in America. As soon as he started talking about the small hats, they took everything away from him.
Well, actually, to tell you the truth, I think black people talk about Jews because they're really afraid of the real enemies, which is the Anglo-Saxon, the Christian Anglo-Saxon.
I think black people are more scared of the small hats than anybody.
No. Black people scapegoat the small hats. I never heard
Farrakhan. Look what happened to Dr. Tony Martin, Dr. Khalid Muhammad,
Professor
Professor Leonard Jeffries.
The Jews basically got status because you got to understand something, bro. You don't know the history. And what you call Jews have a sympathy, world sympathy, because they're good at propaganda. They remember the Holocaust, Hitler, stuff like that. So if you say something about Jews, basically you got the whole world condemning because they got the whole world on their side because of the Holocaust. That's the difference.
No, the whole world is on their side because they've been controlling the finance for white people since the
No. They got
Romans.
propaganda. It ain't about the finance.
Yeah, they do. They're viewed as holy, and they're viewed as victims of World War II.
That's how they do it, bro.
It's just propaganda. Hitler showed you they don't care about no finances.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck
Stalin
about
showed
finances.
you too. They'll yank your ass in your finances.
They don't give a shit about that. They put them on concentration camps. So bottom line,
But even the
black people want things because the bottom line is this: you are not going to go. You ain't gonna have black people running their mouth against rednecks and whatnot and racists in the South. Whatnot. They'll talk about the small hat. This is bullshit.
I never hear black.
That Farrakhan shit was bullshit.
I never hear Tariq Nasheed criticize the small hats for the slave trade. How they ran the banking system,
it wasn't just
the insurance.
Small hats.
It wasn't just them, though.
It was it was a Dutch.
It was all the whites.
It was a French. It was a friggin' English. It was friggin' Portuguese. It was all of them involved. Why?
Yeah, but they borrowed money.
White race. What are you talking about, bro?
But they borrowed money from the small hats.
Dude, man. You see, you're ignorant.
Bro, the small hats are not the richest group of people on the planet.
White supremacists have put out that myth about Jews and like that. So basically, you look at Jews, but no, it was a white Anglo-Saxon. Wall Street for the South, the cotton industry, everything like that, the shipping industry, Spain, Portugal, and all stuff like that was all tied together. Yeah, were Jews involved something and like that? But did they finance the whole thing? No. You had the Lords of London. Are they Jewish? No. You had many different financial institutions that financed the slave trade. The Fitzgeralds and whatnot, of the places like Rhode Island. The John Fitzgerald.
Well, now wait a minute though, Carla.
Wait, who? But who? Do you know who
why
Aaron
y'all
Lopez
never
is?
blame the small hats for colonization?
Yeah, so in other words,
they're responsible for everything but colonization.
Yeah, so small hats. Yeah, I guess they basically were the ones who mowed down the Zulus and they mowed down the Ashantis and they basically did all stuff like that. Man, come on, man.
But they control the finances.
You don't know the fight. Okay? Give me an example.
Okay,
explain that. Explain what you just said.
Okay, they ran the sugar trade in Jamaica, Suriname.
Explain that. Hold up. What control the financing was a system called mercantilism. That's what basically controlled the finance. That means colonies could only trade with the mother country, and the mother country's central banks. We have a central bank system. Is what basically said, okay, this is how we're going to basically get the capital to basically the people who mastered this was the Dutch. I would say,
and who was running the Dutch? The small hats.
The Dutch was the Dutch.
No, the small hats went from Portugal and Spain up into Dutch and into Britain.
Like I say, hold on, you.
They were part of it. They were part of it.
The small hats got kicked out of over 100 countries, but somehow they're so powerful. Stop, bro.
They were part of it, but they wanted the whole. But speaking of the small hats, why is Colin not finding inspiration in those guys and utilizing their unique and special ability to unify themselves to create strength in key sectors?
First of all, the Jews. Hold up, the Jews basically are white. You know what I'm saying? You understand something? They ain't no
absolutely.
Well,
I agree.
It was also the person who basically made slavery possible was a pope. That basically it was a Catholic church who said you can enslave the black race because they had no souls. It wasn't the Jews; it was a Catholic church.
You do know you have crypto Jews.
Oh man, see now you're talking bullshit, man.
That's a real.
They play a part, but they're not the only, bro.
Hold on. You understand? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you some CS history. Explain the Spanish Inquisition, bro.
The Spanish Inquisition was centered around basically getting rid of the small hats and the Arab that came into Portugal.
So when the Spanish Inquisition happened, Jews were under persecution for hundreds of years in Europe. So how the fuck did they run everything if they wanted to persecute?
They was controlling the fight.
They had to change their names. So now with Randolph, they were under persecution, but they also played a part in slavery. You're right, technically. Those who changed their names, those who converted to Christianity. You're right.
Why was they under?
To a certain degree.
But why was they under persecution? Because they was running the finance.
Simple hatred. That's all.
No. They sided with the Moors. They sided with the Moors when the Moors was running Portugal and Spain.
Listen.
So when they kicked out the Moors, some of them had to change their names. They had to convert over to Christianity.
I asked you about the Spanish Inquisition. You know, that was clearly about. There was two of them. It was clearly about ridding Europe and the Western civilization of Jews, right? So how could Jews control the finance and still they're being persecuted, driven out of Europe, right? And that's what basically brought Jews to the idea that one day, it started like 700 years, that they're going to have their own nation, Jewish state one day, you know? So driven out of these places like that in Spain, Eastern Europe, everything like that. And so the bottom line is, and also there's Ashkenazi Jews and the Sephardic Jews. Are the Sephardic Jews also, and they're very poor. The Sephardic Jews and Hasidic Jews are like the poorest people on the planet. Are you telling me they're part of the finance?
Nah, that's crazy.
Okay, okay. Why don't you go up to upstate New York? I grew up around a lot of Hasidic groups. They live in communes. Those people are freaking poor as shit. They ain't got nothing, you know?
All right, let me ask you a question.
A couple of Jews, secular Jews, who got money. When the real Jews and whatnot that practice the kosher and all stuff like this, those people ain't got shit, man, you know?
They got money in Brooklyn, though. They got money in Brooklyn.
It says some
but
Jews.
This guy buying into a lot of propaganda that's on media.
Yo, check this out. The people, the largest group of people on Section 8 in New York are Jews.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. The food stamps as well.
Yeah, they know how to they know how to manipulate the system.
They're
more likely to be on welfare and food stamps and live on damn Section 8 whatnot. You know, you got whole.
But they also have their own communities.
Kyla, do you know
so I respect them.
You know who was a person that owned the most slaves in America?
I have no. Let me guess, it was a Jew, right?
Yeah, Aaron Lopez. You could look him up from Massachusetts.
So I guess
how many did he own? How many did he own?
We're supposed to forget all the Irish, Anglo-Saxon, Christian fucking people and whatnot, and just focus on one little group of Jews, right?
Kala, ask him how many did he own?
He owned thousands, but I know that's recorded that he owned the most slaves in America.
I'm saying, so what I'm saying, so in other words, let's forget about the millions of Anglo-Saxons in deep Mississippi, when not redneck Mississippi.
They was
Irish, French, Spaniards.
Most of the Anglo-Saxon, they was yemen farmers. They wasn't wealthy like that. They was yemen farmers.
Man, you want to relegate it just to one group, man. It was all in on it, bro.
Brother,
John Calhoun.
Can you not try to single out one ethnic group?
I'm not trying to single out one.
That's crazy.
I'm just saying
all involved in slave trade.
That's like that's like looking at Africa and saying, man, you know, the Fulanis, they sold slaves. Nah, a whole bunch of people sold slaves. But you only want to focus on one group. That's crazy.
I'm not. I'm just saying it's just quite interesting that we don't.
You're with that Farrakhan weirdo Jew. You know something? Let me tell you something, man. The truth is, Farrakhan always wanted to be a Jew. You know, that's the truth. He always wanted to be a Jew. You know, he grew up in Boston and whatnot. He tried to learn violin and whatnot. That's why he wears his hair the way he does. He wants to be a Jew. You know, and you guys are following that same goofy ass.
You're doing a lot of Farrakhan slander tonight. What's going on here, man?
Don't disrespect Farrakhan.
You do a lot of disrespecting the Farrakhan. I don't like that, man.
Well, the bottom line is this: this man misled black people for generations. You know, I was there at the Million Man March. I said Farrakhan's a man. And then when I realized this guy ain't serious about nation building, you know, Gaddafi offered him land. You know, he said, "Look, I'm gonna give you $1 billion. You know, $1 billion worth of wealth was he was gonna develop the whole southern part of Libya where black people could come in America and settle and build and whatnot." You know who ended up taking up an offer? Africans. You know, Africans were living in that area that Gaddafi dug and whatnot. You know, they ended up going there. You know, after
and then they enslaved them afterwards.
What? No, that wasn't him. That was the Libyans who basically, when he was overthrown.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The Libyans, they enslaved
The
them,
Libyan, not
enslaved them right
Gaddafi.
afterwards.
Gaddafi wasn't those black people in there because basically he initially offered Farrakhan and Black America all that land. And when that Farrakhan, no, I'm an American. Man, get out of here with that shit.
Hey, Kyler, you know what you need. You know what you need to research. You got to start from Narbonne, France, and work your way up
Look,
to
bro,
Suriname.
I don't want
We
to get
are not
sidetracked.
about to
Look,
do
I don't want to
Jewish
sidetrack
history.
with no that. All I know is the white man, the white devil, enslaved us, all of them. You know, they ain't nobody. No, I don't work on that conference. Said, he goes, I don't give a damn what the hell kind of white you are. You're white. You're white. You know, I don't give a damn about
Facts.
you know, same fucking thing to me. You know, I ain't here to play games with these people, man.
He wanted
Bro,
to
you
pretend the
sound
rest of the
like the
whites
type of
were
person that's going to knock
victims.
off all the Jews, and then all the white supremacists going to kill you afterwards.
Yeah, that's what I said. Hold on. White supremacists love for me. I would never, one thing I will say like this. When I get in front of, like, remember, you guys don't remember. Okay, I was in Beaumont's show last year. Remember this guy called, white supremacist guy called in? I told Beaumont, I would never let this guy on my show, but this guy used to call in, fucking harass me, whatever like that. He would try to call my fucking business when he talked to my business partners. You know, this guy calls a black supremacist. Yeah, he tried to, I said, do you forget? He tried to, because I didn't go along with him, was, the problem is the Jews. I said, dude, man, I don't have a problem with any freaking one particular. I have a problem with all of you. You know, no, but the Jews do this. But I said, I don't give a flying fuck what kind of religion or whatever the fuck they are. White people are white people to me, you know? They're all capable of fucking destroying us and whatnot. And they all enslaved us and they all benefit from the fucking enslaving us, you know? I don't have a land and I'm forced to be in another man's land, salute his flag, whatever like that. That's the way I feel about it, you know? And the bottom line is this. And now, if the white Anglo-Saxons came and said, Colin, we support your idea of an African, and the Jews were saying, no, we don't support it, then I judge that. But since none of them support me, I don't give a fuck about none of them, you know? I don't give a damn about none of them, you know? So
What about Liberia and Sierra
Colin,
Leone? It was the Anglo-Saxon that set up Liberia and Sierra
they
Leone.
didn't set up Liberia. Black Americans set up Liberia. You know,
How did he get the land? They got it from the AOC.
No,
American Colonization Society.
That's what happened when you Wikipedia. This is what happened. The American Colonization Society set 2 agents there, right? And at gunpoint, they basically made the day chief turn over a tract of land after they initially agreed that, okay, we're gonna give you a certain amount of barrels of iron and stuff like that, whole bunch of stuff, right, to purchase land. They initially agreed. And then once the settlers cleared the land out and said, oh man, we saw what y'all did, Bushrod Island and stuff like that. It goes initially on Providence Island, then went to Bushrod Island, and also they started laying down streets, whatnot, carving up. Then they said they wanted it back, so they said no, you can't have the land back, right? And then what happened was the ACS abandoned the mission, said y'all on your own, and it took men like Elijah Johnson, right? Elijah Johnson, a badass motherfucker from Chester, Pennsylvania. And he basically he was in the war. He was a veteran of the War of 1812, right? He led the Liberian men. Everybody over 15 was required to learn how to fight in the old guns. And when the Days attacked on Crown Hill, and I was up at Crown Hill, Days attacked on Crown Hill, they were ready for them, you know, and they massacred them, you know. After that, the friggin' the native people said, okay, we're gonna sue for peace. That's how Liberia was born. Bloodshed, blood and soil, you know. Wasn't no ACS. You know, the ACS basically was just handling hoarding funds that the United States had put up for it. But the bottom line, after 25 years, Liberia said, you know, I think we got this. Y'all can go home. They kicked the ACS out. You know, that's the truth, you know. So okay, we got a sister coming up. All right, brothers, we got a sister coming up, so we gotta be respectful. All right, sister, what's on your mind?
Hold on. Go on mute. Carla, that's she's not going to talk. She was supposed to just listen to the show. But go ahead, Carla.
Who was that? That's somebody from you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's your wife?
Yes, brother.
All right, no problem. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out like that. But yeah, so the main thing is Liberia was founded by black, because if you look at Liberian architecture, everything they built, Liberia was founded by black freemen. Then people say, you understand, called the Masons, blah blah blah. I don't know shit about the Masons. The Masons were builders, you know, they're builders of civilization from the ancient times. When Masons built palaces, temples, everything for kings, monarchs, everything throughout here. That's what they did. They built, you know, they would trade. They had a trade. They were travelers, you know. But anyway, Liberia had the African Masonic order, you know, and basically.
But may I ask you a question, Colin? Though, do you think your approach is not over militant, over the top, similar to the Farrakhan that you're bashing? And this era today, it doesn't call for,
Hold on.
or should it call for
My whole thing
partnership
is
and
my thing is
reconciliation?
my thing is, like I said, I appreciate, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Mr. Farrakhan. I used to be a
I
follower.
love Farrakhan. That's
I
an
used to be a
honorable.
follower. But here's the thing: once I got older, by the time I turned like 35, 36, he didn't sound real to me, because I'm not because he's bad, because I was mature as a man. You know, I say a lot of stuff he sounded was, you know, as I get older. Now I'm becoming an elder, right? I can't listen to it. What you guys want to do is, oh, he's not my elder anymore. I'm an elder, you know. I
Carla, he's
can't
still
listen.
your elder. The man's 90-some years old.
Yeah, I know, but the bottom line, I get life experience too, you know.
You
Well,
do, but all
I
right,
got life
look at it
experience,
like this, Carla. Look
I
at it
look,
like
and I'm
this.
saying like this: my life experience, right, is enough for me. I can't listen to any other. At my age, I don't listen to anybody else, you know.
But Carla, listen, right? I have learned that even Khalid Muhammad, I disagree with on a lot of things that he said, right? But it doesn't detract from the fact that he was right about majority of what he
Well,
said.
he was saying, well, Khalid was all right in his
Yeah.
right, what he was talking about. But the whole thing is this, though. My whole thing is, okay, I basically, let me tell you something. The reason why I hold Farrakhan to account was, look, during the Million Man March, he had 2 million black men. Never in our history, we gave him a mandate. You know, we said, look, all the stuff that was circulating in Black America, nation building. This was in the early 90s. This was time period where black people were ready for a revolution in this country, you know, in the 90s, you know. And basically he had 2 million black men. He sat down with Mandela, he sat down with Saddam Hussein, he sat down with Iran. He had audience with all these people, right? And the bottom line is, because I really believe in my mind that the man's just an actor. He was just playing a role. And basically, some people told me he never was serious about none of this stuff. And now I never wanted to believe that, right? But the bottom line, I had people in the Nation of Islam tell me, yo, look, man, Wallace Muhammad, his Elijah Muhammad's son, he said Elijah Muhammad never trusted Pharaoh. He never believed in him, you know? That's why he never gave.
Hold on. Wallace is the one who broke the Nation of Islam and had all these people. If you go to Philadelphia today, these people smoking weed, selling drugs, all while talking
I know.
about
I think you're talking
Islam.
about
These
somebody
people
else.
turn from the Nation of Islam.
Hold on. Wallace Muhammad broke away and became more orthodox. I don't know what happened. I don't care about that, you know, to tell you the truth. But what they
Nah,
say,
but the people are worse off today because of Wallace D. Muhammad.
I get that. Look. The Nation of Islam back in the days, right, became a cover for in Philadelphia, a place like Philadelphia, a criminal organization. The Black Mafia family was born out of Nation of Islam. These are criminals who use the Nation of Islam as a cover, you know. And
No, but they
Malcolm X.
were put out though. You got to remember they were put out. A lot of these people were put out of the nation for doing a lot of shit they did.
That's why people don't notice. That's why they killed Malcolm X. It wasn't because he said we're going to talk about Elijah Muhammad sleeping. No, it had to do with Malcolm X knew about prostitution, drug dealing by people who had infiltrated the Nation of Islam, right? And he was going to expose it. That's why they killed him. You know, that's why they killed him. So.
Yeah, but these people went with Wallace D. Muhammad into the new Islam.
Hold on.
You
Yeah,
come to Philly, they still here.
people go to this, but I'm saying the main thing was Wallace said, look, he said, revealed that Elijah Muhammad never trusted Louis X or Louis Farrakhan, you know, never trusted him. Never thought he was a really good minister. Never approved of anything like that. Farrakhan made himself like number one national leader, or national spokesman of the Nation of Islam.
Color. You
After
just
Wallace
admitted
came, after he came
you just
to power, he basically broke up the whole Nation of Islam.
exactly. He put some watered
It was
down.
kind of it was if it
Hold up.
wasn't for
Farrakhan,
Farrakhan, it was over.
Farrakhan
Yeah,
basically
they disrespect.
Farrakhan, it's not being disrespectful. Farrakhan basically rehashed the old Nation of Islam, blah blah blah, and he grew. I give him that. But what I'm saying is, there's got to be a reason why. There's probably something in him that Elijah Muhammad did not trust.
But Color. So why did Wallace D. Muhammad message not reach you? Why is it Farrakhan's the
Because
honorable Farrakhan message
hold
not
on.
reach you?
First of all, if you when you look at it, Wallace still had the larger following.
Because he left with damn near everybody in the Nation of Islam. Farrakhan had to rebuild it from scratch.
Yeah, so he still had the big following. Let's be
I
honest.
think Farrakhan came to power like what 1983 or 81, if I'm not
No, it
mistaken.
was like in the 70s. The late 70s.
I thought it was
trying to rebuild it on the Nation of Islam's original teachings and stuff like that. But I think for people starting out, if they want to read old Final Calls and Farrakhan, that's fine, because he wrote some dynamite stuff back in the days, right? But in this day and time, right, as I'm trying to talk about, I believe that the end game is a nation state, And the bottom line is, when I realized that, I was talking to some Nation of Islam members back in the days, I realized, like, this one guy, Barry, man, this guy was a fucking straight up clown, man, And he was like, yo, man, you got to give up that idea of an African, whatnot, I'm a black Asiatic man and whatnot. America, I said, nigga. He said, see, you Farrakhan. I said, man, if that's what the way you guys believe, I can't fuck with the Nation of Islam. That's what I said to that was back in the 90s, He said, you got to give up this idea of a nation, Africa and whatnot. We ain't Africans and whatnot. They always say, we ain't Africans. We're black Asiatic men and all that. I said, this crazy shit, I'm like, man, I said, I can't fuck with this group no more. That was back in the 90s, man. Yeah, I do love Marcus Garvey, I do love Marcus Garvey, the most honorable Marcus Garvey. I'm more of a Garveyite, I'm more of a Garveyite. Now, some nation, and also I basically studied the 5%ers, I was also a 5%er back in the days, because out of all the groups that came out, right, the 5% is the only ones I seen that really lived their life and actually made a transition and stuff like that. Hebrew Israelites, you talk to them, they're still out there doing the same dumb shit, Moors, all these people clowns, right? The 5% brothers, right? Even though they do a lot of dirt when I do see them raising families. I do see them like with their wives and my wisdom, my seed, whatever like that. I always see them taking care of families, working jobs, stuff like that. Mostly working class. Mostly the 5% are working class African American men. Nice and fuck.
All those groups are though, man. The Nation of Islam.
Man, the 5% ran jail. They ran jails.
5%ers be hustling and selling drugs in New York, bro.
The bottom line is this: I know so many 5%ers, right? That they basically come out and they raise their kids, they have families, stuff like that, and they always marry with their wife and everything like that, called their wisdom, and they, so I don't see that in other groups. I see Hebrew Israelites, they're on this group called cursing women out and shit like that, Got mother F this bitch, calling women a bitch because she ain't gonna talk to them, man, and she's like, okay, bitch. What kind of message is that to talk to a fucker? If I was standing there, you call a woman a bitch, I'm gonna go up there and pull you off that fucking stage who you talking about, and talk to her like
this might be controversial, but a lot of people don't give the Nuwapians credit.
No, there was another joke. There was another joke group, man. Come on.
I think they was the best group to come out of New York.
How was they the best group, bro? That was out of all the friggin' groups that came out, they were absolutely the worst, man. Come on,
Some of the best teachers come out of the Nuwapians.
Yeah, so what teachers? Polite?
Nah. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about like I'm talking about like and dudes that teach science.
I debated Unc years ago. Unc West. That dude.
Yeah, Unc West.
I debated. He called on my show one time, man, trying to corner me. Man, I freaking ate him alive, man. I ate Uncle alive, man. Matter of fact, we hear from call. Tell him come on my show tonight. I like to mollywop him again. You know, I destroyed Uncle so many times. That Almond Rock Squad clowns. I freaking destroyed them dudes so many times, man. It's unreal. You know. So what? Yeah, like I said, a lot of these guys, man. Bottom line, when like I said, I'm gonna get before I'm all these
Wait.
dudes
What's a
are
new
gonna come
Wapian?
into the
What's a
all
new
these dudes are
Wapian?
coming to the colonization. They're gonna get colonized.
That's some new shit.
That's old. It's old.
New Orleans come out of Malachi Z. York. That was
Oh,
he
that's the
was a
Moorish
Muslim.
people.
Nah, he was a more Hebrew, then he switched over to more like an African centered type of
They create some
I
kind
tell
of
you what. I
language.
tell you about
but
what,
but
what
they
I tell you
did
about Unc. I
they
tell you about
did build
Hold up.
Tamaray and stuff
I
like
tell you
that in
about Unc.
Georgia.
Hold on. Tell you about Unc. One thing
They
I will
built
give
what?
Unc is this: Unc does not believe in a lot of pseudo stuff. He basically got an education. He went out there and got some, whatever he did, training or something like that. He started making money. Like that.
But that come from that Nuwapian teacher because
No,
they heavily.
why they explain polite. These guys are all
When are we going to be
come on.
honest and just admit that New York was the worst thing that ever happened to black people?
New York,
The New
nah.
York, I
Yes.
admit, the New York
New
conscious
York might be the best thing that happened to black people.
No,
the,
worst thing that
the,
ever
the New
happened to
York
black
conscious
people. This
community
conscious
is a
community
freaking
shit.
Sambo show. It's
Y'all
a
brought
Sambo.
out we Egyptians, we Moors, we whatever the fuck else we are, we Israelites, we
They came out of Detroit. The Moors came out of Detroit. Most of that stuff came out of like Detroit and Chicago.
East Coast, damn it. At the end of the day,
Yo, check it out. That 125th
y'all
Street.
East Coast people are
Yo, I seen
crazy,
there
bro.
was this one guy on the street corner talking to the polite, a Hebrew, whatever the hell he was, right? Talking about, yeah, if you have a 12-year-old daughter, it's my right to sleep with her. When now you gotta give it to her, pull out. These motherfuckers are
They
the
said
weirdest
that?
motherfuckers. Oh, the
Yeah,
polite
they
was
kind of weird, man.
Polite was like, nah, man, you ain't gonna see. But then Polite turned around, sleep with a 14-year-old chick, man. He gets busted with a 14-year-old, man. These dudes are fuck. These dudes are the bottom of black society, man. Bottom of black America, man. There ain't nothing good coming out of these dudes, man.
I would
Yeah,
say
I
polite.
know.
I
I know
would say
what.
polite put a big stain on Pan African
No,
and
he's not a Pan
He's a
African.
Nuwapian, man. A Nuwapian told me on airplane power that I wasn't black because I ain't had triple black features and big lips. These people backwards, bro. These people weird.
Yo, okay, Ross Moist. I destroyed Unc when he was a pseudo. He's not a pseudo now, so I don't know what we're talking about. We were arguing about. But back when he called on my show and whatnot, he basically was trying to go against. I was talking about religion. I said, Unc, when's the last time you been to church? I just cornered him, destroyed him in that freaking debate. I gotta find that video somewhere. It's on the line somewhere, And what you call it, man? Me and versus Unc. Now he called it. Yeah, calling
But
my show.
Kyla, what did you learn from all of them though? What do you learn about their approach? Do you believe in triple blackness? Do you believe that you guys got to save Africa?
I
Do you
believe
guys
anybody who basically lives in New York City, right? Take the subway, relies on the white man system, whatever like that, collect welfare, lives in a homeless shelter, you know what I'm saying? Look, nowhere, look, if you can't take what you have, would believe, and go to another area and start all over and build something from scratch, it's really nothing. You know what I'm saying?
so what was Tamaray?
What?
Tamaray in Georgia.
Yeah, they went down there and they basically built like cardboard pyramids, something like that. It was just embarrassing, man. They built some cardboard pyramids, and when I talk about, so I mean, dude, man, come on, stop, man. That's it. That's it.
But that's more than the NOI. And NOI had way more money than Malachi Z. York and them.
So they went down there in Georgia, and that girl, Don
no,
Nicole.
but the NOI got farms, man.
You know who Don Nicoleone is? That
Nah,
chick
who's that?
over the club. She was a Nuwapian. That girl, she basically she got a mouth on her, man. That girl, Don Nicole, she was a Nuwapian, I listened to some of these guys, man, back in the days. And then one guy, remember that dude that got executed in Georgia? Remember that dude? Troy Davis? Remember that?
Yeah, I remember
They
that.
were talking about, yeah, but he had the sign, the 3 sign. He was like, yeah, because I said, dude, man. So y'all gonna talk about the next season. Number 19 is blah blah blah, and they're trying to make. And I'm like, look, these motherfuckers. Like, did somebody call in? Some chick call in tomorrow. See, if you're a prostitute, that means it was already a day for you. Right? If you're a crackhead, so in other words, basically take no accountability for yourself. If you just happen to be born a crackhead, in other words, New Orleans was saying basically there is no right or wrong and shit like that. If you want to go and do a fucking, if you want to be a killer, you can be a killer. If you want to be a prostitute, you can't judge nothing and whatnot because it's all ordained. You know, dude, man, that was crazy shit, man. You know. I listen to, look, I listen to these people, you know, and I listen to these people hard, and I say to myself, these people are dangerous, and they're basically destroying people's minds and whatnot, fucking people's minds up, whatever, like weak people's minds. You know, strong people don't listen to that shit, you know. If I said, look it up, he was just making up stuff and changing doc. Yeah, every year, because one time, one of my guys basically, what's his name, Ambassador Sar, you know. He was Nuwapian, right? And Malachi York changed his name to Imam Isa, right? At one time, right? And basically, he came in on some black cowboy.
You talking about Ansar Allah?
Yeah, whatever. Well, whatever. You know, Imam Isa, where he called him Imam Isa. You know.
No, I'm talking about that was the group at the time called Ansar Allah.
Yeah, you know. Okay. Anyway, basically, you know, Asar said, you know, he goes, yeah, man, he came on some black cowboy shit. The cowboy shit, that was a new gig, man, you know, or the black cowboy thing, you know. I was like, damn, man. So he went from Malachi D's York, blah, blah, all this like that. Then he came on with some black cowboy stuff, you know, had the toy guns on the side, you know, and whatnot, you know. So we were cowboys and whatnot. And also the Waukesha Indians they claim they're from, that was the Waukesha tribe was a fictitious tribe in an episode of the Lone Rangers. You know, the Waukesha tribe they claim they're from, that was a fictitious tribe, right? It was used in the episode of the Lone Rangers. You ever saw the Lone Ranger? The Waukesha tribe, whatnot. That was a fictitious tribe that they used. So they said, when the Waukesha, it was just a complete mess, man. You know, the Waukesha Indian, that's what he said at his trial. He said, you can't enslave me because I'm not black. I'm actually from the Waukesha tribe.
Now I will admit that Malachi Z. York was out of his mind for 98% of the time.
Yeah, he was, this like I said, I can't get down with that stuff, you know. I can't do it. He was an alien from outer space. Yeah, man. The bottom line is Mufasa, man, for a time, man. I thought you was down with that, man. I was worried about Mufasa. I thought he was down with that. I said, my boy Mufasa became a Nuwapian. Oh man, it's fucking funny, you know. But yeah, so all I know is the only thing that's real is when you have land and you spill blood. Jonathan, you want land in Amazonia, you better be prepared to spill some blood and grab a piece for yourself because
don't worry, Kyle, I'm gonna last many of them.
Africans are greedy.
You better learn some goddamn French, bro. Go learn some French,
Africans are fucking greedy. They'll sell you out
to delete half the French
Go
population.
learn some French,
kids
Jonathan.
don't say a lie. Only the kids.
Learn some goddamn French, Jonathan.
You can't say they
Talking
greedy
nonsense.
if they letting African Americans and people from the diaspora build their own cities in these countries.
Well, if they do that, but here's the thing: you could get all the plan work. You're gonna build a city, right? Next thing you know, they got all these fucking demands on you and shit like that. You know, because they're like, "Oh yeah, we need this, we need that. We're gonna tax you." Whatever. Yo, man. The bottom line is this: yeah, I don't mind paying taxes, man, but let's be reasonable about this shit. You know, and Africa is basically before you can even build something, they want all this upfront money. And somebody said, "Yeah, you can come to Cameroon, but we want $1 billion." Somebody give you $1 billion. Just to start, get the fuck out of here with that shit, you know. I say, yeah, but the bottom line, building a city, a new city state that the Black American diaspora control should be essential. I don't know why it's even up for a debate, you know. So
the dudes from Learn Your Leisure, they got a city that's supposed to open in 2028 in Ghana.
Well, we'll see.
Nah, they already struck. They already struck the ground. They already struck.
Every
they
time
already struck ground.
If you would have said Cameroon, Angola, the Congo and whatnot. But I am so over. Look, Ghana's not the only damn country in Africa, right? They keep going through the same thing. The Hebrew Israelites got the land taken away in Ghana. You know, they came in the morning like this. So I have never seen any of. You got a Sabo. You know, remember Sabo? You know, but they're still going through court and shit like that. It's always an issue in Ghana with land. You know. So I don't like. So it's. I don't
But you
know.
said you go to Liberia, though. What's the laws in
I could go
Liberia?
to Liberia, but the thing is, though, Liberia, until it gets to the point where, let's say, if you got enough African Americans that want to float and invest in a bond to build, that's all it takes is to build a bond. You know, like let's say $10 billion, we could finance a bond. Then, if you can build a self-sustaining city state with its own municipality, its own roads, networks, infrastructure, and stuff like that, and say, okay, government, you know, whatever comes on here, we could pay you 60-40 our way in taxes, revenue the state generates. That'll be a win-win situation, you know. But you basically got to have a country, right? That basically says, okay, you could do that, but you know, I seriously doubt these countries. I guess they don't see the look like the United Arab Emirates, right? They created Dubai. Dubai was nothing but a piece of dirt, desert, you know, dirt and desert or not, you know, in the middle of nowhere, right? They said, let's take this place and build a new city. And they did, you know. And so we see right now, but Africans will say, yeah, all that coastline, thousands of miles of coastline. And they have never said, you know,
But
something.
Kyla, in about 200 years, this gonna be Echo Atlantic.
Yeah, 200 years, 1,000 years from now, you know, we'll be all dead and gone.
Man, Kyler, you gotta leave that militant crap alone. And just basically
Well,
leverage your medical,
crap, you know.
your blood and soil
Nah,
talk, man.
I
You
kind of
talk
agree
about
with
the
Kyler though. I kind of agree with him in some
really,
cases.
how so?
I'm even though I'm a Garveyite, I lean more to like the W. Du Bois, like the elites going back to Africa and building it up.
Yeah,
W. Du Bois never said that. He was talking about Black America.
have people,
But he was talking about like the elites, like the elite 10. I forgot the term that
The
he was
talented
using.
10, talented
Yeah,
10.
the
But he was talking
talented
about
10.
America. He was talking about America, though. He wasn't talking about Africa.
yeah, well, hold on. The talented say you could take that same model, right, and apply it to an African. The African is going to require the talented 10, right? And the masses of people basically follow. I think every society principle, right? This is a problem. Internet has made everybody think like they're an elite or they're like this. But these people are freaking dumbasses, you know? Look, the bottom line is this. And how do you do that? Because the internet, you got people like listen to people like Dane Calloway, like he's fucking serious. This guy's a
No, forget that. Kyla, did you see Dinah's show the other day? I think it was yesterday, probably.
Which one? What did you talk about?
Yeah, I mean, everybody on the panel was talking about how how to help Africa develop, and it was crazy, right? There's this one dumbass. He's like, man, we just need to learn African languages. If we learn the African languages, right?
People are dumb. People are dumb when they say that.
When he said that, I was like, please, I hope this nigga ain't African American. This is why the Africans saying that we can't lead them. I believe that's the case. And then another one was just like, we need to just give up all religion. Religion is the problem. I'm just
Oh yeah, I
like,
saw that. I heard that. You know, the one guy said,
Yo, I'm the dumbass. That's me.
that's you? Oh, dumbass.
Yo,
Why would
yo,
you
yo,
say some
I want
shit
to
like
comment
that?
you about that. You were saying something like we need to separate from the Abraham. Look, 99% of black people are Christians. Are you gonna just hate your own race? You know,
No,
99%.
It's not
no,
even that, Kyla.
but what I was saying, what I was trying to say that we have to look at recolonizing ourselves.
No, look, let me say this is one problem. The problem I have is this.
Recolonizing
How you gonna
ourselves for
recolonize
what?
What the hell does that even mean? What that mean, bro?
Most of the African problems, especially on the west coast of Africa, is due to the Islamic and in those ideologies
Well, I'll
that
tell you
seep
one
They
in.
have
thing.
problems
Hold
as
up.
far as
If you
that.
ever went to Africa, right, you'll see Islamic mosque and whatnot. These people are highly civilized. They're out there doing their prayer, wearing white and whatnot, and basically reading the Quran. They got their merchant shops and
Man,
everything like that. You know, and but
Kyla,
so you're
as
gonna
much
tell,
as I talk shit about Northern Nigeria, it ain't all bad.
yeah.
They
So,
got
Vince,
some
so in
very
other words,
high
but that's what
institutions.
but
Man,
north
cut it.
even like northern Nigeria and Mali and Burkina Faso and all these places, most of their problems is coming from these Islamic jihadists,
no,
and they
that's
No,
want
it
to
comes from
No,
the
establish
Mali
it.
like
indigenous
Arab.
people.
95%
Hold on, check this
Muslim.
out. Hold on. I think what you're confusing is fundamentalist Arabized Negroes, like the Darfur situation, and Black Muslims. But Black Muslims who are African centered are out there doing the stuff like that, problems like that. They assimilated into the Black, like in Liberia. The Mandingos and the Fulanis are Muslims, but they get along with the average people right here. But you're talking about people like the Tuareg.
In what country?
It's Liberia.
Like, but the people from Liberia is complaining about the houses coming. Like, you gotta
No,
these
no,
people.
they basically, some jealous people talk about the Fulanis, right? Because they're successful merchants. So, in other words,
Yeah, they trade with the Arabs.
hold on, no. If you do you understand the history of the West African traders? The West African trade system is probably the oldest trade system in the world. You know, the Fulanis and all these people are called Dayula. Dayula in West Africa means trader. You know, all they do is go around from city to city, state to state, and they have a network. Now, they used to do that for thousands of years in West Africa. Now they got cell phones and computers, and so basically they know how to take products from China, wherever, and they're the only ones keeping the Lebanese at bay, the Fulanis and the Mandingos, because they're excellent traders, business people. They're really
No,
good
no,
workers.
the Ashanti was probably the biggest traders in West Africa.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. No. The
And the
Nah,
and the and the
the Fuller
Songhai
subtracted
and the
the whole
Songhai
record,
before
bro.
they
The
turned.
Mali Empire was the largest trading system in the world at the time.
The Fuller used to have caravans going through the desert, traveling and trading. That's why you see the Fuller all over. Because the different,
Even if you look at the maps, like the maps from the 14 to 1300.
Oh, okay. I'll show you the map. Let me see. Like I said, I'm glad we talked about that.
The Fulanis in in the Islamic people. They wasn't trading in gold. It was the Ashanti
Yes, they
people.
were, bro.
They was
yes, they
the
were.
one weighing
They
the
were the
gold.
movers. They were the traders. They were the traders. The people that was producing the gold might be the Ashantis, but the person that's moving the gold from west to the east into the
They
Middle
was
East, that's the
they
Fuller.
was they was the middleman between the Ashantis and the Arabs and
That's what a trader is, though. That's what a trader is. See, they move the items. They're the transporters. They move the caravans. Those guys was doing that for not hundreds of thousands of
what
years.
happened what happened after a while when they became the dominant force in those areas? They brought in the Arabs and enslaved
No,
the
they didn't
No,
bring
no,
in the Arabs,
that
man.
was different. That was a different Fuller. The Fuller also warred against the other Fuller that didn't convert. It was the Fuller from the east that came back to the Fuller from the west, and he basically came back with the
You see this
Eastern
right?
religion.
Jonathan,
Hold on.
what you disagree? What you was disagreeing what
Bro.
I
You
said
see this?
yesterday?
But
You see this?
Kyla,
You see
God
this
bless you.
map?
I'm out,
You see
bro.
this map right here?
Salute
You see
Jonathan,
this?
salute other bro. God
You
bless
see this
y'all, man.
map
I'm out.
right here? See this map
Good
right
night,
here?
bro.
This was West Africa in the Middle Ages, right? From 1800, 1500s, right? Trade going up was gold from the south right here. The people who brought gold in were called, the tribe that brought gold in were called Wangara. That means gold trader, right? Now the Wangara
In
chief
the
was
Bono
called
states.
what?
In the Bono states.
Gold came from all over. It came from where Sierra Leone is, all over. See what it says? Gold. Gold came from all over, not just Ashanti region like this. Gold came from all over, right? So the people who brought gold were called traded gold. Were called Wangara. That means gold trader. The Wangala chief was called the Kayamanga. It means gold master. Now, the Dayula were regular traders. They're the ones who man these trade routes and everything like that. The Dayula chief was called the Dayula Mansa. The Wangara Mansa was called a Kaya Maga. That means gold master. Gold master. He was a master of the gold that flowed throughout the Mali Empire. This is actually just the Mali Empire right here. Tagaza was an industrial town where ironworks was and everything like that. So this is like I said, I've studied this history intensely. Louis tried to tell me about this. Look, I know all about the damn Ashanti. I know all about this kingdom. Like I'm telling you, you're gonna tell me something. But this is right here. The roots in the desert were controlled by from here. They were controlled by the Tuaregs. The Tuaregs traders on camel got the dudes from the Sahel to the North African ports and everything like that. and then Cairo, Egypt, and everything like that, and across the desert through here, and then to Europe, right? Most of the world's gold came from here. And also the China Silk Road, which they're trying to build again, is once again going to cross through the Sahel to Europe. That's what's going to happen right now with the China Silk Road, with the Sahel region, rebirth of the Sahel region. The French came in and broke up this whole system. It separated this region of Africa from North Africa. It used to be a time where the Muslim states in the north traded with the states in the Benin and stuff like this. The French and the Europeans came in there, and basically all these countries were cut off from each other. That's why West Africa has so much poverty. Now, what if you built these? I always said like this. This is what I envision. I envision we building a highway system, let's say a circular highway system like this. A big circle, right, around this area right here, right? But yet you have things branching off for the highways that we can go around and hit every last single country in Africa and get back on this highway system that links the whole region together. That's what I agree, but I said I've been working on this for 20-something years and said, dude, we need to build a West Africa. We should rebuild a highway and railway system like the old trading routes, Maybe it's a time with this Sahel region, maybe good. But since I'm in America and people rather listen to somebody like Dr. Arikana, what can I do? All this stuff I've been studying for years,
Hey, Jonathan, what you disagree with I was saying yesterday?
The whole religious crap. I have seen, and you know what I find funny is, right, you're not the only person that says religion is a problem, right? But
Yo,
we
hold
have
on.
countries that are religious that are
Somebody's calling
doing
me a
well.
fat boy. What, I'm not fat, but the bottom line, hey, for your sake, I am. But okay, Mickey, facts. You come up here, you gotta show your face, because if you're a cracker, you're not getting on my show. So you come up here, show your face in the camera. If you're black, I'll let you slide. If you're not, you can go to hell. Okay, Mickey Facts, So Mickey Facts is mad about something, man. What is he mad about? Did I offend you? If I look good, because that's what I do. I offend people. That's what I'm built for. That's all I know how to do is offend people. I offend people. I get people pissed off. It's better to be pissed off than what? Pissed on. I'd rather be pissing people off than to get pissed on.
Nah, I gotta take that line. That's a good one.
Yeah, you're gonna steal my line, huh? It's better to be pissed off than pissed on. So where's Mickey Facts at? They cursing me out in the chat room.
Hold on, you had cut off Jonathan. I wanted to hear Jonathan critique on what I was saying yesterday.
Yeah. You was talking about I guess you was talking about the religious crap. As if solving, like, everyone giving up the religion and going back to indigenous African religions was going to solve our problem.
Yeah, and also just like people think that getting the African language will solve something. People think that freaking adopting some African culture. Look, nations are forged in blood. I mean, now I would say like this. Let's say, Jonathan,
Look at China.
What did China do?
China don't allow Muslims or Christians into their nation. So
yeah, but hold up, China. No, they do allow Muslims, but the bottom line is this. And you gotta say something in house.
They ostracized.
Muslims.
They ostracized.
They're
but hold
but
up.
they still
Hold
have.
up. What, are you talking about fundamentals Islam or just regular Islam?
Islam, period. Or Christianity or any Western religion.
So you're gonna walk up against somebody and they're out there minding their business, walking down the street, drinking,
and just hang them.
Just basically knock them upside the head. I heard you practice Islam. And just basically fuck them up, man. God,
But wait a minute, Carla.
You can't do
To
that.
contradict that part about China, what about Japan and what about South Korea?
I mean, they more like a democracy under the West.
So in other words, basically, you want to basically,
Japan and South Korea can't compete with China.
Okay. What are you talking about? Japan's economy is actually larger than China's.
You said what?
Japan's economy is bigger than China's.
I mean, they had a longer history, but I'm talking about
Japan only has like 10% of their population. It's still got a bigger. China's actually really poor if you really look at it. It has 400 million people living in off the grid in dire poverty. 400 million people. The size bigger than the United States of people that just basically live in rural areas with no running water, no.
But you gotta remember, China's still they still building. Like they just finished.
China's a glorified developing country. That's all it is. Glorified developing country.
And
That's why
that's all he wants. No religion and that's it.
No, I never said no. I never said no religion.
My whole thing is,
you want to practice Ifa.
If you want to worship a head of lettuce, I can care less. All I care about is what do you bring to the table, your education. We don't ever talk about that. No one ever argues about, look, let's talk about skills, science, build. That's what builds people, right? Your skills,
STEM,
your science,
STEM.
and everything like that, but people talk about STEM, but I don't see people really into it, like that. They just basically say, oh, STEM. But bottom line, science is not easy. It's not sexy. It's not anything like that, but it's necessary for nation building, right? If you're serious about nation building, stems for you. But if you're going to just basically base your whole existence in America, where the white man basically provides everything for you, the beauty about STEM is you can learn STEM. People could learn STEM and really learn how to start building whole cities and nation states and everything. If they were,
so I agree with that. I agree. I agree that we should replace the modules.
You're never going to get to use them until you actually get into the nation building business, So
I think we should. I think Africa should replace the modules and all those type of Islamic schools that they run in.
Oh no! What you have to do is this. What you have to do is this. One is a lot of times in poor countries.
Wait a minute. Are you under the impression that the Muslims are dumb?
Nah, I never said that. But I think that when you subscribe to these religions, whether it's Christianity or Islam, you're in a subservient position if you don't come from the actual.
What do you call? Okay, let me ask you a question. What is every black person in America? Where is every black person in America, whether you practice Christianity or not, are you not in a subservient position?
Yeah, to an extent.
No, you are. So in other words, you know what the Christian brother Maya was. Well, this is what you're going to happen, and I don't want your feelings to get hurt. Right? You're going to roll up on somebody and say, "Yo, set yourself free." Let me tell you something. I realized this years ago. Right? You're gonna be like, "Yo, you're deaf, dumb, and blind." When I'm free, I'm with religion. And then basically, as you're getting on the bus, right, and they're riding in a nice sports car or whatnot, they say, "Yeah, Jesus Christ gave me this fucking sports car. You driving on a bus."
Nah, that's definitely not me. I would have bragged, but that's definitely not me.
And she's gonna say, "Jesus Christ gave me this sports car. You like this?" But like I said, we don't have
Jesus Christ empowered more black people than E5.
Anyway, impoverished black, but you know what impoverished black people? The white man, the system, and basically black people choosing to live under a system and don't build anything for themselves because it's scared. That's what still slave black people. Is it?
If you go in America right now, the most impoverished area, there's more churches per capita than any place else.
That's not necessarily true because the bottom line, you come down here where I live at, whatnot, you got black people who go to church, whatever like that, got nice homes, got nice everything here. Mickey Fax, turn on your camera. I can't see you, bro. What kind of dusty camera is that, bro? Yeah, put the camera on, man. I want to see what you look like, bro. Mickey Fax. Yo, you only got a light, man? Damn, I can't see you, bro.
He's in Nigeria.
All right, bro. I just put you on. You look black, so I'll put you on.
All right, man. What's this property?
Oh, you're a Nigerian?
No, I ain't Nigerian.
Okay, what's on your mind?
I was just tuning into your show, man. It's real. He's speaking real negatively.
Why are you so hostile, bro? Why are you so hostile towards me? What did I do, man? What did I say?
Tyler, that's that one dude, the one that always come on but change his name 1,000 times.
Who's that?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh,
the
you
one
talking
that
about
say
Lil
he's
John?
Asante, but then he's FBA, and then he's something else.
Oh, that's Lil John?
Yeah.
Yes, it'd be Lil John.
Oh man, get out of here! I thought you was somebody new, man. Get out of here! Get out of here! That's Little John, man. That's a nice try, man. That's a good one, Mickey. Facts or not? Like what the hell? He calls me a fat man. He calls me fat boy and whatnot. Hey, I've been working on it, man. I'm getting back into shape, man. So you can't call me fat boy forever. So yeah, man. So what I'm trying to say is this: religion means nothing. What you have to have is a sense of nationalism. That's why I'm a black nationalist, right? I'm at home in the Nation of Islam mosque. I'm at home in a black church. I'm at home in a Christian church, Episcopalian church, wherever there's black folks, bro. I love my people that deeply. I'm at home at somebody's family reunion. I'm at home at a fish fry. I'm at home anywhere there's black people, my people around, my kinfolk around, man. Just welcome me as a brother. I'm cool with everybody or whatever whether you were practical. I know black people have their own religions, stuff like that. I'm cool. That's when you love your people. I don't look for excuses because the bottom line, if I basically start saying black people change when basically what happens is I don't love my people no more because I know most of my people, they grew up in the church, whatever like that, and they basically, or some of them a Nation of Islam, whatever like that. Even some of them, you got Zen Buddhists, Zen people practice Buddhism, and even black people practice Judaism, Orthodox Judaism. I cannot go by what you have for religion.
So do you think the Black Baptist church goers, the AME type church goers, would you think they would be willing to
Well, the
build
AME church,
trade?
hold on, I know
You won't believe
it's
it or
the
not, but
Black
a lot of
Baptist
these
church.
churches fellowship together.
Check us out. The AME church is what built Liberia, is what basically was Black African. AME church, Bishop Henry Mayfield Turner, he was the one who built the first black community in South Africa. The AME church, I bet you never heard that. The African
Nah,
Methodist.
I'm familiar. I'm familiar with what's the I'm familiar with because they come out of Philadelphia. I forgot Richard Allen, Paul Cuffey. I think
Yeah,
Martin
so the
Delane.
bottom line, these black churches did a lot in our history, The
But
black
what did they go? But when they went back to Liberia, when
They
they went to
built a
Liberia,
civilization. They started all over. They built farms. They
but
built.
they literally try to enslave the native
No, that's a
population.
They didn't
lie,
enslave
man. That's a
nobody.
lie, bro. That's not what happened. So you believe
They
white
did
man
mistreat him. They did mistreat him though. But can I
they
ask
did
him a
not
question?
mistreat the native. That's another lie. They did not mistreat the natives,
They
right?
treated them well based on how their culture says they should have been treated.
They were treated. They was one who built. Hold up, the first natives that got education were built by our ancestors who built it there. The first time they haven't had freedom because we liberated them from the oppressive kingdoms they were part of. When a native look, I showed this thing when I was in Liberia last year with Bomani, and we was at the Liberian Museum. I told everybody, come over, I'm gonna show you something, right? Do you know Liberian women were the first black women in the world that were ever given, native Liberian were the first women to ever given the right to vote? They had the right to vote, right? And women had equal rights in Liberian society, whether they're native, whatever like that. And I showed the evidence of that, right? So this idea that they mistreated native, there were native Liberians in the government from the beginning of the country, Many the settlers that came there married native women, So
Yeah,
this myth.
but we still have their writings on how they call the native population
But
savages, like how we gotta
now, wait a
convert
minute,
them,
wait a minute,
No,
wait
and
a
how
no,
we
no.
minute.
They
gotta
ain't called
convert
native
them.
Hold
Liberians.
on, hold on,
I
Carla.
call some of them
Why
savages.
is it never mentioned how they were attacking the settlers from the very beginning?
Yeah, why? Because
Why is that never mentioned?
Kwame doesn't have any love for his people. That's why you don't see it.
Nah,
Did
I
they,
do.
did they oversend
I know.
a certain point that was
You didn't
prophesied?
take time to realize that the settlers were fighting, literally kicked out of America and fighting for their lives on that coast. You understand
No,
that?
they didn't get kicked out of America. It
Yes,
was
they
either
did. They were kicked out of America. Look, they were
This is
basically said, "You are not citizen. We were not citizens of the United States."
so it
So
was either
because
that or antebellum South.
hold on, you were not citizens anywhere in the United States. So the United
Right.
States said the best thing we could do is remove these people from our country. That's what it was.
no, they
That's
were
why.
not. How they weren't kicked out because some of them went back. How you get kicked out when you were allowed to go
Yeah.
back?
No,
How does that work?
they were basically forced out of America.
Martin Delaney fought in the Civil War and he went to
Yeah, I
Liberia
know.
and came
Hold on,
back.
that was a civil war. I'm talking about when Liberia was first founded in the 1820s. Black people were not citizens. After the Civil War, Lincoln said, since these people fought so well for our republic, whatnot, you know, it was only justice that they said, you know, we're going to give these people ex-slaves, as bitter as it is, because a lot of them say, you know, the right thing to do would be shipped them to Liberia, but since they fought so well and helping us defeat the South and everything, we're going to say that all persons that were born in America were citizens. That was 14th Amendment was written for African Americans, you know.
But
In
they
translation,
wasn't
Carla, what
for.
Lincoln was saying is we're not about to get rid of our Negroes.
Yeah, and plus they needed our labor to rebuild the South and everything, you know.
But they wasn't forced. It was either that. It was either Liberia or
Liberia was the idea so they could get rid of free black. Remember something? The South was protesting the presence of free black. That's how ugly this country was at one time. The South basically was like, we want to be able to come to the North, and if we claim that somebody is a runaway slave, we want to take them back on slavery. Then in 1853, they made good on that. They passed the fugitive slave law, right? It was there. What happened was a man named Daniel Webster wrote a thing about the northern states' succession. People don't know the secession started in the North. The secession started in the North because northern states wanted to give black people residence, citizenship, rights, and everything. And the South, basically, when they talk about states' rights, which is bullshit.
Yeah, wasn't they split in two? Like I think it was 11 slave states and 11.
Well, it was like this. They had the most of the stuff we talk about was the Eastern United States. At the same time, America was expanding in the West. It was half slave, half free. You know, the main thing is the northern states like Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and all these other countries, Maine,
Illinois too.
All these states said we're going to give black people citizens. New York abolished slavery in 1800, right? And they said we're going to basically give black people voting rights. Black people voting in elections at that time before they even recognized citizens in the U.S. And then some people said, well, just like we're going through right now, states basically we have sanctuary cities. We had sanctuary states back then. You know, we're going to give sanctuary to fugitive slaves and stuff like that, right? Then when the fugitive slave law passed, right, you had a surge in black people applying for passage to Liberia, right? That lasted till the end of the Civil War, right? The highest number of black people went to Liberia between 1822 and 1865. After 1865, when 14th Amendment, the slave immigration of Liberia stopped until 1878. That's what my novel's based on, where black people were getting first day of Reconstruction decided on their own, not the ACS, formed the Liberia Exodus Corporation, right? If you order my novel, I fictionalized that whole story. It's about the Exodus of 1878 from Charleston, South Carolina, right? And then basically they sailed the maiden voyage with a ship called the Azor. And that was supposed to be one of many ships that they said at that time, our leadership in America, Black America, said, it's time for us to leave America. It's time, right? It's time. So they said they wanted to purchase like a dozen ships to just ship our people to Liberia. Because you had Liberian representatives saying, we'll give you guys all what we call a given promise. That means a given promise of 25 acres of land if you settle, you know? And so the settlers of the Azore got their given promise of land and everything like that. They became successful farmers, and they all farmed and had one skill: a blacksmith, woodsman, whatever, woodcrafter, whatever it is. They had one skill, and they had farming, you know. And they did well for themselves, built nice homes for themselves, everything. You go there in Liberia, you still see some of these homes from that time period still exist, you know. They built homes that they knew in the South, you know. And they were away from the majority of Native people. Most of the Native people lived in the interior. When they settled, there was almost no population of Natives on the coast, you know, except in the real proximity. And the ones they did assimilated with them, you know. So this idea that they went over there and enslaved the Natives. But people don't talk about the fact that they kept being attacked by Natives, you know. Natives were nigger on treaties that they signed and whatnot. And they say, okay, this and the other thing. They'll say when they let it, like the Port Crescent massacre of 1874. Look it up. Port Crescent Massacre. Innocent black people from America was living in their own town and whatnot, fish town and whatnot, you know, doing their thing. And the bosses came in there and killed everybody, men, women, and children. Now I ask you, Kwame, what were these people supposed to do? Sit there and just be killed?
Nah, not at all.
Well, that's all. So people say, oh, they went over there and said, no, they were there protecting themselves. They tried their best. And they, all these natives, what you see that became part of Liberia, signed treaties. You know why? Because they understood one thing. If they didn't sign a treaty with Liberia, Monrovia, its sovereign city, a sovereign state, they would come under the rule of the French. And you see what they're going through right now in Sahel?
That's I'm not putting all the blame on the Americano Liberians. I'm just
there's no blame on them because the bottom line is this.
that's biased. Nah, that's biased. That's biased.
Look at French Africa right now. That would have been Liberia if they basically would have never came there and established Liberia. French Africa right now is suffering right now because the French were so brutal in that area, you know?
But you can't let the Americano Liberians off the hook. They did some heinous things.
What did they do? What exactly did they do?
They was forced conversion.
Exactly.
They was forced conversion of people, and they was coming with the American.
You know, a lot of these native people spoke English and practiced Christianity before they got there, right?
I'm not a large number.
Look. Nobody basically said you got to be. A lot of native Liberians didn't adopt Christianity and whatnot, you know, and nobody forced them to do anything. What are you talking about?
Most of the Americano Liberians that went to Liberia, they was Christians and they was missionaries.
Well, the whole thing is this: they were basically trying to. It wasn't even so much as Christianity. They believed that they were trying to bring people. Liberia, look,
they come out. They came out of the church. They came out of the.
Let me say this. This is why I say ignorance is so bliss. Do you understand? Africa really was a dark continent. You know. Do you know that the native Liberians basically? How do you get them from doing things like human sacrifice, cannibalism, child, female genital mutilation? The cottonwood tree ritual. You know what a cottonwood tree ritual is, Kwame? That we stopped.
Yeah, I know about all that stuff.
You hold on. Do you know what the cottonwood tree ritual is?
Not necessarily, but I know about most of
what is it?
Let me tell you what it is. The cottonwood tree that our ancestors went to Liberia and said it was evil, and they said no, it's wrong. You can't do this, right? And natives still suck it in. It means you take a virgin that was 13 years old, under the age of 13, right? And you would bury her alive under a tree, and that's supposed to bring you good. And do you know that even right now, native people still practice the Hartman? That means they're cutting babies' hearts out for good luck, something like that. You know, they didn't even do that in Nigeria. You know, do you understand what?
Yeah, but those are like it's against the spiritual laws.
Okay, so
that's why people do that for charms to get extra power.
We brought a civilization that said no, that's not cool. You know,
but you're making it seem like it's common. There's certain people that do that little.
No, there was a lot of people that did that
circles.
Shit. You know?
I don't know.
A lot of people. It was so widespread. Matter of fact, in some parts of rural Africa, that still exists. You know.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I know it still exists.
Hold up, there was a Nigerian guy who recently basically just was arrested because he kidnapped his girlfriend, I think it was, and cut her titties off for good luck. Somebody, you heard about that, Jonathan? He cut her breast off, you know, and the mother was like saying, he kidnapped my daughter and cut her breast off for some good luck omen, you know?
Yeah, those stuff exist, but how common are they? You're trying to make it seem like it's a very common.
Well, bottom line, it shouldn't exist. It shouldn't exist at all, you know.
It's common. It's pretty damn common.
It is common.
So everybody got no titties over there. You telling me nobody got titties over there? That's what you're telling me.
I don't know. I don't see no Ashanti chiefs in Kumasi.
Wait a minute, Prince. How many times have you brought up gang violence in America, Black America? It's common.
How many times have I called you, Collins, other dude?
Common to you. That shit is common then.
Bro, I have never called you a gangbanger, never called Kala a gangbanger, never called this other guy a gangbanger. I just said it exists. I never said the majority of African Americans is gangbanging. I do
We're
admit
not
that
saying the
most of you
majority
guys
of people
give a
go over there.
pass,
We're
and you
not saying the
guys.
majority of people are chopping off titties,
Also,
but
now,
it
now African
happens.
guidance says something about keep. Look, I believe people should be punished, but basically for stealing, don't you think that's a little harsh, cutting somebody's hands off? I mean, we just don't do that, you know.
Nah, even some people need their hand cut off, man.
No,
I
no,
work
nobody.
security,
Oh no, we're
sometimes retail.
civilized people.
There's people that
That's why I said.
no,
That's
no, no.
why I
There's
said.
No
certain
one
people
needs
that's
their hands
repeat
cut
Well, that's why I
off.
said
Yo,
we
offenders.
can
yo,
never get
have you
along.
seen?
No,
We can never
Have
get
y'all
along.
seen
I
state?
don't
Have y'all?
agree.
they do that
I
shit
don't
in
agree.
Dubai,
I
bro.
don't
Go to Dubai,
agree.
they kill
Anybody
people for
get
that,
their
bro.
hands cut off for
You
stealing.
love Dubai.
It's it.
Yeah,
So,
they
I
still
look.
stone people in them Arab countries.
Yeah, so
They
that's an
chop
Arab
people
country.
hands off.
We don't do that. That's why I said. This is what I said. When we start building civilization, we have to be our.
Bro,
You
Hey,
know.
you
listen.
telling me
Don't put.
Colin was just
Wait,
praising Dubai like 30
Carla.
minutes ago.
Princip, you only bringing up Dubai because they're an oil-rich nation. Point to a poor-ass country that does the same shit. They ain't got shit to do with why they are where
Bro,
they are.
for rich,
They
I
only are where they
support
are because
hand
of oil
chopping.
and nothing
Cut the
more.
thief
Of
hand
course,
off.
because principally, look what country you come from, Haiti. You know,
Absolutely.
they're fucking savage. We don't
A
look. We don't
barbecue,
look. I don't
exactly.
want look. I don't want that savage behavior around my people. You know.
Yeah, see,
Hey,
barbecue's
where they
enjoying the
eat their
luxury of
kids for
Western culture,
Christmas
so
dinner.
he could
Let's
kill and
or
steal at
whatever.
will. If we
I
was
said,
cutting
like
his
I
head
said,
off like we
that
used to, he wouldn't exist.
savage shit on the
So
island.
would you say would you say these Arab countries are civilized?
Well, I know Dubai is.
Exactly, and they do that
They
practice.
do that too.
Yeah,
Dubai ain't
Arab Zaddy do
civilized.
that practice,
Well,
buddy.
no, no,
Arab
you
Zaddy do
look,
that,
all I'm
bro.
saying
Dubai ain't
like this.
civilized. They just got
I don't
money.
know about civilized, but that bottom line, I don't know about Arab culture. I don't care about them, you know, because they're nowhere near where I'm not trying. I have no intentions of ever going to these countries, so I can care less what they do, you know. So
You went to Morocco, right?
yeah, I've been to Morocco, but Morocco's not really an Arab country. It's a Berber. Those are Berbers, you know.
No, but they will beat your ass for stealing in
Well,
Morocco. They're
Morocco's
African
civilized.
too.
Morocco's the most peaceful country on the freaking planet.
Yeah, go steal something in Morocco. Watch what happens
Oh
to you,
yeah,
bro.
but they ain't gonna. Yo, look, they'll take you to the police. They got jails. They got courts. It's civilized.
No, you no. You're gonna beg for the police. They're gonna whip your ass. I promise you.
Morocco is a
You going
civilized.
to a Sharia court.
There ain't no damn Sharia court.
They'll whip your ass, man.
Like
A place like barbecue only can exist because of that.
Morocco has a secular king. It's a very secular country. You know, it's not a religious fundamentalist country.
All them Arab countries is kingdom. They not.
No, Morocco is not an Arab country. They're
Yeah,
Berber.
they're not purely Arab. They're like they have the Gowanus people. They like black people. That they have their different. They mix the traditional with the modern
Let me play this
and
lady right here.
Arabic.
She's the story I talk about. The African youth are rallying behind Donald Trump.
Oh,
To give to the
okay, go
channel.
ahead.
Thank you so much to our channel members, to our anonymous supporters, to all of you, my subscribers. You are loved, celebrated, and appreciated. It's another day, and we have another information here. With the recent happening in the continent of Africa, a lot of African youths are rising up, and they are beginning to call on France and America to come intervene, because of course we know France and America love intervening. They are always the saviors. They are always the one posing as, we are coming to help you. We are coming to save Africans. We are coming to, protect Africans. It's France and America that love doing that. Okay, giving love to people that do not want their love. So African youths are calling on France and America to overthrow certain leaders in Africa. And they have given the list of these leaders. I'm going to roll in the clip so that you listen to one of them. It's not just him. A lot are out there. It's not just him at this point. I've seen certain videos of some persons, and some informations were even sent to me. It might look like a joke. It might look like it's funny, but it's a message that is being passed.
Hold on. Stop the video, Carla. You said they were protesting in the streets.
Since you love helping Africa so much.
Yeah.
Carla, you said they're not protesting in those streets.
Why don't you watch the video, principally?
Okay, go ahead.
You love, protecting the interests of Africans so much, and you feel like there are certain leaders in Africa that shouldn't be seated there as leaders. We want you to come to Africa and help us take out these particular leaders. And I want you to listen to the list that some of these African youths have, given out the list of leaders that they are hoping that France and America can help them take out.
Please, whoever want to help Africa to overthrow bad leaders, these are the leaders Africans want you to overthrow them for us. Togo President Faure Yasingbe, he have ruled for 20 years. We see no changes in Togo. We want you to overthrow him for us. Alassane Ouattara, the one Michael Langley visited, the Cote d'Ivoire president, he's 82 years. He have ruled for 14 good years. We see no changes. We want you there. Ahmed Tinubu of Nigeria, Nigerians voted for him, they said, but at the end, Nigerians were protesting, saying they don't want him. We need you there if you want to overthrow somebody. We need you there, not Ibrahim Traore. And again, Yoweri Museveni of Uganda. He is 80 years. He have ruled for 39 good years. Why? Is it their family property? No. We see no changes. Go to Uganda. Our Ugandan people, sisters, people have been raping them in people's countries. Why should it happen like that? If you go to Cameroon, it's bad. Cameroon, Paul Biya is 92 years. He have ruled for 42 good years. Is the presidency for his family? These are the people we want you to overthrow them for us, not Ibrahim Traore. Ibrahim Traore is good for Africans, but these people, we need you to overthrow them, not Ibrahim. If you want to help Africa, these are the people we want you to go and overthrow them for us. Thank you. Because we always know you want to help us. If I have missed some of them, let me know under the comment section. Thank you. Stay positive. Together we can, apart we fall.
Anyway, Your Majesties, that was the information and a lot more that is going around out there, and the list goes on and on. Now, when you look at the countries mentioned and the leaders of these countries, you look into their life, their recent travelings, okay? Their recent movements. You discover that they have something that tied them to either France or America. Just look at them. Look at Togo. Look at Togo and the relationship Togo have with France. Look at Ivory Coast. You understand already. Look at the relationship the Ivorian president have with Emmanuel Macron and the American government, because all these plans, all this while to destabilize Burkina Faso and dethrone Ibrahim Traore, there is a connection between the presidents of these countries mentioned, okay, and the coup plotters. Remember, there are some other people, civilians, who were also paid to take out Ibrahim Traore. Some of them came out from some of these countries. Because according to Ibrahim, it's not all of them that are Burkinabés at that point. There are most of them who came from countries in West Africa and other parts of the Sahel region. So look at Nigeria. The president of Nigeria is just like, he is just openly dining and whining with Emmanuel Macron, and you don't just understand what is going on. You don't know what is happening, okay? This is the same nation that their presidential jet was seized by there are some issues here and there that they have to, a lot of things. See, so a lot of things are happening, a lot of things keep happening. And the question you have in your head is, why is it that we don't want freedom? What is really happening to us as the African people? Now you look into Uganda. The case of Museveni, I can't fathom anymore. I can't fathom anymore because you look at Museveni, there are things he does, you feel like, okay, he has the interest of Africans, that when he speaks, when he challenges the West, when he tell you this, but sometimes when you sit back and begin to analyze it, to be like, does it mean the speeches are just speeches that do not carry water? Does it mean Museveni is just saying things and then behind he is doing the opposite? Because you look at the states of Uganda and the economy, why is it that you are still seated there as a leader and there's no significant development? Your Majesties, Museveni outrightly challenges Europe and America in his speeches. There are times he exposes them. But why does it seem like there is no growth significant? I'm not saying.
The bottom line is a joke. Go ahead, to Niger. I know you've been waiting to talk. To Niger. To Niger, you're on. He must have went to get himself a sandwich or something. But anybody want to talk about that?
Man, you promised a protest in the streets, man. I see a guy that's making
I said youth. The youth are basically saying, well, she was basically talking about youth or Africa as like a consensus growing that they want something done about these leaders. And I'm telling you right now, that's what it is. They don't have to be on the street, but that's what's.
Yeah, but they're talking about Langley. Langley is the one who's trying to make an issue with Tory, single him out. Cote d'Ivoire is having an election, I think, this year, next year.
They're talking about, look, Africans are just basically tired of all these. It's not even about Traore. It's about the rest of these.
No. But you said earlier that you agree with Brandon. Something about that. If you don't have
I said I agree with Brandon that people basically are singing Traore's praise without understanding what he's actually doing. You know, I hope he's
hold on, Colin, did you go visit Burkina 24, Burkina 24, the news channel that's on YouTube that's free?
No.
That you can watch?
No, because the bottom line is, unless I get real unbiased journalism, you know,
They just did
I don't listen to nobody doing praise singing.
What's the guy named Moda? He just did a whole documentary in Burkina Faso that dropped today.
Who?
What's the dude from Ghana? His name starts with an M.
Modi Wire.
Modi Wire. He just did a whole hour documentary on.
Talk about Modi Meyer as a fucking as a credible source. Come on, fellas, you know.
So they gotta be white to be credible. They gotta be France 24, right? They gotta be France 24.
The whole thing is this: Modi Meyer.
So what's a credible source then?
Anybody with Woody Meyer, you know, Woody Meyer.
Anybody white, man. Anybody white.
Hold on. Woody Meyer has gotten so many black people in trouble by preaching the gospel of Africa this, Africa. Then when they get over there, I listened to the Woody Meyer. So that sold my house. I went to Africa now a year later they're homeless. They broke the shovel and because they don't listen to Woody Meyer and that go black to Africa clown, you know. So the bottom line is I can't listen to Woody Meyer for.
Oh, come on, man! I think listen, Kala, you are acting there. I don't know what is wrong with you. Whether you're just trolling people or stuff. Why would you blame Woody Meyer for something like that? It has nothing to do with him. The idea
I'm saying when people hype up Africa, how Woody Meyer always good for showing the nice parts of Africa. But look, I could take.
He went through the whole Burkina Faso, from the poor areas to the tomato factory to the electric car company that they got to.
What you wanted to show the debt that the world shows about Africa all the time. What else do you want him to be talking Africa? That who wants to do that?
But what I'm saying is this, though. Let's be honest with ourselves. You know, what I'm saying is like, let's say.
Are you looking for Fox News? Right? You looking for Fox News to go to Burkina Faso?
I said no, not Fox News. But I'm saying if somebody's gonna sell me on friggin' Nigeria, right? Don't show me Banana Island, not show me Cocoa. You know, Show me the whole thing. I want to know the whole thing.
But he checks both sides out, man. Well, the man goes. I remember he went to a dump in Ghana once, which is something I never saw when I went to Ghana. So you don't just seek. If in America you will see the dump too, if you want to find the dump, but they don't show you that all the time, do they? So I don't know why you're taking it out and with the Maya and some of your pronouncement, like Morocco is the most peaceful country in Africa.
Yo,
It's
man,
like,
I'm telling you right now, to Niger, man, I was there. Yo, we got
yeah,
a chance
because
to
you are an
spend-
African American, they treated you slightly better, so you just assume. Man,
I
I
had no
can't
idea
believe
what it
you
was,
believe
man, but
that
it
kind
was
of
just
stuff.
freaking really. The people were cool one night. The guy was telling me he had a picture of this king on Rocky. I said, I didn't know you guys had a king. He said, oh, that's the king right there. You
The
know,
people you
he's
should
like,
be
so
listening to are like South Africans and sometimes even Nigerians and which other country again in Africa that you're going to listen to are on this, like, or let's say Zimbabwe. South Africans, when they were accusing nations that were sabotaging Africa, this isolated Morocco specifically. Because Morocco is the most pan-European African nation out
are you
there.
sure that ain't what
Yes.
they're saying? That ain't what they're saying.
No. Europea is the most pan-European. Just how many years ago they slaughtered a lot of Africans just at their border towards Europe because they protect Europe from this in Africa. They
Look what
slaughtered
Morocco
a lot
doing
of
to Mauritania.
That was Libya said that.
Look what Morocco doing to Mauritania.
Also, Morocco did. You go to there's a video of them where they were just walking around dead bodies of Africans, and some of them are not even dead. You need to see the way they were treating them as if they are not even humans. This is not a joke business. If you go to Morocco, you see the way they treat Africans, not African Americans, Africans. Then you know what we're talking about. Not Africans are generally hostile to
Look what Morocco is doing to Mauritania.
What are they doing in
I
Mauritania?
can't believe you are just talking about Morocco as if Morocco was the one that destroyed the Songhai
listen, y'all.
Empire. They destroyed the Songhai
Yeah,
Empire with
I
The
understand,
Moroccans,
I
the
understand that, but
Moroccans
I'm
treat
saying is,
African Americans wonderful. That's all that really matters.
well, I don't know about. I said when I went there, and when the people are just so freaking cool, and I said, and I basically, well, that was the first time I really been in a foreign country, really, where it looked like America. I was like, God dang,
Wait,
this
you talking about Casablanca?
yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's a metropolitan area.
Yo, they got light rail there. I mean, it was freaking nice, like almost futuristic.
Hey,
No,
Colin, they got
it's
night
gonna be
rail.
nice. It's gonna be nice, but no, it's not about nice. That's why I said they are the most pan-European. They wanted a bridge between them and Europe. These are people that are craving European this
Well, yeah, but actually,
acceptance.
like what they try to say, they trying to be the gateway to Africa. That's what they say. Royal Morocco, they say we're the gateway to Africa when that because all Africans that travel to Europe and America go through Royal Air Morocco. That's the number one airline going.
Libya is a gateway to Africa too.
I know
Libya has no
Moroccan
airline,
family.
bro. How's it a gateway to Africa?
I know a
You know?
Moroccan family
You can't fly
whereby
to Libya. Can you fly to Libya right now and get to Africa? No.
I know a Moroccan family whereby their son is already married to a white person. Then when they are divorced from the white person, then they are looking for him to marry some other person. Then he was going out with this other Moroccan. Now the women in the family were praying and consulting witchcraft because they still dabble into witchcraft, even if they are Muslims, to say that the guy was this thing, that those Moroccan women were not good for him, that it was good for him to go for Europeans. That's how they are so
So that's why the
anti-African, that
Moroccan
they're so
women.
anti-African that they are
That's
even
why the
against their
Moroccan women.
own
They're like
for
they
Moroccan women,
said
for foreign women.
they said they were saying you guys should come over here and get us and whatnot. And I said I told to the Moroccan guy, I said, dude, man, what's up with that? He goes, well, he don't like us women. Well, he wants a European girl. I was
Yeah,
like,
that's all.
dude, man, your
That's
women
why I
are
say they are the
beautiful,
most
man.
pan-European.
He goes, man, Moroccan women, he goes, they want too much or whatever. Like, I don't know what he said. But he said,
No. At the heart of it, it's not about the demand. White women want a lot too. It's about being pan-European. They worship Europeans. They're like Indians. They worship Europeans like crazy. If you think Africans worship Europeans, watch those people for size. They can do anything to please Europeans. And because of that, look at how they treat Africans. It's just horrible.
I didn't see them treating Africans bad. You know,
will not see.
Nah,
I don't know why you will not see it.
Morocco is one of the worst. Morocco is probably one of the worst places.
I've been there. I've been there, man. That was just cool with me, bro.
I had a girl that was half Moroccan, half Egyptian. and her family was probably the most racist people I ever seen in
Yeah,
my
but
life.
bottom line, hold on. I dated Moroccan women in this country, right? It all depends on who the hell the family. If they basically come here to America, Moroccans in Morocco are cool. Ones that come to America, you know, they when America do as the Americans do. Americans are racist, they gotta be racist. But the Moroccans
Oh,
in
come
Morocco
on. They are already racist in Africa. What are you going on about? They're already racist in
I did
Africa.
like
See,
to Niger. I did not experience that, bro. You know, it's like
no, you are not going to experience it. So, and I think African Americans should be careful about doing this because you always have to go
Yeah,
to the places. Because,
of course
let me
they
give you
not
an
go.
example. If you go to South Africa now, you see a lot of South African African Americans. They go to South Africa, they'll be like, "Oh, I went to Cape Town. I went to Pretoria. They're very nice. Those white people, Africans, are very nice." It's like, don't do that. You have to understand the reason why they are treating you like that. They don't treat ordinary Africans like that.
Yeah,
They are treating you like
they
because you're
don't want
African
them
American.
F-30. They don't want them F-35 flying over they village.
It's a little bit weird because African Americans, they forget sometimes, they forget themselves. It's like black. To be fair, even Nigerians do that sometimes. When Nigerians come to America, they see white people treating them relatively better than African Americans. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, white people are okay. I can work with white people. I can sabotage this in black Americans."
Yeah,
The same thing black Americans are
it's like
doing in Africa too.
we step out of America. Just think when you like they always say, "Oh, you." When I was flying through Brussels and whatnot, and people realized I'm American, they heard my accent, and I saw my passport. Okay, sir, but I was like wondering why is it that I was asking one lady, "Why the hell you got us on this side of the airport?" Right? It's almost like they had us on a lock and key. Like I said, look, I'm not trying to run and hide in your country, you know. I like to walk around the city. I like to do this. I'll get on the airplane, leave, whatever like that. They had us in this thing where we can only have basically, where the gate terminal is. They had us down there. We couldn't go any further. I was like, God damn, man, you know. So I was like, damn, that's how they treat Africans. When they made sure they got from the plane to the bus ride over to the airport to right up to the stairs and whatnot. It was just like real tight because you didn't have a moment, right? If you tried to it's like somebody's guarding you the whole time, making sure you you
Yeah.
don't escape. I'm like,
There,
God
there
damn.
is hardly anywhere Africans go, they don't treat them badly. There is hardly anywhere. And
There was last week there was a Liberian group that came to America, like 3 Liberians, right? And all of a sudden, when it come time to leave, they all escaped. They all yeah. 2 of them were caught, and basically sent them back. One of them still on the loose, right? Like somebody, he ain't going back to Liberia. Like, damn.
yeah, they use that as an excuse to judge a lot of black people, but at the same time, just like your own this thing, like you were saying about African sacrifice and all those things, you are talking about the 3 sacrifice where maybe they sacrifice 1 or 2 people. You are not talking about the Europeans that slaughtered millions upon millions of different people. So the way we look at things, they sanitize their own, and our own is made to look like some horrible thing that should never be desirable at all. Nobody's saying wrongdoing is bad, but they are worse in many ways. And not this in the Moroccans, from what I know, they are very, very pan-European in that continent. Look at Traore having agreement with Morocco. I was like, what? Why would you leave the betrayers in Africa, the West African traitors?
Because
And go to
basically Togo's a freaking puppet state. So is
They are
Ivory Coast,
all
so is Ghana.
puppet states. They are all puppet states. Did you know that? I didn't know this. I just discovered something new recently. This is the only thing we learned today. That African nations they signed an agreement that they will never develop nuclear weapons. African nations went and signed that stupid agreement.
Don't surprise me. Well, they had to sign it because if they want to get that foreign aid, they got
No, but they shouldn't. They should never have done that one because if you look at what is happening with Ukraine right now, and then they said, then the foreign nations are going to threaten not to attack them. All the top nations like China, Russia, and say they will not attack this or threaten Africa with nuclear weapons, but America didn't sign that. And African leaders went and signed that they will never develop nuclear weapons. It's like,
that's
who
like
does that?
signing an agreement. That's like signing an agreement and saying, "Yo, we would never hold guns." Like that's stupid.
Exactly. How stupid is that?
In
No
this
wonder.
21st century, if you don't got nuclear weapons, America's coming in there and they gonna have their way with you. any way possible.
Any country can come there any moment, and I don't know why that stupid African. They said they did it because they want the moral high ground. They want to encourage other people to disarm. What kind of stupidity is that?
That's that Ubuntu.
That's what I'm saying. Africa got to take that North Korea, China step. Like, listen, we getting rid of all Western influence.
Africa's worried about Ubuntu and love and peace and happiness. Get the fuck out of here. The rest
It's just a reverse way of disarming Africa. In other words, this is why you don't see Africa doing anything, because the agreement is called a Pelindaba agreement. Pelindaba agreement. I'm like, what kind of stupid agreement is that? Where the foreign nations are not restricted. Like, let's say they decide to break the agreement, there's no consequence for them. So, but you chose to disarm the entire continent. Who does that? And then they said, oh, there are other continents that disarm themselves, like Asia, some countries in Asia, some countries in South America. I said, all those areas, they have nuclear powers in them already. It's only Africa that doesn't have a nuclear power. And they stupidly went and signed that kind of agreement. And the foreign nation like America didn't even sign.
I think South Africa got nuclear weapons. Though.
They
disarmed themselves. They got rid of them. They got rid of them 30 years ago. Anyway, fellas, this late. It's been 6-hour show. Thanks for calling in. I'll probably do a show tomorrow night. I don't know, a good topic, but the topic: blood and soil, the ultimate price of freedom. Another one for the thing. I want to deal with this guy, black skin.
Before you round out, I just wanted to say something. I don't know whether you saw that video of Lamont when Piers Morgan was inviting that white lady to call him an N-word.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
I didn't see that part. But
because there was this Sudanese there, and I remember Lamont said that guy was a Sudanese guy, and I wanted to address a point that guy, those type of people, they are in Africa right now. Sudan is made up of different type of black people. Some of them 80% black, some of them 70% black, 90% black.
Man, Sudan is an Arab country now. It's
yeah, exactly. That's my point. Many of them see themselves as Arabs, and they are killing black Africans. These same people, they are black people, but they are killing black Africans because they are not Arabs. So when you see those other people in America,
and why they doing that? Because they Islamic and they believe the Arabs is the superior race and the blacks are slaves.
So when you see them in America, you need to recognize them for what they are. These are black people, but they are dangerous. They really hate black people because they think they are Arabs.
I don't mess with those people, you know, at all. You know,
and that go back to my point what I said earlier, but I digress.
No, it has nothing to do with religion, bro.
Yes, it do.
Let me give you an example. In the Janjaweed, right? Those are race jihadists in Darfur. They basically enslaving the same people that basically are practice Islam. You know, it had nothing to do with religion. You know, it's about color and race. That's all. It ain't about religion.
Man, if you look at Mali and those places, they picking off the Dogons.
Hold on, what you have in what you call it is friggin' Arab aligned Tuareg people. Some of them are black, so most of them mixed, right? And they consider themselves more Arab than they do black. That's what you have in Sahel is a race war. It's not even about religion; it's a race war.
And they look at all black people as kufas.
So the bottom line is it has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the religion. It has everything to do with race. The bottom line, they don't like black Muslims. They don't like anybody like that. Anyway, folks, I gotta go. It's been 6 hours, man. I'm tired. I'm gonna sleep. Y'all take care. Good night, folks.